Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
That night, Snape swept into the secret room with a cauldron under one arm and a stack of beginner texts under the other. He spared Creature a curt glance, then fixed an openly sour look on Lupin, who was correcting Li Fang's wand work. "Good evening, Professor Snape," Li Fang said brightly, tucking away his spells and offering a polite nod. Snape returned it with the minimum muscle movement required to be legal. Private instruction warranted basic courtesies. Lupin, however, earned only a look of long-practiced disdain. "It seems I arrived at a poor time," Snape drawled, all frost. "Perhaps we should reschedule." Lupin didn't bother rising to the bait. "I hope you've stamina for an entire summer," he told Li Fang, then moved to a corner to work spells on a practice dummy, pointedly not leaving. Li Fang just smiled, slipped the time turner from his neck, and gestured Snape toward the practice tent. Understanding flashed across Snape's face. Simultaneous lessons it was. Inside, Snape went straight to the practicals, and straight to being himself. "Idiot. The text says distilled water. What is this? Tap. Clockwise 3.5 turns. Not 4. Not some tragic 210-degree ellipse. Do you house a troll between your ears?" An hour later, the cauldron burped an unknown, eye-watering sludge. Snape pinched his nose and took 2 steps back. First attempt, no explosion. For a novice, that was acceptable. He'd never admit it out loud. He flicked open his case, withdrew a rolled parchment, and thrust it at Li Fang. "Enough for today. You've taken notes. Practice. Gods know you have enough ingredients to waste." A beat, then a daggered sigh. What a catastrophic misuse of decent supplies. Li Fang ignored the sting. One glance at the parchment, and his pulse jumped. "Creature, see Professor Snape out." As soon as the door shut, he hunched over his desk, grinning, and began copying the magic amplification potion into his grimoire, annotating plant aliases, regions, and traits across worlds so he wouldn't chase the wrong herb in another realm. Lupin finished up, stepped inside, and pulled a letter from his coat. "Remember Ginny Weasley? Basilisk victim. Harry's future wife? Of course. Her family's grateful. They invited you, plus McGonagall and Snape, over. Merlin also threw them a bone. They want a family trip to Egypt. So, visit has to be right before term." McGonagall declined. Muggle-born home visits, admission chats, the usual. Snape would rather inhale fumes than visit the burrow. Lupin smiled, helpless. "They're warm people. You like them. Also, the rat is traveling with them. To avoid an international mess, our summer plan moves to post-basilisk cleanup next year." Plot correction noted. Li Fang nodded. "I'll go. Free food, not cooked by Creature? Yes, please. Also, chance to peek at the Weasley flying car mods, and if possible, corner the rat and pilfer that half-street blast trick." He set down his quill, noticing Lupin hovering, awkward. "Just say it. If I can help, I will." Lupin exhaled. "The Ministry posted the wanted. They've unleashed Dementors to hunt Sirius, and authorized the kiss if they find him." Li Fang blinked. "So hide him at Grimmauld and nab Pettigrew next year." Problem solved. A thought struck, he smirked. "You don't think Dementors can find the Black ancestral home, do you? Relax. The ones who listen to me won't see anything inconvenient." Lupin stared. "You're Dementors like you. Everyone else hates them." He pressed on. "I'm not worried for Sirius. I'm worried for Harry. The Ministry will station Dementors near Hogwarts once term starts. If they drift too close," he didn't finish. "Huh. In the book, Dementors traumatized Harry. Here, they were being preemptively leashed." Li Fang rubbed his chin, then snapped his fingers. "I'll summon their leader outside the grounds. We'll set boundaries." He glanced up. "What's Sirius say?" "You already know," Lupin said, half laughing. He asked the same thing, and offered you the engine mod lessons in return. Li Feng pocketed his grimoire, opened a portal, and stepped through with Lupin. I'm brewing more these days. Ingredients cost galleons. You see where this is going? Yes, Lupin said instantly. Li Feng paused, surprised. You're flush. I'm not, Lupin grinned. Serious is. Did you think the blacks kept all their wealth in one vault? Old families diversify. On the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, Li Feng narrowed his eyes, already plotting. Diversify? Maybe I should shear a little more wool off House Black. The Forbidden Forest was quiet, shadows stretching long between the trees. Li Feng stood with Lupin, waiting. A cold wind rolled in, and a dark figure glided toward them. The Dementor leader halted before Li Feng, bowed low, and instantly the air froze. Flowers blackened, frost spread across roots. Both wizards reflexively raised defenses. Li Feng was unfazed. Dementors were his servants. The creature no longer dared bare its fangs, not after the lessons he'd given it. But Lupin, he stood tall too, calm against the chill. Ow! Li Feng asked, curious. Lupin rolled up his sleeve, showing runic tattoos etched along his skin. Dumbledore adapted the Lwyn runes that suppress lycanthropy. Side effect, they blunt creatures that tamper with the mind. Dementors included. I'm weaker on full moons now, but I can choose whether I transform. Li Feng studied the ink. If it works, why not carve them on Harry? Problem solved. Lupin shook his head and tugged open his collar, showing more runes. My whole body is covered. It's no perfect fix. These spells eat magic, and Harry doesn't have that kind of reservoir. Even on artifacts, his power would drain too fast. And he's still growing. A few inches taller, and the runes warp. A warped rune is worse than none. Li Feng nodded. So bottom line, Harry doesn't have the strength to use them. Even if he had an artifact, he couldn't unleash its full power. Exactly, Lupin said. His breath fogged, his hands trembled slightly. He slipped Harry's hair from his pocket and handed it over. Now, can we handle the Dementor before I'm forced to cast a Patronus? Li Feng smirked. 3 seconds in, and you're already shivering? Real man, huh? Lupin scowled, but Li Feng ignored him, whispering in the language of the dead. Do not harm or approach the owner of this scent. Withdraw immediately if encountered. The Dementor inhaled Harry's hair and rasped. Yes, my master. Li Feng's eyes glinted with mischief. What if I send Dementors door to door? A sign around their necks. Pay up, and we won't search your house. How much do you think I'd make? Lupin stared at him, horrified. Your brain? How do you even think of things like this? Forget the money. People would drown you and spit the moment they realized. Li Feng only scratched his head. Still sounds profitable to me. Then another thought. What if I unleash them on Death Eaters instead? Let them sweep the houses clean. That made Lupin pause. He smiled. Need a hand? Of course. I'll need names, hair samples. Once we got those, this guy, Li Feng pointed at the Dementor, will handle the rest. From today, he's called Wonkai. Wonkai. Lupin's lips twitched. Still, he was already thinking ahead. Not just money. Those old families hoard rare potions and forbidden tomes. We empty their vaults. We walk away rich in more than galleons. The Dementor bowed, resigned. Li Feng's smile dropped cold. Remember, Wonkai, fail this task, and your followers will choose a new leader. Shuddering, the creature drifted away into the night. Lupin gave Li Feng a long look. For a moment, he wasn't sure if the boy was a wizard or a devil in disguise. He shook his head and vanished in a puff of black mist. Li Feng watched him go, envious. Damn, phantom migration. Still haven't learned that trick. The summer passed in potions and spell work. Snape's lessons ended with term start, leaving Li Feng to experiment and burn through galleons alone. Lupin, too, returned to Hogwarts, busy with Harry, his teaching post, and watching the rat. The night before school, Li Feng packed a shoulder bag. Creature had pulled a few gifts from the Death Eaters' looted troves, offerings for the Weasleys. He opened a portal at the leaky cauldron and froze. On the other side, a wide-eyed boy stared at him, jaw slack, eyes locked on the shimmering gate. Li Feng, who felt that the little boy in front of him was a little familiar, asked subconsciously. Harry Potter, who survived the catastrophe? The little boy looked curiously at the portal and the secret room behind the portal, nodded and admitted that he was a little expert in this world. Although he knew that he was in a magical world and could see all kinds of magic, Harry was still curious about the swirling orange light door. Especially when Harry saw Li Feng walk out of the portal. He understood that it was a kind of spatial magic. Harry said he wanted to learn it too. After he learned it, he would not have to be locked in a small room during the holidays all day. It's so cool. Good evening, sir. What kind of magic is this? Is it in the textbook? Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, There is no portal content in the textbook. This is my unique spell. After thinking about it, Li Feng added, Professor McGonagall will do too. I guess Dumbledore will do too. Although in Li Feng's eyes, Harry is the moving Jean Jialong. After this period of time, he almost ransacked several Death Eater families. Li Feng, who only had Jean Jialong in his pocket and no change, said that he is not bad in money or knowledge. So Harry's curious and yearning portal spells can only be thought of in his mind, and Li Feng is not interested in teaching kid magic. The simple exchange of names with Harry is considered to be a call to roar. Li Feng walked straight to the bar, put his shoulder bag aside, and said to the barkeeper who was wiping the glass, Tom, glass of mead, by the way, borrow your fireplace. I'm going to be a guest at Mr. Weasley's house. Mr. Austen, long time no see, Tom said while pouring a glass of mead from the barrel. I still remember when you came to the bar in embarrassment, but look at you now, I want to come to the one you recently visited. Yes, made new friends in London. Forget it, at least it's settled down now, Li Feng said with a shrug after taking the mead. How's the business going? After speaking, Li Feng sipped the slightly sweet mead in his hand. The alcohol content of mead is not as high as Li Feng imagined, but Li Feng did not dare to pour into his mouth. These sweet wines have a characteristic, that is, when you feel that the taste is good, you will not consciously get drunk. When you prepare one cup after another, you will become drunk unconsciously. Tom glanced at the few drinkers in the bar, pointed to the wanted portrait of Sirius on the surrounding wall, sighed and said, What can I do? It's all caused by the damn Sirius and the Dementors. Everyone likes to hide at home now, for fear that the valuable things at home will be stolen by the Dementors. I can't figure it out. What do the Dementors want these things for? Do they still want to come to me for a drink with a bunch of Jean Jialong? I don't entertain these evil creatures. Li Feng grinned. He didn't want to express his opinions indiscriminately on this matter. After all, the biggest black hand was himself. To say that the Dementors steal something is purely being hit by a big pot flying from the sky. Their real job is to drive the residents out of the house. The rest are Li Feng and Lu Ping, as well as the moldy little who stays at home. Sirius, the three of them frantically search for all the things they wanted in the Death Eaters' homes. I don't know if Lu Ping deliberately selected those wealthy families from the list of Death Eaters. Anyway, Li Feng is now rich, and rich regardless of whether it is Jean Jialong or magic books or props and potions. On the side, Harry, who was about to eat some dinner, heard Li Feng preparing to go to Weasley's house. He glanced at Li Feng, who was a foreigner, with a slight surprise, and then looked at the wine glass in Li Feng's hand, thinking, I am idle or idle. Maybe can I go to Ron's house to play? When Mr. Austen finishes drinking, he will go to Ron's house together and surprise him. After a while, Li Feng, who was listening to Tom's nagging, finished a glass of mead, and after saying goodbye to Tom, he picked up a shoulder bag and walked towards the fireplace. When Li Feng was about to grab the shunt fan, he heard Harry's voice behind him. Mr. Austen. Li Feng turned around questioningly and asked, Mr. Potter, is there anything to do with me? Harry looked at Flufans. He used this stuff and was transported to Knockover Alley because of illegibility. If it wasn't for the luck to meet Hagrid, it would have been cool. It was also the encounter that made Harry. I gave a bad comment on the use of Flufans. It's just, while staying in the room boringly, while going to Ron's house for the last night of the holiday, how would a 13-year-old boy choose? You can guess it with your toes, and Harry is not an honest kid. Harry, I happen to be going to Weasley's house too. Shall we go together? Li Feng raised his eyebrows, but he knew that Harry could enter and leave the room freely in the Broken Axe bar. In fact, it was correct to say that he was under house arrest in the bar. He did not believe that Harry was not allowed to appear on the street without being warned to avoid being caught. Sirius was slaughtered. Although Sirius wouldn't draw a knife, he would only give Harry a big hug, but no one else knew. After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that at the moment, the drunkard squatting in a corner might be the one sent by the Ministry of Magic to monitor Harry. As an unknown person without identification, Li Feng didn't want to make trouble for himself. What's more, now Sirius knows that Pettigrew is at Weasley's house. Li Feng took Harry to the Weasley's house at this time. It is estimated that Sirius and Lupin will dare to enter Mr. Weasley's house in the next second. Li Feng grabbed the flue fan on the side, with a fake apology on his face, and said, "Sorry, I think it will be more safe for you to stay in the room." Before Li Feng's words were finished, Harry swiftly grabbed the flying powder and rushed into the fireplace, and dropped the flue when he called out Weasley's address. Li Feng silently watched the green flames violently ignite in the fireplace, and then Harry disappeared before his eyes. Yes, forget this is a bear kid. Li Feng turned his head to look at Tom, whose expression was frozen, and said innocently, "Can I say that I am the seeker in Quidditch? I can't stop this speed and agility." The corner of Tom's eyes jumped slightly to put down the wine glass in his hand that Li Feng seemed to always wipe clean, and ran to the bar building in a panic. It seemed that there was some big shot living on the second floor, which could solve the trouble caused by Harry going out privately. Li Feng scratched his head and didn't understand what Tom wanted to do. When Li Feng came to Weasley's home with a sullen face, he had already expressed no love for all the transmission methods in this world. Is there no normal transmission method? This gray body is even more non-human than Heijo non-human. It seems something is wrong. Before Li Feng drew out his magic wand to send himself a clean-up, Arthur Weasley, who had been guarding the fireplace, smiled and stretched out his right hand to shake hand with the Asian-faced Li Feng. "Good evening. I think you must it's Mr. Austen, and Ginny and Dumbledore have both told me that you are an Asian traveling to London." "Good evening, Mr. Arthur Weasley. I am very glad to receive your invitation." Li Feng, who used magic to clean himself up, shook hands with Arthur Weasley and said with a smile, "Yes, I like it. Jiao Xiang. The merchandise there makes me linger." When speaking, Li Feng added silently in his heart, "Especially when spending other people's money, it makes me linger." Li Feng turned his head and looked around and asked, "Mr. Weasley, have you seen Mr. Potter? He uses flue powder one step faster than me. I hope he will not run elsewhere." Weasley pointed upstairs with a nervous expression and said, "He changed clothes upstairs. To be honest, I didn't expect Harry to go out in such a tense situation." Weasley motioned to Li Feng to order the pre-dinner wine in the restaurant on the side and said, "I have notified Dumbledore that Harry is at my house. Express." As soon as Weasley handed the wine glass to Li Feng heard Mrs. Weasley's nervous and joyful voice from upstairs. "Don't worry, Harry. You will be safe at my house. Sirius cannot hurt you." At the moment, Harry's understanding of Sirius is limited to the fact that the other party is a murderer who escaped from Azkaban. He doesn't understand why Mrs. Weasley mentioned Sirius to hurt him. He looked blank, asked, "Mrs. Weasley, who is Sirius and what does it have to do with me?" In the restaurant, when Weasley heard his wife telling Harry who Sirius was and why he wanted to hunt Harry, he explained to Li Feng embarrassingly, "Although the Ministry of Magic opposes me to disclose some things to Harry, I think as a party, you have the right to understand your own situation." Li Feng nodded to express his understanding. What he said was this also allows Harry to be more vigilant in normal times to prevent being attacked by Sirius. "In my heart, I bet you, Sirius will only watch with affection." To Harry, after a while, Mrs. Weasley brought a group of children downstairs. Li Feng politely got up and said, "Good evening, Mrs. Weasley. I am very happy to taste your food." "Good evening, Mr. Austen, and welcome to my house," Mrs. Weasley said apologetically to Li Feng as she let the children sit at the table. "Sorry, I just made you wait. Dinner is ready." After speaking, Mrs. Weasley waved her magic wand in her hand, and the food cooked earlier floated to the table. Seeing that the food was on the table, Weasley picked up the wine glass, looked at Li Feng, and said, "Thank you for saving Ginny." "This is what I should do." Li Feng opened the dry, flat shoulder bag, took out a gift, and prepared to distribute it to the children of Weasley. Except for Harry, Weasley's family had a gift. There was no way. Li Feng didn't know that Harry would come too. It was normal not to prepare gifts. Harry looked at the shoulder bag with some curiosity. It was obviously a flat bag. Why did he take out so many gifts like a bottomless pit? You know, there are many children in the Weasley family. Ron, who received the gift, saw Harry's curiosity and whispered in Harry's ear while holding Pettigrew, "That's a backpack with a non-marking curse." Ginny accepted the gift at the sign of her parents, and after saying thank you, she looked at the young Li Feng curiously. In the secret room, she saw Li Feng empty-handed opening and closing the portal in the mirror space. She was born in a magical world and understood how difficult it is for a necromancer to release without a rod, and the young guy in front of her, but can release magic in the wave of hands effortlessly. Dinner took place in a pleasant atmosphere, during which Li Feng drank with Weasley and brought the topic to the flying car. Although Weasley works in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Prohibition of Muggle Supplies, he likes anything related to Muggles and is also very interested in Muggle technology. He would buy some technology products to disassemble and study in his own small shed, and sometimes he would use magic on them, including a car that could fly and be invisible after being enchanted, and Li Feng was most interested in it as the magic that allows cars to drive autonomously. Weasley heard that Li Feng was interested in his demolished car, and when he answered Li Feng's question at the beginning, there was some hesitation until he turned his attention to his wife. Mrs. Weasley, who had always opposed Weasley's magic to change the car, may be grateful to Li Feng for saving her precious daughter, or she might think that the flying car was already banned at Hogwarts last summer. Lynn wandered and had nothing to do with Weasley, so the excited Weasley didn't stop the excited Weasley from talking about how he changed the flying car. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley had no clear objections, Weasley couldn't help showing off his skills with Li Feng. Even under Li Feng's guidance, Weasley explained in detail his magical reform ideas and specific operations. This made Li Feng feel that this trip was not in vain. At least after returning to the Marvel Universe, he can sleep in the RV while allowing the RV to drive automatically, avoiding accidental hits by shells or accidentally hitting the plane when the RV is resting in the air, especially it was an airplane. Li Feng said he couldn't afford it. At the end of the dinner, Li Feng and Weasley were already drunk, and they began to call each other brothers. Aside, Ginny saw that her mother was busy tidying up the dining table, and her brothers were unpacking the gifts Li Feng had brought. After holding back her curiosity for a long time, she walked to Li Feng's side, ready to ask her doubts, and said, "Austin, sir, thank you for saving my life." Li Feng, who felt that someone was calling himself, opened his drunk eyes and glanced at Ginny with a confused look. When he saw that it was Ginny calling himself, he smiled and said, "It's you little lowly. I remember you were Harry's wife, Ginny Potter, right?" As soon as Li Feng said what he said, except for Weasley, who was also drunk, Harry and Ginny looked down at the pattern on the floor with blushing faces, and everyone else looked at Li Feng, who was smirking. From the bottom of her heart, Mrs. Weasley likes Harry very much. If Ginny is an adult, she doesn't mind Austin's drunkenness, but the question is how old Ginny is now. She is only a 12-year-old child, and she's talking about marriage. Is it early to marry? If it were not for Li Feng to be the guest she invited, Mrs. Weasley would really like to take the broom and talk to Li Feng. What jokes should not be made in front of the children, which will cause unnecessary trouble? Although Ron and Harry are good friends, when he thought of his sister becoming the brother's wife, how to say, he couldn't accept it, and subconsciously looked at Harry and retorted, "This is impossible." Mrs. Weasley nodded in response to Ron's question and said, "Mr. Austin is drunk. He's talking nonsense." Harry felt that he had been in a disaster. He just wanted to take advantage of the last day of the holiday to carve. He had no other ideas. Marrying a wife was a little far away for him. Alcohol inhibits the cerebral cortex, makes you feel relaxed, or naturally releases your usual depressed emotions. Some people will be in a state of excitement, show a lot of talk, like to speak truth after drinking, love to remember the past, and be impulsive. Wait. Unfortunately, Li Feng, who drank too much, is now in a state of excitement and talk. So Li Feng, who was paralyzed in a chair, saw everyone's unbelieving expressions. There was only one thought in his drunken mind. I can still lie to you. These little shit kids can't make it. Especially the look you look at me makes me very upset. As for the plot, what is that stuff? Don't believe me? Tell you, I know a lot of things that you can't imagine, such as... While talking, Li Feng snapped his fingers to display the mirror space. When everyone heard the sound of broken glass around and saw the surrounding crystal walls, Li Feng swayed up and walked in front of Ron, pointing to the field mouse in Ron's arms and yelling. Said, "Bold, evil, evildoer, I haven't appeared quickly in front of this master. Ron, Mudun, this guy who was possessed by the monster, saved my sister? I don't believe it. There must be something wrong. Little dwarf." When Mrs. Weasley saw that Li Feng had started to get drunk and yelled at her children, she cast her eyes on Weasley, who was drunk on the dining table, with unkind eyes. You can still fall asleep at this time. Don't even want to climb onto the old lady's bed in this life. No way. Since the masters are too much to drink, Mrs. Weasley can only stand up in front of Ron and say, "Mr. Austen, this joke is not funny at all. I ask you to sober up. Apologize to Ron. He is my son, not a monster." Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. Fortunately, his only thinking about ability made him react immediately. This is because Mrs. Weasley misunderstood what she meant and hurriedly pointed to the field mouse and said, "I didn't say Ron. I mean it's the Fat Vole. He was made by Peter Pettigrew, the hero who has been dead for 12 years. How can it be?" Before Mrs. Weasley could refute, Li Feng collapsed with the suspected water polo time stagnation spell in his right hand and used his mental power to firmly lock Little Dwarf and said sharply, "Little Dwarf, you want to become a tuft of roasted voles buried in the belly of an owl, or become a person sleeping in the grave." If it weren't for Mrs. Weasley to keep Ron behind her, Li Feng would not say anything about hitting Pettigrew, and now he can't even hit Ron. Otherwise, he really wants to imprison Ron and Pettigrew together in time stagnation. In the spell, it's just time stagnation, and it's not a destructive spell. It's a big deal to apologize to Ron afterwards. Kid, as long as the gift is in place, any enmity can be resolved. Mrs. Weasley saw that Li Feng had neither a wand nor recite the spell when she cast the spell, so she directly cast a ball of water. She regretted inviting Li Feng to be a guest at home. If possible, she really wanted to use the time converter to go back to the past and stop the past. Write an invitation letter to Li Feng yourself. If the time converter can't go back to the long past, it's okay to stop Li Feng from drinking. The province is going crazy here. Seeing that Li Feng was holding a water polo and shooting it when looking for an opportunity, Mrs. Weasley naturally unceremoniously drew out her wand and pointed it at Li Feng, protecting the panicked children behind her, by the way. Before Mrs. Weasley spoke to warn Li Feng to disarm the magic, the dwarf and Ron knew that his identity had been exposed, especially Li Feng, who was in a drunk state, had no mercy in his eyes, and only grabbed him to prove that he did not lie. Determined, Little Dwarf feels that he will be the owl's ration without running away. Who makes drunk people really unable to communicate? Thinking of this, Little Dwarf hurriedly jumped to the ground after taking a bite from Ron and preparing to escape. It's okay for the dwarf not to leave Ron. Since the other party ran out of Mrs. Weasley's protection circle in a panic, Li Feng didn't know what politeness was and grinned and shot the time spell in his hand at the little dwarf that was locked by mental power. Just as the water polo wrapped the Pettigrew and kept it running on the floor like a joke, a portal suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Dumbledore, who came out of the portal, smiled at Harry, and said, "Look, I said that Comrade Dang will also portal. I didn't lie to you." Mrs. Weasley was relieved to see that it was Dumbledore. When she was about to say something, she saw Dumbledore wave and said, "I'll explain it to you later." After speaking, Dumbledore surrounded the small dwarf star wrapped in water with great interest, and then looked at the surrounding space crystal walls. After a while, he smiled and said to Li Feng, "Perfect battlefield. Will you open the portal? For people like this, This is a sealed tomb, and even if you kill you, you can't escape from this alien space. Also, I can't help but want to compliment you. It's a very good timed spell. Dumbledore blinked and asked curiously, "Are time and space your best spell?" Feeling thirsty after drinking too much wine, Li Feng grabbed the bottle on the table and poured it into his mouth. Hearing Dumbledore complimenting himself, he couldn't help but give Dumbledore a thumbs up, saying, "You really have eyes. Yes, time and space are one of my best spells." It's just that before Li Feng put down the bottle, Li Feng, who had been drinking too much for a long time and drank a little when he just quenched his thirst, caused the alcohol to quickly occupy the brain, and he collapsed to the ground without saying a word. On the side, Mrs. Weasley was full of doubts, especially when she knew that the water ball in Li Feng's hand was a time-type spell. She was even more surprised to close her mouth from ear to ear, looking at Li Feng, who was collapsing on the ground and snoring like a monster. It's not that necromancers in a magical world don't want to learn about time spells, but so far I haven't heard of anyone who can control time. Why can young Li Feng control time? Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley asked, looking at the field mouse about to break free from the spell of time. What the hell is going on? Dumbledore's perception that the mirrored space that had been lost due to Li Feng's drunkenness was about to shatter, so he drew out his wand and petrified the small dwarf star and opened the portal while floating Weasley and Li Feng in the air, saying, "It's not safe here. Place, I will explain to you after leaving the mirror space." When everyone left the mirror space, Dumbledore waved his wand at Pettigrew, returning it to its human form. Seeing the voles become unfamiliar makes your Mrs. Weasley a little confused. Although she can't recognize the tattered guy in front of her at a glance, everyone knows that this guy is an illegal animagus, regardless of whether the guy in front of him is the little dwarf in Li Feng's mouth. Mrs. Weasley just thinks that the other party has been hiding in her house for 12 years, and she feels that a wave of cold follows her spine and hits the sky. We must know that when humans do certain shy things, they will subconsciously avoid children, but I have never heard of anyone avoiding a pet. So Mrs. Weasley, who feels that her brain is about to explode, is ashamed and angry. Asked, "Dumbledore, for Merlin's sake, tell me what's going on." Dumbledore, who was sure that Pettigrew had been controlled, heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I will explain it to you now." In the early morning, when the hot summer sun shone on Li Feng's face through the glass window, Li Feng tried to open his eyelids and turn over to avoid the sun. It's a pity that Li Feng, who was sleepy with a hangover and sleepy, forgot that at the moment he was not lying on his own bed, but was placed on the sofa in the living room by Mrs. Weasley. Therefore, Li Feng's subconscious turning over caused him to fall directly to the ground, still face. The kind of court. Li Feng, who stumbled inexplicably, finally opened his eyelids, scratched his head, and looked around, subconsciously preparing to ask Creature to pour water for himself. The strange environment caught him stunned, and the corner of his mouth abruptly summoned Creature to say something to him. Swallow back. Under what circumstances? Why am I still at Weasley's home? Sitting back on the sofa, Li Feng rubbed his swollen head. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't remember what he experienced last night. He only knew that he was now weak and died of thirst without drinking water. On the side, Mrs. Weasley, who had been busy with breakfast in the kitchen, saw Li Feng sitting on the sofa rubbing his temples. She pulled out her magic wand and pointed to the teacup, letting the teacup float in front of Li Feng, and said with a smile, "Mr. Austen, good morning." Li Feng took the teacup and said, "Good morning," and drank the warm water in the teacup. He stood up and put the teacup on the dining table and said with a hooded look, "Mrs. Weasley, yesterday I didn't talk nonsense late, did I? Sorry, I'm a person who drank too much or liked to talk nonsense. I hope it didn't cause you trouble." Mrs. West frowned and said with a smile, "Trouble? Maybe I should thank you for helping me solve hidden dangers at home." Li Feng, who didn't understand what it meant, scratched his head and asked inexplicably, "Oh, what did I do?" "Peter, little dwarf," Mrs. Weasley said as she handed a sandwich to Li Feng, "I can't believe that my pet voles, which I have raised for 12 years, are actually a murderer. I thought about it. This is not shuddering." While speaking, Mrs. Weasley rubbed her arms with her arms around her arms. Obviously, One night was not enough to ease her from the incident. Li Feng listened to Mrs. Weasley's intermittent description while eating the sandwich. When he stuffed the sandwich into his stomach, Li Feng could be considered to understand what he did last night. Are you saying that Dumbledore took Dwarf away? You also know that Sirius was wronged, and Harry also knows that he has a godfather. Mrs. Weasley smiled and nodded. Now, Li Feng felt that his brain hurts even more. Harry's plot this year is probably scrapped. It's nothing. Anyway, I don't want to participate, but why did I catch Little Dwarf? Isn't it good to work quietly? Now it's good. The magic that exploded half a street was released by myself. After having breakfast, Li Feng sat on the sofa with a cup of tea and looked badly on the sofa to reflect that he shouldn't have made a mistake after drinking. In the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley accidentally saw Li Feng's back. For some reason, a weird feeling suddenly appeared in her heart. Looking at it from side to side, she felt that Li Feng's back was indescribably desolate. Mrs. Weasley shook her head through this weird feeling in her head and shouted at the bedroom on the second floor. Weasley, children, get up and have breakfast. We will go to the Broken Axe Bar to get it later. Harry's textbook, you won't be able to catch the Hogwarts train if it's too late. Mrs. Weasley's loud voice also brought Li Feng back to his senses. After drinking the tea in her hand, she comforted herself helplessly. What else can I do if the dwarf has been taken away by Dumbledore? Come on, let's concentrate on practicing my almanac. By the way, Harry's world has to get off the Hogwarts Express. Thinking of this, Li Feng rubbed his face, rubbed his unhappy expression into a happy expression, got up and put the teacup on the table and said, Mrs. Weasley, thank you for your hospitality. I'll leave first. Mrs. Weasley had an apologetic face. When she wanted to come last night, it was not only Li Feng, but also Weasley who was drunk, but now Li Feng as a guest is going to leave, and her husband is still lying on the bed roar. Sleep. This is somewhat unreasonable. I'll let Weasley send you off. After all, you are not familiar with London. Li Feng thought for a while, picked up his shoulder bag, and said, Thank you for your kindness. I can use flu powder to go to the Pax Bar. You should let Mr. Weasley sleep more. I hope he won't be at work today. I'll breathe. Mrs. Weasley thought for a while, and felt that what Li Feng said was somewhat reasonable. After all, people with hangovers have no mental work if they haven't rested well. Now the family's income depends on Weasley, who works at the Ministry of Magic. They were dismissed from public office due to work errors due to a good rest, and their family was out of food. Mrs. Weasley nodded slightly and apologized to Li Feng to use the shunt fan. From the fireplace, Li Feng came to the Broken Axe Bar, then via the night bus to King's Cross Station and crossed the 9 3/4 platform to board the Hogwarts train. Perhaps Li Feng came a little early, and there were only a few students on the train. Li Feng, who was so sleepy, walked straight to the last carriage, preparing to find the interval to squint and watch the scenery on the road while the train was running. At the moment, Liu Ping, who was going to Hogwarts as a professor of black magic defense, happened to be in the last car. Liu Ping was a little surprised when he saw Li Feng. Before asking why Li Feng chose to take a train instead of using a portal, Li Feng saw that Liu Ping, who had eye bags and panda-like eyes, had already laughed and said jokingly, You what kind of look? It's very unique. If you weren't wearing clothes, I would have thought you were a panda from the zoo. Seeing that Liu Ping was still wearing patched clothes, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, you have made a lot of money recently. Why are you not willing to buy yourself a piece of clothing? Or do you have any special hobbies and likes? Wearing patched clothes, Liu Ping rolled his eyes at Li Feng, and after looking around, he opened an empty compartment and motioned for Li Feng to enter the compartment together and talk. Li Feng walked into the compartment with his feet before Lupin closed the compartment door and shrugged. People in the magical world know that I am poor. Buying new clothes rashly will cause unnecessary suspicion. I will wait until the Dementor's stealing incident has subsided. Buying some items. Lupin pointed at the dark circles on his face while sitting next to Li Feng and said helplessly, As for this, it's all thanks to you. I didn't rest all night. Toss. Li Feng twitched his mouth, waved his hand, and said, What you said is very ambiguous. I was drinking at Weasley's last night, so don't rely on me for everything. Lupin, who understood the meaning of Li Feng's words, pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve his fatigue and said silently, "Where did you want to go? I mean, you caught the little dwarf star. I was busy in the old black house in the middle of the night last night." "Interrogate him. What did you ask?" Li Feng, who was drowsy again, rubbed his temples, closed his eyes, and said, "You have to look at the little dwarf star. As far as I know, that guy is very cunning, and he can slip away at the first opportunity." "Thank you for your reminder, but," Lupin said bitterly and depressedly. In the early morning, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts to welcome this year's freshman enrollment, but I didn't expect that Sirius has such a deep hatred for Pettigrew. When I was watching Pettigrew in the middle of the night, Sirius actually found an excuse to deceive me and prepared to kill Pettigrew. As a result, I don't know what Pettigrew did. When he arrived, he actually took the opportunity to run away. Considering that Sirius is inconvenient to appear on the street, I can only look for the figure of dwarfs all over the world by myself. It's a pity. There is no need for Lupin to continue. Li Feng has guessed that the other party did not catch the small dwarf star, so he sighed, and Li Feng sighed. It's worthy of being a rat. This escape technique, nothing to say, is absolutely top-notch. Lupin shrugged awkwardly and helplessly, not knowing how to answer Li Feng's sigh. For a while, the two people in the carriage didn't know what to say. After a long sigh, Lupin draped his coat as a quilt in front of him, leaning on the seat to get asleep. As for the petty dwarf, what else can he do now? Blaming Li Feng for rashly sabotaging their previous custom-made plan that can not only capture the dwarf, but also remove the suspected murder of Sirius? This is too far-fetched. After all, Pettigrew escaped in their hands. Fortunately, after Lupin's interrogation, he somewhat pried some evidence from Dwarf's mouth, but before the evidence was collected, he could only wrong Sirius for staying in the Black House for a while. Seeing Lupin's posture that he would sleep in the sky, he guessed that the result of the other party staying up late for interrogation was not a waste of work. After thinking about it, Li Feng followed Lupin's appearance and took out his coat from his shoulder bag and covered it. Cover your face from the dazzling sunlight, leaning on the back of the chair and closing your eyes to sleep. On the other side, Mrs. Weasley brought a group of children to the Broken Axe Bar, packed up the textbooks and changes of clothes that Harry left in the room, and hurriedly rushed to 9 and 4 with Hermione, who was waiting for everyone in the bar. One part of the platform almost pinched the starting time of the train to send the children on the train. On the train, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's Audio-Technica looked at the passing compartments, either full of people or only 1 or 2 seats. They had no choice but to continue looking for a compartment that could seat 3 people. After a while, the 3 of them walked to the cubicle where Li Feng and Lupin slept. They looked at the 2 sleeping side by side. The 3 of them thought about it and found it hard to find a cubicle with enough seats. They didn't want to miss it easily. The big deal is that 3 people sit in a row and squeeze. After entering the cubicle, Harry closed the door and said to Hermione excitedly, "You know, I still have my family. It's my godfather." I don't know if Harry was too excited or he didn't know how to tell what happened. In addition, Ron was on the scene last night. He also knew what happened. He interjected with excitement from time to time, even though the 2 of them were telling what happened last night. It happened, but Hermione heard it in a cloud. After a long time, Hermione finally sorted out the main points from the 2 excited and messy sentences and understood how Sirius was wronged by Dwarf and why he was imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, and the real murderer was actually Ron's pet waited. And then Hermione said with a bewildered face, what was the situation? Is there no justice in the magic world? After Harry and Ron's personal emotional description, Hermione can be considered to have a deep understanding of what the Ministry of Magic has done. It can be said that she is extremely disappointed with the government of the wizarding world, especially when she thinks of the judicial process in the wizarding world. What's the effect of a joke like law? If this is in the Muggle world, once the media finds that someone is put in jail without trial, courts, police, and other law enforcement agencies just wait to receive letters from lawyers like snowflakes. Don't see you swear not to give up until the bankruptcy. When Hermione digested the messy information and wanted to inquire about the details of something, the Hogwarts train didn't know what had happened and suddenly stopped halfway. Ron, who was sitting by the window, looked out the window seeming to find something, and said, "There seems to be something outside." As soon as the voice fell, the lights in the compartment flickered for no reason, and then the train shook for a while, and the three of them felt as if someone was forcibly boarding the train. Soon, the three people noticed a sudden drop in the temperature inside the carriage. When the train shook violently again, Harry looked through the glass on the compartment door and noticed a dark figure about to open the compartment. As a crusted palm opened the compartment door, Harry, who was cold and stiff, was horrified to see a black figure whose whole body had been soaked in blisters appeared in front of him. In fact, when the poor Dementor opened the compartment door, he was more frightened than Harry. He opened the compartment door and smelled something. In addition to smelling Harry, who the leader ordered not to approach, he also smelled that his master was sleeping in the cubicle. Especially the latter, this is going to kill him. The poor Dementor remembered the scene where he was exposed to the false angel's feathers, and suddenly felt that Ice's hands and feet were cold, his whole body was cold, and his soul was flying. Even if Li Feng is disturbed by sleep, there is no such thing as getting up, but the poor Dementor has already made up for himself, and will definitely be peeled off by his own leader as a warning when he leaves the train. He was very entangled and wanted to ask his own leader what he should do now. So, who did I provoke? Why is it my turn to search this car? Li Feng originally thought about enjoying the beautiful scenery all the way after the train started, but he forgot that the train would shake slightly when it was running. These shaking not only failed to wake up Li Feng, but put him in the cradle, which directly caused Li Feng to sleep more soundly. Until now, when a large number of Dementors boarded the train, the temperature in the compartment dropped rapidly, and Li Feng, who had been awakened from freezing, slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Li Feng lifted the coat covering his head, glanced at the Dementor standing outside the cubicle at a loss, and blinked inexplicably. "Ma Dan," I said how good summer suddenly turned into winter. Li Feng, whose dream was interrupted, immediately yelled at the Dementor in an angry tone, "Close the door and get rid of it smoothly." After shouting, Li Feng saw that the Dementor was still standing there stupidly, scratching his head in doubt. "What's the situation? Why didn't you listen to the order? Do you want me to invite you to dinner? Or do you want to rebel?" On the side, Lu Ping, who was sleeping Zhengxiang, was awakened by the sound of Li Feng's sudden anger against the Dementor. When he opened his eyes and saw that there was a Dementor in addition to the three children in the compartment, he subconsciously got up and drew out his wand to release the Roar Guardian. Without waiting for Lupin to cast the spell successfully, Li Feng, with his brain on, suddenly remembered that the language of the Dementors was a bit special. How can I order them when I speak human words? Especially this thing doesn't understand human words. Li Feng pulled La Lupin with a look of embarrassment and signaled that he had something to say and don't move his hands or feet. Lu Ping was taken aback when he saw Li Feng preventing him from casting a spell, and then he thought that the Dementor was Li Feng's servant. Lu Ping glanced at Harry and the others who were paralyzed in the seat and made sure that the suspected Dementor in front of him did not hurt the three students. When he thought about beating the dog, he had a look at the owner. He had some friendship with Li Feng. It's better to leave the other side a little face. Thinking of this, Lu Ping rolled his eyes at Li Feng, retracted his wand, and sat back in his seat, while using his eyes to signal Li Feng to quickly let the Dementor leave. Li Feng smiled happily and hurriedly used undead words to order the Dementor to go away again. Hearing that Li Feng didn't punish himself, but just left, he hurriedly closed the compartment door at the fastest speed in his life and turned to leave like an escape. After a while, the Dementors on the entire train knew that their boss was sleeping in the car, and they executed Li Feng's order to make them mellow the F***K at the fastest speed. When Li Feng lifted his jacket and ordered the Dementor, Harry and Ron had recognized Li Feng. The thought of seeing and hearing Dumbledore praise Li Feng's time spells in front of them last night suddenly made the two of them there's a feeling of finding a backer. Especially seeing Li Feng's magic is useless. Just a sigh of rebuke made the shadow leave the train obediently, and it made several people feel a lot easier. "Mr. Austen, are you going to Hogwarts too?" Harry rubbed his arms to keep warm, While looking at the Dementor going away through the car window, curiously asked, "What was that just now?" Lupin was lying on the car window watching the Dementor's leaving figure, and when he heard Harry's question, he turned his head and said, "That's the Dementor, the guard of Azkaban. They are hunting Sirius." Harry, who has always longed for family care, learned the truth through Dumbledore's narration last night. Although he has never seen Sirius the Godfather, he has already regarded Sirius as his family in his heart. He heard Lupin's words. When Sirius was a wanted criminal, he retorted without thinking, but Sirius was wronged. The real murderer is... Halfway through, Harry suddenly remembered that although he knew the truth, even Dumbledore had no evidence to clear Sirius' suspicion. How could he convince the stranger in front of him to believe him? Harry looked at Li Feng, hoping that Li Feng would help him say something to prove that Sirius was wronged. After all, Li Feng was the one who found Dwarf, and he must know the truth. Lupin was stunned when he heard Harry's rebuttal. He thought, under normal circumstances, no one would excuse Sirius, who had been convicted by the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Harry looking at Li Feng as if he was helping, Lupin first looked at Harry's small face with a suspicious look, and when he saw Harry's face as handsome as his father James, he realized, well, it's not. Harry Potter, why would I mention Sirius? No way. How did Harry know that Sirius was wronged? When Lupin recognized Harry and squinted at Li Feng first looked down at his clothes in doubt, then thought of what Lupin was thinking, shrugged, and said, "Look at me, I drank fragments last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask the little red-haired Mr. Weasley, the wine I drank at his house last night. How do I know how Harry knew about Sirius?" Ron, who was a crowd eating melon, heard Li Feng call Roar that Roar was a little red-haired Weasley. Although his face was a little uncomfortable, he nodded honestly and said, "Dumbledore told Harry about Sirius. Dumbledore just arrived when Mr. Austin used time spells to control the dwarf last night." At that time, Ron looked at Li Feng, and he wanted to laugh and found it impolite to laugh, and said, "When Dumbledore explained the story, I was sure that Mr. Austin was drunk and snored on the ground." Lupin nodded a bit to show that he knew it. Seeing Harry was still a little trembling, Lupin took out the chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Harry, saying, "You will feel better if you eat it." After speaking, Lupin looked at Li Feng angrily and said, "How did you agree?" Li Feng understood that Lupin was referring to what he had promised, not to let the Dementors approach and hurt Harry. "But I really didn't take the money and don't do things." Feeling wronged, Li Feng looked at Harry speechlessly. The ghost knew that Harry reacted so much to the Dementor, but in the plot, Harry was unconscious once he saw the Dementor. Now Harry is not unconscious yet. The Dementor is strictly implementing his orders, right? But how did Li Feng explain this? Said Harry would have been in a coma, but now he is just frightened? I'm afraid that no matter how Li Feng explains it, Lupin will not believe it. He will only think that Li Feng is shirking responsibility. After spreading his hands, Li Feng, who couldn't explain it, glanced at the dim and rainy sky outside the car window. Since it's all this time, Li Feng watched the woolen scenery and went straight back to the secret room to practice magic. Li Feng picked up his shoulder bag and said, "I'm leaving first, and come to my site to play when I have time." After speaking, Li Feng opened the portal in the eyes of everyone and returned to the secret room. One night, a few days later, the moldy Sirius in the old house couldn't help but want to see Harry, so he wrote a letter to Li Feng. After reading the letter, Li Feng felt that Sirius was really good at playing, and he actually asked him to open the portal to take the other party's luggage into the secret room. Not only would he be accompanied with Li Feng, he would save him by staying in the old house boringly, but also let Harry from time to time. When they arrived in the secret room, the two sat at the tea table, drinking tea and chatting, and by the way, taught Harry's magic. As for the Dementors, Sirius also mentioned in the letter that he understood, and said that he had explained the reasons to Lupin. After all, he had been in Azkaban for 12 years and was very familiar with Dementors. The ghost did not hurt Harry on the train. At the beginning, Li Feng just didn't read this letter. After all, where is the relationship between the two of them? They emptied Jean Jialong, copied all the books in the Blake's old house, and also asked for a small symbol of the Blake family's aristocratic heritage. Elves, it's only strange that the two of them have a good relationship with each other. Only in the following few days, apart from sending 8 letters to Li Feng urging Li Feng to open the portal every day, Sirius also asked Lupin to come to the door to communicate. In the end, Sirius almost made Dumbledore come and talk to Li Feng. Li Feng, who had been annoyed for a few days, said that he was gone and could only comfort himself. Sirius came to the secret room not only to relieve his boredom, but also to learn something along the way while teaching Harry. What a thing, what is this? Opening the portal to Black's old house. Before Li Feng crossed the portal, he saw Sirius sitting on a pile of luggage with an expression of "I'll wait until the flowers are gone." Seeing the portal opened, Sirius got up and walked into the secret room with his luggage. He threw the luggage to Creature. He looked at Li Feng and said, "I'm still thinking about you coming to pick me up. By the way, let your housekeeper help I put up the tent, and we will be neighbors from now on." At the beginning, Li Feng was only annoyed by Sirius and couldn't make him his neighbor. But when Li Feng calmed down and thought about the whole thing, something was wrong. Sirius may have something to do with Harry's move to the secret room, but it is more likely to be monitoring Li Feng. I often see Harry when I think about it, so let Harry come to the secret room directly, and then Li Feng can help open the door. Why is it necessary to move? The more he thought about it, the more something went wrong. Li Feng passed through some cobweb horse trails and found that behind his neighbors with Sirius, he could vaguely see Dumbledore's shadow. Li Feng guessed that Dumbledore was not at ease with himself. This was not Li Feng's guessing out of thin air. There are more reasons behind it. The first is the problem of his own mana attributes that Dumbledore is likely to know, plus his own portal is not even the prohibition of Hogwarts. And finally, there is a lot of magic that he has found from the Death Eater's home. I don't know what this group of Death Eaters thought. Anyway, most of the knowledge that Li Feng searched was related to black magic. As the principal of Hogwarts, can Dumbledore agree to a guy who is obviously biased towards black necromancer and wandering around the school after learning a lot of black magic? Obviously impossible. As for driving Li Feng out of Hogwarts, Dumbledore has learned the portal. He knows what kind of ability Li Feng has. It is estimated that Li Feng had just been driven out of the school this morning, and in the blink of an eye, Li Feng would quietly return to the school, hiding in a corner and continuing to enjoy this geomantic treasure with a high concentration of magic power. Compared to Li Feng hiding in the dark, it is better to let Li Feng be on the bright side. At least with Sirius's surveillance, Dumbledore can know for the first time if Li Feng is in trouble. Li Feng understood and understood, but didn't say anything. The surveillance was just surveillance. He didn't do anything bad. He was talking about it. Li Feng really wanted to do something Sirius could stop him. It's not that Li Feng is boasting. No one can stop him when he wants to go, nor can Dumbledore. On the first weekend of becoming Li Feng's neighbor, Sirius got up just after the sun rose for an unprecedented time and borrowed Creature from Li Feng to take care of the slightly worn tent. After that, wearing a decent formal dress, I would stand beside Li Feng feeling bored for a while watching the time, watching Li Feng practice boiling potions in front of the cauldron. At the beginning, Li Feng asked Sirius curiously, "What day is it today, wearing such a bag?" Sirius did not answer Li Feng's question, but just grinned. When Li Feng saw Sirius not answering, he was lazy to deal with each other, especially when he saw Sirius's face from time to time, showing nervousness and then smirking. Li Feng only treated Sirius for convulsions or endocrine disorders. It was not until noon that Lupin brought Harry, Ron, and Hermione to the secret room to rush the door, and Li Feng understood what Sirius was doing in formal clothes. See Harry when he saw Harry, or if it was so grand, he had to set off a salute to greet Harry. Bar? Harry was a little nervous and hesitant when he entered the secret room. He didn't know how this unmasked godfather's attitude towards him would compare to his muggle-identified uncle and aunt. You must know that he had never received the care of his uncle and aunt. Sirius also hated Harry's words, and Harry felt that he should jump into the chocolate pool and have a big meal and use sweets to ease his feelings of loss. Sirius seemed to see that Harry was just as nervous as he was, and smiled his most charming smile, squatting halfway in front of Harry with his arms wide open, trying to give Harry a hug. Obviously, Sirius' actions made Harry very happy, knowing that this handsome godfather was completely different from his uncle and aunt. Seeing that the two of them were embracing each other full of affection, Li Feng curled his lips and lowered his head to stir the potion in front of him. On the side, Hermione saw that Harry, who saw the godfather, had a lot to tell Sirius, and pulled Ron, who wanted to confess to Sirius. Roar joined the fun. She consciously followed Lupin and walked to the side of Li Feng, curious, looking at the potion in the cauldron. As the knowledge-all lady in Snape's mouth, Hermione only glanced at the medicinal residues on the laboratory table and found that Li Feng's treatment of medicinal materials was different from the description in the textbook, which made Hermione a little puzzled. Isn't potions a delicate subject? It can be seen from a clear eye that Li Feng's operation is not in accordance with the teaching in the textbook, but how to make a potion that is surprisingly high in quality. From Ron's mouth, Hermione already knew that Li Feng was very good in certain magic, and her little head not only wondered, is it possible that this is also a hidden potion master? But why does the other party live underground in Hogwarts? Li Feng glanced at Hermione with a puzzled expression, feeling that this little lowly is very cute, but Li Feng looked at Ron with freckles next to Hermione. He thought that such a cute little lowly would eventually be arched by this red-haired pig. He was suddenly upset. How did Hermione like Ron in the first place? There is absolutely no reason. Li Feng, who had a good impression of Hermione when she first watched the movie, couldn't help but imagine. Counting the time, his own B***************** D would have taken off his diapers a long time ago, or tie Hermione back to the Marvel world and wait for him to go home. By the way, take Hermione home and let her be her own daughter-in-law? It feels a little bit when I think that my daughter-in-law is a necromancer. At the side, Lu Ping saw Li Feng staring at Hermione, whose thoughts were diverging, and he shamefully exposed Brother Pig's face. He always felt that Li Feng was thinking about something bad, so he interrupted Li Feng's fantasies aloud. Oh, Sting, Sirius explained to me that Harry was frightened by a Dementor on the train. I misunderstood you. I solemnly apologize to you now. Li Feng retracted his divergent thoughts, curled his eyes and hands to Lupin, curled the corners of his mouth, and said disdainfully, I don't see your sincerity. Lu Ping, who knows enough about Li Feng, couldn't guess what Li Feng wanted and said, What do you want? Say it in advance. I don't have any possessions. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled. I don't want your things. Just borrow some books for me from the Hogwarts library. You're now a professor at Hogwarts. Borrowing books is good for you. It's as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ping was stunned. When he taught Li Feng before, he knew that Li Shengming sneaked into the library to copy books in the middle of the night. Why are you not satisfied with copying in the library now? And are you ready to take back the secret room for a copy? Li Feng saw Lu Ping's doubts and helplessly explained, Filch and his cat recently noticed an abnormality in the library in the middle of the night. He made him go to the library almost every half an hour. It hurts me now. I have been copying books with the mirror space open. When he was a student, he played peekaboo with Filch, especially Lupin. He understood Li Feng's mood at the moment and showed a very pleased expression. He couldn't help but smile. Well, I'll borrow a few books for you every day. Book, then let your owl come to my dorm to pick up the book in the middle of the night? Or open the portal and run by yourself? Li Feng thought for a while and said, Let's go there for yourself. By the way, you can have a late-night snack in your bedroom. Lu Ping, your problem of being cheap is not cured. After listening to the conversation between the two, Hermione felt that the amount of information was a bit too large, and she couldn't accept it for a while, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Austen, does Professor Dumbledore know that you are hiding in Hogwarts? Li Feng raised his brows and curled his lips and said, I know. He took a lot of benefits from me before agreeing not to report on me. Pointing to Sirius in the distance, Li Feng continued, See, Dumbledore still let me, that guy is watching me. Lupin rolled his eyes and sneered, Don't listen to him. He gets more benefits than Dumbledore's benefits. Lu Ping seemed to think of something. He rolled his eyes and said, "Now there are 3 other children who know you are hiding here. Do you want to give some gifts to cover their mouths?" Hearing Lupin's naked blackmail, Hermione and Ron looked at each other. Although they knew it was Lupin's kindness, they both felt that they were not familiar with Li Feng, and the unexpected benefits were somewhat embarrassing. When the two wanted to refuse, Lupin smiled and said to the two of them, "I'm joking with Austin, but he does have bad things. Are you sure you don't want to see if the meeting gift is rejecting?" Feng Li definitely knew that Lupin was joking, and what if Hermione and Ron went to report on themselves? Li Feng patted his butt and changed his hiding place. Dumbledore is different. It is estimated that he will be busy turning Hogwarts over to find Li Feng, so Dumbledore will protect Li Feng in a sense. Li Feng was safely monitored by Sirius in the secret room. Li Feng scratched his head and thought about what gift to give to the 2 children. He turned to the tent and shouted, "Creature, bring the Half-Blood Prince's textbook." As soon as he finished speaking, Creature handed Li Feng a dilapidated textbook with both hands. Without saying a word of nonsense, he turned and returned to the tent. Lupin frowned and looked at Creature. He felt that Creature was a little different from before. Li Feng handed the textbook to Hermione and said with a smile, "This is your hush money. This is a textbook about potions. There is also a powerful magic on it. Since you like books, I will give it to you." In fact, Hermione wanted to reject Li Feng's benefits at first, but when he heard that Li Feng gave herself a textbook, she was a little hesitation. Who made her a good kid who loves knowledge? Especially when she heard that this was a potion textbook and there was a magic on it that even Li Feng said was good. Hermione immediately put the hesitation behind her, took the textbook, and said, "Thank you." Then Li Feng looked at Ron with a look of expectation, touched his chin, and said while thinking, "I only know that you like necromancer chess and Quidditch. I really can't think of it for a while." Halfway through the conversation, Li Feng suddenly saw his owl. At the beginning, Li Feng bought the owl to convey news, but after Li Feng moved to the secret room, he discovered that his own owl either ate or slept. He hadn't sent a few letters at all. He always opened the portal and ran away in person. This thing was bought for nothing. After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed to the owl with the big-eared bat bloodline and said, "Do you like that stuff? I gave it to you." Ron glanced at Hermione, who was already flipping through the textbook, and then at the owl in the distance. To be honest, Ron liked this owl, and it was his own owl, and said shyly, "Thank you, Mr. Austin. I like it very much." After Li Feng finished distributing the gifts, Lupin asked curiously, "Creature seems to have changed a lot." Creature liked to talk to himself and abuse others at the time. Perhaps it was related to the birth environment or age, but the Horcrux locket that can only seduce people definitely has an inescapable responsibility. Whoever lets Creature is okay, just hang around. The locket wandered around, wondering how to ruin the locket. It's no wonder that Voldemort in the locket didn't drive Creature crazy. But after Li Feng followed, Creature not only couldn't touch the locket, but from time to time, Li Feng used healing techniques to heal his body and purify his slightly distorted mind. Even if Li Feng's spells were only half as effective as the orthodox white necromancer, they were also if you can't hold Li Feng, let's put a spell on him. Therefore, Li Feng has spent a lot of time on Creature. If Creature's age is not an irreversible problem, it is estimated that Creature has returned to normal now. How can he occasionally get nervous like this? Seeing that Lupin was curious about Creature's transformation, Li Feng roughly talked about his treatment of Creature and smiled. "It's pretty good now. It's not like buzzing in my ears all day long." Lupin nodded, indicating that he understood. He is someone who knows Li Feng's path, and he understands that the treatment methods in his hands come from other worlds, some of which are even incomprehensible to him, just like the Key of Solomon. As long as a person who believes in God holds and chants a spell, he can be restrained to the death of a werewolf, which makes him never understand how ordinary people without magic do it. On the side, Ron was listening in the clouds, and Hermione was hearing something. In Hermione's perception, whether it is magic or potion, is only purely healing physical wounds. She said that she had never heard of spells that can heal the soul. Otherwise, those who were tortured by Death Eaters went crazy and sent them in. The people at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries have not been discharged early. Hermione, who became more and more mysterious about Li Feng, asked curiously, Mr. Austen, can you heal the soul with a spell? It's purification. Li Feng shook his head and said, I'm just purifying creatures' slightly distorted mind. Definitely, if you think that forgetting nothing, removing the bad memory of the other party, is also a healing word, then I dare to nod and say yes. Lu Ping curled the corners of his mouth slightly, disdainfully said, According to you, I can heal the trauma of the soul, and my craft is much better than you. Hermione was really interested in purification and blinked her bright eyes and asked, Can I learn it? Definitely. Li Feng doesn't care about it. The little girl can learn if she wants to learn it. It's just a purification technique, and it's not a big deal. With a natural goodwill bonus, Li Feng happily took out the magic book and handed it to Hermione. You can transcribe the spells and take them back to understand for yourself, or you can come to the secret room to find me when in doubt. I will practice magic in the secret room at any time. Not only did Li Feng say that, he also did so. So when the Hogwarts students packed their bags and greeted the summer vacation happily, Li Feng, who was immersed in the magic ocean, realized that he had been in the dark room for more than a year. To say that, during the year in the secret room, Li Feng has gained a lot of benefits, so let alone the improvement of his strength, Li Feng consciously can slap himself who has just come to this world anyway. And this white skin, Britain is a rainy country, and Li Feng is also a guy who likes to hide in secret rooms to practice magic. The days in the sun are one of the few, if it weren't for creatures cooking with various magic herbs, helping Li Feng nourish. Li Feng has the same pale complexion as a vampire. In addition to these, the biggest gain is the file-size magic book of the matchbox in the pocket. Now, the spells in the magic book are not 3 or 2 kittens, but after Creature copied Hogwarts books day and night, Li Feng himself, I don't know how much magic is in this seemingly small magic book. Now Li Feng dares to slap his chest and admits, I have most of the Hogwarts library. As for the original plot, except for the Dementors floating around Hogwarts, the rest was already lost by Li Feng. Didn't Harry now change his tea time to Hagrid to chat with Sirius in the secret room? Where did he come from? What plot? As the students left, Sirius was also packing up. In fact, during the half a year that Sirius had been monitoring and teaching Li Feng for half a year, he was quite sure that Li Feng was only practicing magic. Packing up now is just leaving the secret room on the occasion of Hogwarts summer vacation. After all, in order to monitor Li Feng, Sirius spends less time in the sun than Li Feng. He feels that he is staying in the secret room if Li Feng does something wrong. I know, but he will definitely be crazy. Not long after Sirius left, Li Feng looked at Merlin Mahuan reluctantly, and it was time for him to leave. Because Li Feng has already perceived that the quantum energy in his body is weakening, this thing is linked to the crossing door, and the ghost knows how the quantum energy is supplemented. If he didn't return to the Marvel world before the quantum energy dissipated, he would really have to stay in Harry's world. Even after returning to the Marvel world, he would still be able to use the gate. After all, the way he got the gate was inexplicable. 4 infinite gems, Li Feng had no choice but to give up on Hogwarts. After a long time, Li Feng took a deep breath and slowly spit out, and said to Creature, Creature, leave the 2 suitcases with the largest space. After packing the remaining luggage, I will go to Azkaban and wait for me. I will come to pick you up and leave after I'm busy. Creature nodded blankly, cast a spell to put away the tent and other luggage, and lowered his head and said, Yes, boss. After a while, Creature teleported all the way to Azkaban with large and small bags of luggage. As for Li Feng, with a gloomy face, he kept pondering the loopholes in his plan, and he was going to make a big deal before leaving this world. As for how big the ticket is, some people describe the achievements of a man like this. 30 years old is rich, 40 to 50 years old and girlfriends, 70 to 80 years old can drive by himself, 100 years old can still stand and pee, 300 years old at that time. The photos were still hanging on the wall. And what Li Feng could achieve was that his photos would still be hanging on the wall of the Ministry of Magic 500 years later. For several days, Li Feng kept changing into other people's appearances, appearing to be wandering around in every corner of Britain, quietly taking a few moments of nearby terrain. Until this evening, not far from Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge's house, Li Feng transformed into a street-begging homeless man sitting on the side of the road, scanning the pedestrians on the street with his eyes, looking for Fudge who came back from work. There are many reasons why Li Feng set his first target at Fudge. First, after a simple investigation, Li Feng knew that Fudge likes money. So Li Feng felt that there should be a lot of collections in this guy's home, and these collections are all on Li Feng, whether they are knowledge or magic items. On the robbery list, the second is status. They are also ministers of magic anyway. If the house is ransacked and you don't know how much disturbance it will make, it should be easy to get Dumbledore's attention. As long as Dumbledore was drawn away from Hogwarts and Hogwarts became undefended, Li Feng's plan was mostly successful. Only when Li Feng came to Fuji's house did he realize that he wanted something bad, and he didn't know how Necromancer's brain grew. He liked to hide his home, which made Li Feng want to break into the other party while Fuji was not off work. The plan of home looting was bankrupt before it was implemented. How can you looting without even knowing where the other's home is? Nothing. Li Feng could only squat by the side of the road and wait for Fudge to return to reveal the hidden house before the robbery began. About half an hour later, Li Feng finally found Fudge in the crowd, who was humming a little song and taking his wife back home. Li Feng pretended not to see Fudge following behind the opponent. Waiting for Fudge to reveal his home, Li Feng shot Fudge's wife with a magical impact with his left hand, knocked the opponent into the air, and shot at Fudge with a seduction spell with his right hand. To play a role, Li Feng drew out his wand and gave the opponent a petrification technique. As for how nearby muggles would react to such a fantasy scene, Li Feng didn't care. He had long seen these fake pure blood necromancers uncomfortable, especially the pure blood theory that was so sick that it was hopeless to be cured. Li Feng knows that although Fudge is not a Death Eater, he is still a supporter of pedigree. So now, he doesn't mind letting Fudge see how his magician, who was born in 8 generations of poor peasants, beat them. Necromancer put the so-called pure blood theory underfoot. I don't know if Fudge was originally lacking in combat power, or he was greedy for power and corrupted his original strength. Anyway, Li Feng's follow-up methods were not used. Fudge was subdued by Li Feng. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he said with disdain, "It's so weak." After that, Li Feng dragged Fudge and rushed into his home. As he entered Fudge's house, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and recruited the Dementor who had been waiting for orders to Fudge's house. Just as the Dementors searched every corner of the room, Li Feng unlocked the petrified Fudge, which was another seduction spell, and asked, "Dear Minister, take me to admire your collection." Fudge was also a necromancer anyway. Li Feng was afraid that the opponent would be more resistant to temptation spells. When Fudge took Li Feng to the collection room, Li Feng did not forget to add temptation skills at any time. When Fudge woke up and saw that the secret room filled with collections was empty, the tears flowed down as a miserable one, which was comparable to the rainfall in the UK in a year. After looting Fudge's house, Li Feng didn't go far. Instead, he hid in the distance and watched the Auror keep coming and going in and out of Fudge's house. Li Feng, who has never seen Dumbledore, frowned. It seems that Dumbledore is not here. Isn't old Dang coming to comfort Fudge at this time? Or is Dumbledore already asleep? This is totally unreasonable. It's not dark enough to sleep. Half an hour later, Li Feng, who was certain that Dumbledore would not come, dared to ransack the subject, Draco Malfoy's home. In addition to the fact that Li Feng had entered his house when the Dementors searched Sirius before, he was not afraid that Malfoy would hide the house. Another reason is that this house is a strong supporter of the pure blood theory that Li Feng is uncomfortable with. Their Li Feng conscience will be overwhelmed. After looting several families that support the pure blood theory, Li Feng, who has never seen Dumbledore, had to return to Azkaban ahead of time to hand over the 2 bulging suitcases to Kreacher and replace the 2 with no traces. The retractable suitcase appeared in the Knockover Alley. Compared to Diagon Alley, there are more black magic items here. As for the danger, let's take a look at the Dementors that cover the sky and the moon. Faced with this group of disgusting things that can't be killed, Li Feng doesn't believe that except for Deng Bu, outside of Lido and a few others, who would dare to face his army of Dementors. As for the Necromancer's rebellion, it's not that Li Feng underestimated them, but this group of Necromancers don't know how many years of peace, teamwork that knows the ball, plus the opponents are all mixing in the knockoff alley. Obviously, they're not good people. They're basically selfish guys, so it's good not to pull each other's hind legs. I am saying that Li Feng is not eating dry food. He now uses the calendar fire curse, as well as how familiar he is. In case someone really fights in a group, Li Feng doesn't mind a few calendar fire curses, and those who have super ability to protect Li Feng don't be afraid. Mirror space means that people are shut down when people are shut down and no discussion is allowed. However, Li Feng was also quite puzzled. He never concealed the Dementor during the looting. Others didn't know that Li Feng could control the Dementor. Would Dumbledore still not know? Why is he almost looting most of the wizarding world, yet he hasn't seen Dumbledore? Could it be that Dumbledore knew that his ultimate goal was Hogwarts? Standing on the roof, Li Feng licked his lips. Since Lao Deng won't stop me, then I'm not welcome. Wonkai, let all the Dementors rush into the store and drive away all the people inside. If anyone resists, they will directly attack in a group. If you still dare to resist, I will allow you to use the Dominicus. Just as Li Feng was about to sack Knockout Alley, hesitation to look at Diagon Alley, Dumbledore, who was staying in a Hogwarts library, was almost unable to sit still, and the letters asking for help went to him like snowflakes. Smashing his head, the owl delivering the letter almost filled the library. Dumbledore knew that Li Feng did it since he knew that the accomplice of the ransack had Dementors, and he guessed Li Feng's goal from the beginning. Who made Li Feng's favorite thing to do when he was at Hogwarts was to copy books and discuss, "I want all kinds of books." Before the library was properly arranged, Dumbledore dared not leave Hogwarts easily, until Snape, McGonagall, and other 4 sub-academic deans rushed to the library after receiving Dumbledore's request for help. Dumbledore did this. The 4 professors were hurriedly ordered to guard the library and open the portal to Knockdown Alley. In Knockdown Alley, Li Feng, who was busy in a drugstore while paying attention to the surroundings, suddenly saw a portal on the street and grinned silently. But Li Feng was not busy leaving for the time being, and he still had to make sure that the person in front of him was Deng. Blitto, what if a she-baked goods arrives, and then Li Feng plunges into the Hogwarts trap? After a while, when the Dementors heard that they were sure they were smelling Dumbledore, Dumbledore had already shot the Dementors in the sky. As Li Feng opened the portal, he watched Dumbledore release the Roar Guardian and let a silver-white phoenix drive the Dementors around, but only let the Dementors run around. I want to rely on. The Guardian of the God roars killing them is still a bit difficult. Li Feng is not sure whether Dumbledore can kill the Dementor. In order to reduce unnecessary losses, Li Feng ordered Wonkai to lead the Dementor and Dumbledore through a slave contract to entangle Dumbledore in a non-stop fighting manner. If Dumbledore was found to be leaving, allowing the Dementors to attack the residents staying in Knockout Alley. Across the portal, when Li Feng turned to close the portal, Dumbledore, who rolled his eyes wide and called his name loudly, prayed in his heart, "I hope Dumbledore's temper is the same as in the movie, and I don't want to see the innocent." People sacrifice, even if this person is the Black Necromancer in Knockdown Alley. If Dumbledore appeared in front of him since the looting of Li Feng would open the portal directly to the library and looted books that had no magical powers. As for those books without magical powers, Li Feng said that he would pass through. If the door can't be taken away, it's useless if he snatches it. But now, all fools knew that Dumbledore had guessed his plan, and Li Feng would not rush into the library stupidly. Li Feng, who was hiding outside the school, opened the portal to the marble file size and quietly observed the library. After seeing 4 professors guarding him, he opened the portal directly to Pomona Sprout's herbal greenhouse. This is also the result of Li Feng's deliberation. First of all, some magic materials are unique to Harry's world. Even if Li Feng has a superb potion technology, It is not the same without materials after returning to the Marvel world. Secondly, if Li Feng wants to successfully get the books he wants, some small methods are still necessary. For example, professors are led out of the library. In Sprout's medicine garden, besides organ traps, there is also communication magic. As for the role, I won't say much. It is nothing more than to allow Sprout to notice the changes in the pharmacy for the first time. What Li Feng wanted was to use the magic of communication to lead Sprout out of the library. As for the organ traps in the pharmacy, as long as these things are to prevent birds and beasts from ruining the pharmacy, plus this is a school, it is not suitable for powerful traps. What if it hurts naughty students? Therefore, Li Feng has enough strength to ignore the trap. Li Feng deliberately touched the magic of communication, and when he broke into the medicinal garden and happily harvested various medicinal seeds or seedlings, Sprout kept strictly in the library and immediately perceived that someone was making trouble in her greenhouse. He covered his mouth and said nervously and helplessly, "Merlin's socks, is there an animal breaking into my pharmacy at this time?" Snape taught Li Feng's potions and knew that Li Feng was actually interested in medicinal materials. When Sprout mentioned the greenhouse inexplicably, Snape suddenly realized something and nervously said, "No, Li Feng's goal is medicinal materials." McGonagall was stunned, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the sky above the pharmacy in order to check the specific situation in the pharmacy. Li Feng, who perceives the fluctuation of the portal, raised his head and glanced at the portal, and immediately lowered his head to speed up the harvesting action in his hands, hoping to harvest as many herbal seeds as possible before the professor rushed to the greenhouse. When the portal in the sky closed and appeared in front of the greenhouse again, Li Feng opened the portal without even thinking about it, dropped a scroll, and then entered the portal with medicinal materials. Snape and Sprout didn't wait to point their magic wands at Li Feng, and they could only helplessly watch Li Feng close the portal. Sprout saw that the various medicinal materials he carefully cultivated were blown up by Li Feng, his face pale in anger, and his entire face was twitching. Snape was not busy comforting Sprout, but hurriedly picked up the scroll on the ground. Snape, who just opened the scroll and looked at it, was also pale, and hurriedly threw the scroll to Sprout, ran to his storeroom, and said, "The scroll is Austin's compensation for you, and you stayed there. This prevents Austin from returning to the drug garden." On the scroll, apart from compensating Sprout, Li Feng also informed Snape of his next goal. Unfortunately, Li Feng chose Snape's collection. For the first time, Snape, who was running wild with his legs, was secretive about why Hogwarts banned phantom migration and invented the portal guy. The same is the road from the medicine garden to the storage room. On the one hand, Li Feng opened the portal directly to his storage room. On the other hand, Snape ran forward. Who is faster and who is slow? When Snape ran into his storage room, he could only watch Li Feng closing the portal and losing most of the rare medicinal materials and potions. Looking at the scroll that Li Feng deliberately left on the ground as compensation, Snape picked it up and opened it with a green face. After reading the content on the scroll, he realized that Li Feng used the magic ring of Merlin and some magic to make compensation. Then Snape's eyes twitched. The rare medicinal materials and medicines left on the shelves. He knew that Li Feng did not want to take all of them, but deliberately left the medicine, just like Sprout's medicine garden. As long as Sprout dared to leave the medicine garden, Li Feng would immediately return to the medicine garden and harvest all the medicines. By the same token, if Snape ignored these medicinal materials and potions and went straight back to the library, then Li Feng would open the portal again and put all these things in his bag. Definitely, Li Feng also knew that Snape could return to the library to protect the books as long as he hid the medicinal materials and potions. But it takes time to pack the potions, and it takes time to pack the rare medicinal materials. What if the medicinal materials are injured and the efficacy of the medicine is greatly reduced? And what Li Feng wanted was such a little time. As long as Dumbledore was led out of the campus, and the professors were led away separately, Li Feng, who wandered freely by the portal, did not believe that he could not get the magic books. The only trouble is McGonagall. After all, the other party will also open the portal. Definitely. Li Feng's portal proficiency far exceeds McGonagall, and he is not afraid that the other party can catch up with him. As long as McGonagall leaves the library, he has a way to let him. McGonagall can only run back to the library on both legs. According to the plan, after Li Feng opened the portal and dropped a scroll as compensation, he frantically searched the private collection of the dean and curse teacher of Ravenclaw College and stayed at the book by Mr. Felius Flitwick. Flitwick in a room has perception that the various spells he has researched are being searched by Li Feng. Flitwick hesitation. When he wants to come to McGonagall, he will also teleport spells, plus the originally strong strength. How can he stop Li Feng for a moment? As long as he has this moment to buffer, McGonagall opens the portal to pick them up. Back to the library, Li Feng couldn't looting the library. McGonagall seemed to see Flitwick's thoughts and immediately opened the portal to send Flitwick to his private collection room. Li Feng didn't wait for McGonagall's portal to open and immediately opened to McGonagall's collection room. McGonagall, who perceives Li Feng in her collection room, is speechless and helpless. She has no choice but to open the portal and return to her collection room. Just in case, McGonagall did not close the portal but took the books. The room and the collection room are connected together. Although Li Feng, who fled outside the school, didn't grab anything from Magna, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he opened the file-sized portal to the library and secretly observed everything in the library. Seeing that McGonagall was staying in the collection room, just maintaining the portal, Li Feng quietly opened the portal and got into the blind spot of the library and immediately opened his portal to McGonagall's portal, making the two portals tight, close to each other. If McGonagall stepped through the portal at this time, she would find that she actually passed through two portals, and the place she was teleporting to was naturally not in the library, but outside the campus. When McGonagall understood what was going on and slowly reopened the portal, Li Feng followed suit and placed his portal next to McGonagall's portal again. Helpless McGonagall could only hide her private collection in a hurry. When she returned to the library, Li Feng had already snatched most of the magical books. Only Snape, who returned to the library with the potion, was the first to hide the potion, and his face was stern. Hold the scroll in your hand and stand in the library. Returning to Azkaban, Li Feng grinned his back teeth and gently stroked the suitcases in front of him. The so-called murder and arson gold belt. Don't underestimate the fact that there are only a few suitcases. These are leather suitcases with no traces. They store most of the spoils of Li Feng's crazy search for the magic world, and they are all magical items. If they're all displayed on the exhibition, it is estimated that a large truck can't fit. With the help of these materials, I believe that as long as Li Feng is willing to work hard to transform it into strength, he will be able to stand firm in the Marvel world. Even if there is no army of Dementors, he is not an unknown person who acts on the faces of others. In order to prevent Dumbledore from guessing where he was hiding, Li Feng used a slave contract to let the Dementors who had been holding Dumbledore scatter and flee, and then waited at the designated place for him to open the portal and take them back to Azkaban. All moved to the Marvel world. After a while, Wonkai told Li Feng through the slave contract that they had gotten rid of Dumbledore. Immediately, Li Feng opened the portal to let the Dementor get into a seamlessly retractable suitcase and walked to the opening of the crossing door with the suitcase. The place. Back in the Marvel world, Li Feng ordered Creature, who was curious about the new world, to drag the RV out of the cave, while he sat cross-legged on the sand, perceiving the changes in quantum energy in his body. If the quantum energy continues to dissipate, Li Feng said that he will never be able to open the crossing door anymore. Once he loses the way to quickly become stronger, it will make him very distressed. After a while, Li Feng was delighted to see that the quantum energy not only did not dissipate, but was slowly recovering. Although Li Feng was puzzled by the quantum energy that would dissipate and recover for a while, he at least knew that the through gate could be used in the future. It's also a happy event. Li Feng let out a long sigh of relief. When he was about to quit meditation, he seemed to hear someone calling help in his ear. Li Feng, who opened his eyes, looked around and asked suspiciously, "Creature, you heard someone? Do you ask for help?" Creature shook his head blankly and said, "Boss, Did you misunderstand it? It's actually the wind? Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders and said, it may be that he was so busy at Hogwarts before that he mistakenly used the sound of the wind as a call for help. Suspecting that he had heard him wrong, Li Feng put the cry for help behind his head, drew his magic wand, and dragged the RV out of the cave. Sitting in the driving position, Li Feng, who couldn't start the RV after turning his car key for half, was puzzled. He felt the back of his head for a long time before he realized that the car had eaten sand in the cave for a year and a half, and there was little left. Gasoline has long been evaporated clean. Where's the power to start? Nothing. Li Feng could only order Creature to set up a tent in the cave as a temporary camp, and by the way, change the RV magic. The magic conversion of a caravan is a big project, which cannot be completed in a short while, and Li Feng still lacks some necessary common materials. Although Li Feng brought back a lot of magic materials from Harry's world, not all the materials in the flying RV are magic materials. It's better to improve family life if you have this money. Just buying these common materials made Li Feng a little embarrassed. Even though he has been in the Marvel world for so many years, there are only a few cities he knows well. The first is Chinatown in New York. Although he hasn't been there for many years, Li Feng said that he is still familiar with it. The problem is that New York is a metropolis and there are many cameras. It is estimated that Li Feng only needs to show up on the street. Shield comes in minutes. Although Li Feng now has both the strength and the army of Dementors, he is not afraid of Shield at all, but he can still disappear, especially Fury. Talking to that salted egg is too awkward and pits everywhere. Li Feng said that he can't afford to hurt his brain cells. The second is Kathmandu, where Taj Kama is located. If Li Feng's strength has not improved much before, he may choose to purchase materials in Kathmandu. But as his strength increases, as long as he is a magician with a bit of cultivation, he can discover his mana attributes, and let the dark magician goes to the white magician's den to buy materials. Li Feng hasn't been so courageous yet. When Li Feng is besieged by a group of magicians, will he resist or get caught? In the unlikely event that Li Feng's incident hits Ancient One, do you think Ancient One destroyed Li Feng or killed Li Feng in order to soothe people? The last city is Portland, where Li Feng has lived for a while and is known as the City of Roses. The only trouble is that Li Feng is not sure whether Shield is still paying attention to it. In the end, Li Feng chose to change the appearance of others and went to Portland to purchase materials. Just as Li Feng was about to open the door to Portland, Creature had already set up the tent and walked out of the cave to Li Feng. He looked up and asked, "Boss, Creature is going to cook for you, but I don't know the boss. What ingredients are there? Or where's the vegetable market? Creature is going to buy it now." Food market? Li Feng turned his head and glanced at the desolate desert around him. Does this place seem to have a vegetable market? And Li Feng touched his pocket. When I went to Portland to buy materials, my pocket was almost cleaner than my face. Scratching his head, Li Feng turned and walked into the tent, preparing to send a letter to Ancient One asking her to discuss something. And by the way, make a small business with the boss of Ancient One. Just picking up the pen and parchment, Li Feng patted his forehead. "Ma Dan, I have been in Harry's world for a long time, and I have a phone in the world. I wrote a letter from Mao, saying that Ancient One has a mobile phone. And also, what's the phone number of Taj Kama?" After thinking for a long time, Li Feng finally wrote a letter, who made him forget Taj's phone number. After finishing writing the letter, Li Feng had just opened a miniature portal and was about to drop the letter directly into Ancient One's lounge. On the other side of the portal, the voice of Ancient One rang. "Li Feng, Master Ancient One? Well, you are at home." Although sending mail through the portal saves time and postage, it was discovered by Ancient One before I quietly mailed. I left quietly, which made Li Feng somewhat embarrassed. Ancient One didn't care if Li Feng was embarrassed or not. I guess that Li Feng didn't dare to come to Kamatage to see him in person. It was probably because of her strength. She was afraid that her disciples and grandchildren would recognize him as a dark magician, and he would be taught a lesson. Ancient One opened the portal directly and walked into Li Feng's tent to see Creature, who was obviously a magic creature. But Ancient One knew that when Li Feng could carry magic creatures through, he expected such a day, so he just glanced at it. He stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng not to speak, but perceptively perceives the energy of the surrounding space with interest. Compared with the weird-looking magical creatures, Ancient One is obviously more interested in space spells. Li Feng was stunned, cast his eyes to Creature, and motioned to Creature to make tea and take Ancient One to visit his temporary residence. After a while, Ancient One walked out of the tent and curiously walked around the small tent. But there was a tent of more than 100 square meters inside, and said, "Very interesting props. I suddenly have a new understanding of the fighting methods in the mirrored space. For example, when I play against the enemy, I release an infinite space, and he can't run in front of me if I'm exhausted. Haha. Compared with the tactics of exhausting opponents, you should always find the idiot who dares to fight against you." Li Feng Shan smiled, and at the same time took off the time converter on his neck and handed it to Ancient One, and said, "Master, take a look at this first." While talking, Li Feng took out the magic book from his pocket again, turned to the page of the record time converter, and signaled Ancient One to look through it. Ancient One, who has a deep knowledge of time spells, gradually reduced his expression. While touching the time converter in his hand, he frowned and looked at the magic book. For a long time, Ancient One, who couldn't see a smile on his face, said solemnly, "Li Feng, regarding the practice of time spells, I warned you before, don't play with time, it will cause time branches." Ancient One raised the time converter and continued, "This little thing will bring you back to the past, but it also means that in a certain period of time in the past, two you have appeared in this world, and time will definitely branch out. We'll be trapped in the infinite loop of the time branch, and will never be able to turn over." Li Feng nodded, saying that he knew it, but Li Feng shrugged and smiled. "What if this world has been without me for a certain period of time in the past?" Ancient One froze for a moment, and then realized that Li Feng could travel to other worlds. Once Li Feng opened the door to travel, where did Li Feng come from in the Marvel world? Not to mention that Big Sister Ancient One can't find Li Feng. It is estimated that the Sister Time in the local world is also wondering. You explained that it is a small fish in its arms. How can it be gone? Then after a while, she popped out inexplicably. Sister Time said that she couldn't figure it out. With a little uncertainty, Ancient One guessed, "Do you want to rely on this little thing to return to the local world when you left the local world when you returned from Otherworld?" Li Feng nodded. This is also what Li Feng has been looking for in order not to let himself miss certain plots. Just like this time, it took Li Feng 1.5 years to travel to Harry's world, but it took another 1.5 years for the Marvel world. If there is a way to return from Harry's world to Marvel's world, he will return directly to the day after he went to Harry's world. Let Sister Time thought Li Feng was just leaving the Marvel world for one day. Li Feng said with certainty that he would not miss the opportunity to collect infinite gems. After listening to Li Feng's explanation, Ancient One expressed his understanding, especially Li Feng. In order to prevent time from branching out, carefully set the time to return to the Marvel world on the second day after crossing, which made Ancient One a lot of relief. Knowing Li Feng's attitude towards time and what he wants, and knowing the consequences, Ancient One, who was originally interested in the time converter, didn't say much. He lowered his head and joked while recording the time converter's data, and said, "But this is the case. Come, don't think you're less than 30 years old in the local world, but the time you travel to other worlds still affect your body, and it will not decrease because you return to the past, which means that your ID card will show that you're only 30 years old," but his face is covered with age spots. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched. This joke is really not funny at all. Not to mention that Li Feng's lifespan is prolonged after possessing mana. It is said that otherworld's treasures that can make people live longer are countless. If Li Feng's luck is better, it's possible to live forever, and you will always have a face in your 20s, age spots. What is that? After talking about the time converter, Ancient One looked at Creature. Seeing this, Li Feng was busy explaining to Ancient One what a house elf is and its inner values. Li Feng was long-winded. Ancient One finally understood what Li Feng wanted to express. To sum it up, Creature would not leave Li Feng's side. Otherwise, Creature would be killed by the servility he had cultivated over the years. This made Ancient One curious about Creature's race, and severely warned Li Feng to be optimistic about Creature. As for the reason, if the capitalists of the Marvel world knew that there was still this kind of loyalty to kill Creature and kill him immediately. The little elves exist, they are not crazy yet to catch Creature. Then they will draw blood, clones and copy or something, and put hundreds of creatures to work in their own factories or to various high-level jobs. They still don't make a profit? When Ancient One was explaining, Li Feng had a stunned face. To be honest, he had never thought of this kind of operation. The only thing he thought of was that forces such as Shield Hydra would be interested in the magical creature. It's just a kind of experiment, and he really hasn't thought about the ideas of capitalists. After living for an unknown amount of time, Ancient One, who has become human spirit, is used to seeing all kinds of ridiculous wars due to a little profit. He knows that humans like to be dead, and said quietly, Hydra knows that Creature's existence will certainly cause you trouble, but they use Creature more to enhance their own strength, and they believe in the warriors they have cultivated since childhood, rather than the so-called elf warriors. But the capitalists are different. What they want is money, and cloning a creature means that they pay less wages and increase their income. What do you think of those greedy capitalists? No. To say that those workers are forced to lose their jobs, it means that most of a city is housed elves. Once these house elves feel that ordinary people are not worthy of their masters, what do you think of a war between ordinary people and house elves who possess magic? Don't think it's impossible. After all, in the concept of house elves, they are the servants of magician, not the servants of ordinary people. Li Feng shuddered by Ancient One. Shan Shan said, Where is the army? And the final nuclear peace? Ancient One shook his head and felt ridiculous at Li Feng's still somewhat naive thoughts, and said, What then? Except for the humans hiding in the refuge. At least half of the remaining dead and injured, I said at least, understand? Plus the environment, the destruction caused food shortages, and human evil thoughts erupted during the disaster. How many humans can survive, even if hiding in a refuge? In listening to your introduction, I feel that house elves survive radiation and food shortages. Hi, I'm afraid that house elves will become the masters of the earth in a few hundred years, and humans will be locked in the zoo with the label of treasure species, don't eat. I don't know why. After listening to Ancient One's words, Li Feng had the idea to kill Creature now. Fortunately, Ancient One said quietly at the end, I think I'll use the eyes of Agamotto to see if I'm going to be in the future. What changes if? Ancient One did not finish speaking, but looked at Creature. Li Feng also glanced at Creature, nodded slightly. He understood what Ancient One was thinking. It was nothing but Ancient One if he saw Creature betraying him in the future. Then Li Feng could only let Creature disappear. If he did not betray, Li Feng would naturally continue to enjoy Creature's service. After thinking about it, Li Feng Shan opened the suitcase containing the Dementor, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, I'm back this time with a group of servants besides Creature. At the moment when the suitcase was opened, Ancient One frowned and waved his hand to force the biting chill from the Dementor back into the suitcase. There was no need for Li Feng to say more. She already understood that the creatures in the suitcase were not kind creatures, but a group of half-life and half-dead evil species. When Li Feng introduced that the Dementors were basically unkillable creatures in the original world, Ancient One raised his hand to a Dementor with disdain and killed one on the spot. Inside the suitcase, when the Dementor's cold air was sealed by the Ancient One, and there was no leak in the suitcase, Wang Kai looked at Ancient One and Li Feng with a bewildered face and saw that the Ancient One killed a tribe member comfortably. Wang Kai suddenly looked at Li Feng pitifully, begging for mercy, hoping that Li Feng could stop the bald lady from killing his people. Wang Kai felt that the shadow area in his heart had been expanding since he met Li Feng, but he didn't have the courage to say that when he was in Harry's world before, Li Feng basically ignored him. He was still free to be the leader of the Dementor. Are you looking at what life he is now? Not to mention that Li Feng doesn't care about their hungry stomachs. or that hundreds of Dementors are crowded into the narrow suitcases that even struggle to turn around. How can they be killed by individuals now? At the beginning, it was said that Dementors could not be killed, and that they were invincible by nature. What if the rules said that if you turn your face, you turn your face? Ancient One glanced at Li Feng and smiled. Is it impossible to kill? Li Feng shrugged, not to mention that Ancient One can easily kill Dementors. Even the pupils in Comitage wanted to kill a few Dementors. That was a lot. However, it is also because there are more people who can kill Dementors by Comitage. Ancient One will only record the information of the Dementors, and after applying for the temporary residence permit with Creature, they will not be involved. Anyway, the Dementors can't be in the Marvel world. How about it? Li Feng raised it as long as he wanted to raise it. Only when Li Feng raised a big dog that was a bit lethal. In addition, Li Feng used a slave bond to restrain the Dementor, which is equivalent to tying an iron chain around the neck of a big dog. Compared to the soldier-type Dementors, Ancient One is more worried about Creature. After all, Dementors are useless to capitalists and are not even qualified to be bodyguards, unless that person likes to be absorbed by Dementors. Be happy and be a fool. But Ancient One looked at Li Feng with a smile and said quietly, "How do you provide them with food?" Li Feng, "Ma Dan, forget that these guys can't eat white rice, but suck the happiness of people. Or let the Dementors sneak into the prison to suck the prisoners." Li Feng, who quietly watched Ancient One's face, was about to forget the bad idea he had just thought of. He didn't want to be hung in the desert by the human master Asgardian Ancient One. Scratching his head, Li Feng looked down at Wang Kai and asked in undead language, "Wang Kai, how long can you live without eating or drinking?" Hearing Li Feng's question, Wang Kai, who had guessed what Li Feng wanted to say, felt that his mentality was about to collapse and said sadly, "Master, although we are not hungry, the hunger will drive us crazy. If I don't die, I'll be mad or not. Even if I'm mad, I'm still bound by a slave contract." Li Feng thought about the big deal to let the Dementors follow him to Otherworld to eat, and turned his head to Ancient One and said, "It's okay. The Dementors are not hungry. Let them be hungry and wait for me to figure out a way to feed them." After speaking, Li Feng closed the suitcase and let Wang Kai stay cool. When he walked to the other suitcase, Li Feng rubbed his hands flatteringly and opened the suitcase and said, "Master, do you want these materials? I want to sell them to you." Ancient One looked down at the seamless retractable leather suitcase and saw that various props and materials were placed messily in the suitcase, some of which were still inexplicable items, such as a teapot with an open mouth, chasing a flower. The magical flowers floating around are in a posture that they will not give up without taking a bite. How to drop it? Are you going to eat this flower from the spout and make yourself a pot of scented tea? Very interesting gadgets. Ancient One took out a small object from the suitcase, looked at Li Feng, and said, "Are you short of money?" Li Feng scratched his head, looked at the RV that was dismantled by Creature in the distance, and said, "Shan Shan, knack very lack." Ancient One followed Li Feng's gaze to the RV, nodded and said, "You want to remodel the RV, but lack funds?" "Yes." Li Feng didn't conceal anything about this. After all, he didn't say that Ancient One would know about it in the future, and what he asked for help from Ancient One was not just about selling materials, concealing this and concealing that would be easy to lose. Trust of Ancient One. To be a human being, we must have integrity. Only when we have a foundation of integrity, it is easy to talk about some things. Just like now, after Ancient One agreed to spend money to purchase materials, Li Feng handed the wand to Ancient One and asked, "Master, can you imitate this stuff?" Although Li Feng didn't elaborate, Ancient One still heard that Li Feng wanted to learn how to make magic wands. In fact, Li Feng has no choice. He is destined to return to the Marvel world. What if the wand breaks or breaks while in the Marvel world? This thing is not sold in the Marvel world, plus he can't go back to Harry's world to buy it. At least now he doesn't have the ability. The only way he can think of is to learn how to make a wand or buy a bunch of spares. But when Li Feng asked Ollivander to teach him how to eat, Ollivander said that unless he is the inheritor of the mantle, he will not pass on the craft to outsiders. If Li Feng has to learn the craft of making magic wands, it is not impossible. As long as you sign the unbreakable contract, inherit his shop, and never break the rules of choosing the owner of the wand. Li Feng patted his butt and left, saying that he would not learn. The contract was signed only when he was ill. Li Feng didn't want to stay in Harry's world, nor did he want to be a wand crafter for a lifetime. He just wanted to improve his strength. As for buying a bunch of magic wands from Ollivander, Ollivander will sell it to Li Feng. But who is Ollivander? If someone buys his wand and uses a ruler to measure it for a long time, does he know that Li Feng has a wand and will sell it to him? So when he left Harry's world, Li Feng looted a lot of wands as spares. But after trying other wands, Li Feng realized that these looted wands were not easy to handle, or that the use of these strange wands would give him his strength. A big decline. With some curiosity, Ancient One used the magic wand to release several spells, indicating that the magic wand is good and can effectively improve the success rate of spellcasting. As for imitation, it is not impossible, but this magic wand needs to be disassembled. As soon as Li Feng heard this, he immediately pulled out a few looted wands from a suitcase and handed them to Ancient One, letting Ancient One dismantle as much as they like. After Ancient One picked out the items that he was interested in from the materials looted by Li Feng, he took a non-marking stretchable suitcase and left. Definitely, the suitcase was originally one of the items purchased by Ancient One, who made Ancient One feel there are a lot of otherworld magic items that I am interested in, and I'm also originally interested in the infinite retractable curse. Before long, a portal appeared in Li Feng's tent again. Ancient One stood inside the portal and handed a paper bag full of banknotes to Li Feng, saying, "Have you all lived in the desert area recently?" After receiving the purse, Li Feng nodded, touched the back of his head, and said a little embarrassingly, "Master, do you have a way to hide the mana attributes?" In fact, Li Feng not only knows that Ancient One has it, but it is also a top-level hiding method. She didn't see her old man using dark energy himself. Apart from accidental discovery by Caecilius, who else knows? Even if the Mortis later learned that Ancient One was using dark energy, it was not their own observation. Ancient One didn't know what Li Feng was thinking. He nodded and said, "Bring the magic book." Hearing this, Li Feng hurriedly took out the file-size magic book of the matchbox and handed it to Ancient One. Ancient One did not accept the magic book. He just reached out and clicked on a magic book and burned the method of hiding the mana attributes on a magic book. Said, "Treat creature well in the future." Ancient One paused, as if he wanted to tell Li Feng about the future he saw. Even if Li Feng had some knowledge of time spells, perhaps Li Feng would be able to feel comfortable in the future. See the future. After hesitation, thinking that some things can easily cause unknown changes if they are notified in advance, Ancient One finally decided to conceal certain things and said vaguely, "He is very good." After speaking, Ancient One waved his hand to close the portal. Li Feng didn't think about the future, but just smiled inexplicably, because he knew that creature would at least not betray him in the future and would not cause any trouble in the future through Ancient One's narration. It's just Ancient One's attitude towards creature that Li Feng couldn't help but speculate. It seems that Ancient One knows my arrangements for creature. After thinking about it, Li Feng left his guessing behind. The future is talking about in the future, now worry about it. Li Feng, who received the money, pinched to estimate the time difference between Afghanistan and Portland. When the Portland store was open for business, Li Feng held Mordor's face and opened the portal with a purse and came to a certain Portland home. The supermarket is preparing to buy the materials for the magic-modified car. Carrying a large capacity shoulder bag, Li Feng, who traveled back and forth between Afghanistan and Portland, ran a number of supermarkets and secretly broke into the 4S shop and dismantled a number of brand-new cars and got some parts. Finally changed the magic the spare parts for the RV are all ready. Returning to the endless desert, Li Feng officially began his half-year journey of transforming the RV. During the magic reform period, it can be said that there are constant troubles. Li Feng is struggling to think of some magic reform solutions. For example, how to make the RV safe flight is not a question of whether the RV can fly, but how to avoid the radar after the RV flies to a high altitude. Problem: Li Feng is just an elementary school scum. He doesn't understand this kind of technology. If you want to talk about how to use magic to avoid satellites in people's sight, Li Feng said that a stealth is solved, but the radar thing does not make sense. You can't see the RV with the naked eye. It means that the RV does not exist, and the RV can be found by the radar of radio positioning. Li Feng knew that after coating the exterior of the RV with a material that could absorb the band, the radar would not be able to detect it. However, Li Feng didn't know the specific name of this material, where it was sold, and how much it cost per barrel. Nothing. In the end, Li Feng could only portray the Muggle deportation curse on the RV. He comforted himself when Lei Fa discovered it. What if the military sent a plane to look for the RV? The flight man would only subconsciously avoid it. The RV will only report not seen to the headquarters. At the same time, in order to prevent the military from bombing the RV with missiles, Li Feng used all kinds of protective methods in his mind, and he painted them on the RV, turning the RV into a mobile fortress. It is no exaggeration to say that while driving an RV with 7 to 8 defensive magics on its tires, Li Feng dared not go except at the scene of a nuclear explosion. He dared to drive the RV in the center of the roaring battlefield while drinking tea and cakes. Watch the battle between the two armies through the car window. After talking about the defense of the RV, I'm talking about Li Feng's proud work, which depicts a seamlessly retractable carriage and a 4-door storage cabinet with a large internal space. The space of the carriage is modified to imitate a small private jet, less than 5 meters wide and about 15 meters long. With Li Feng's current materials and knowledge, it is not impossible to expand the cabin space to the extent that the aircraft carrier is parked, but it is not necessary, and it is too much trouble. For example, what if Li Feng is whistling and driving the car one day? Suddenly his stomach becomes irritated and wants to be a big one. Run toward the toilet at home for half an hour, or open the portal to the toilet, or use the phantom to move to the tub. This is an exaggeration, and Li Feng didn't want to settle down in the Marvel world. He still wanted to go home to hold his wife and children. So the question of finding a girlfriend in the future or whether it hurts money or not to fall in love has never appeared in his mind. So he and Creature are the only two living in the RV. Why do you need such a large space? Now this little space is enough. As for the Dementors, just squeeze them into the crowded suitcases. Li Feng didn't even want to let them out to do harm to the Marvel world. They would be destroyed by the Ancient One group. As for the 4-door locker, one of the doors was handed over to Creature's medicinal garden, which is more than 2 football fields in size. It can be said that most of the extraordinary medicinal materials in Harry's world can be found in this medicine garden. They can all be found. Once the medicinal materials are mature, Li Feng has enough medicinal materials to brush potions proficiency. At the beginning, the next door to the medicine garden was just an ordinary vegetable garden and a utility room. In addition to some sundries, only some tomatoes and green vegetables that Li Feng loves were planted. There were also a few hens who could only lay eggs, but I didn't know Creature. The brain convulsions or how to drip, which means that drinking fresh milk every day is good for health, and it forced Li Feng to get a few cows. With the start of cows, Creature was completely convulsed, saying that Li Feng's future sources of ingredients cannot be sprayed with pesticides and must meet high standards. Then he didn't know where to get some cattle and sheep to raise himself. This is not over. Creature accidentally heard Li Feng, who bought the duck neck from Chinatown, while chewing and saying that the thing was delicious, but the quantity was too small and it was too expensive. A few ostriches were stolen from the zoo, indicating that the eggs laid by this kind of chicken are not only full, but also have a long neck. Making a duck neck will definitely make Li Feng enjoy eating. At that time, Li Feng had a dumb face. Ostriches are birds, and chickens are also birds, but they are not the same species. And what he eats is duck neck, not chicken neck. If it weren't for being afraid of Creature's convulsion and causing harm to an animal, Li Feng really wanted to tell him that there is an animal in this world called a giraffe. That thing's neck is only called a long one, and the one made into a duck neck is enough to eat for a few days. In this way, in the fog and fog of Li Feng, Creature forcibly transformed the good vegetable garden into a breeding farm inexplicably, and the good RV was transformed into a self-sufficient small base by Creature. In addition to these two spaces, there is also a place for Li Feng to practice magic in the four-door locker and a collection room for Li Feng. However, in addition to all kinds of books on magic, the collection room now has only a few fragmentary objects, including the teapot that likes to chase magic flowers and bite. That evening, Li Feng sat on the roof of the car, drinking beer leisurely while watching Creature sprinkle various spices on the roast leg of lamb by the campfire. When Creature was carrying a sweet and juicy lamb to Li Feng, a portal suddenly appeared by the campfire. Seeing that the person coming was Ancient One, Li Feng hurriedly jumped out of the RV and handed the mutton in his hand to Ancient One and said, "Master, why are you here? I won't say anything in advance, so I can prepare some richer food, creatures. Cooking food is delicious not to be missed." Ancient One smiled and took a sip of the lamb, then nodded to Creature who was turning over the roast leg of lamb and said, "It is indeed a delicacy not to be missed." Hearing the compliment, Creature bowed slightly to Ancient One, expressing his thanks to Ancient One for the praise, and then turned around and evenly sprinkled the seasoning on the leg of the lamb, preparing to come up with a better craft to entertain Ancient One. Li Feng, who roughly guessed why Ancient One came from, signaled Ancient One to walk into the RV and take a good look at his home. After a while, the two walked into the collection room. Ignoring Li Feng's collection of Ancient One, took out the time converter from his arms and gave it back to Li Feng. The eyes of Agamotto can see everything that happened in the past. Li Feng suddenly felt in his heart and thought to himself, "Ancient One doesn't know my old bottom, right? What do you always see?" Ancient One smiled and shook his head, ignoring Li Feng's question, but said, "Take out your magic book. I will give you the sorted spell." Li Feng was a little confused and didn't understand whether Ancient One knew his origins, but since Ancient One would also teach himself time-regulating spells, what was Li Feng being polite, and he was about to hand the magic book to the magic book. Ancient One reached out and clicked on a magic book with his fingers, then lifted the plate in his hand and said, "Don't mind if I take it away and taste it slowly." Don't say that Li Feng has not opened the magic book to check the new time spells. Even if he is immersed in a magic world, he will not care about a dinner plate. He nodded and said, "Definitely, there's a whole leg of lamb outside, which needs to be packed. Take it away." Ancient One, who reached out to open the portal, shook his head slightly and turned back to Kamatage. Seeing the departure of Ancient One, Li Feng let out a long sigh and put aside the guesswork about whether Ancient One knew he was old, and solemnly put the time converter on a separate collection shelf. This was Li Feng's first precious collection, and it is related to the time domain and needs to be properly kept. After laying down layers of magic and wrapping the time converter, Li Feng couldn't wait to open the magic book, ready to check the time spell. Only when Li Feng opened the magic book did he find out that, in addition to the spells related to time, Ancient One gave Li Feng the craftsmanship for making magic wands. But Li Feng frowned and scratched his head after reading it. "This is different from what I thought. SHIELD somewhere secret base." In a pure white room, less than 30 square meters, Phil Coulson, who is not handcuffed, wears a blindfold and sits upright in front of a metal table with 2 glasses of water and a mobile phone. Opposite Phil Coulson, Fury, who is finally bald and evolved into a marinated egg, read a detailed information about Phil Coulson, while leaning against the back of the chair with Erlang's legs, nibbling a taco. From eating in terms of speed, Fury has been hungry for a while. Soon, Fury, who had swallowed the last bite of the taco, put down the information, picked up the water in front of him, took a sip and said, "Phil Coulson, take off the blindfold." "Okay, sir." Phil Coulson took off his blindfold, wondering where it was. He only knew that after completing a mission, he suddenly received a call from Fury, and then he was led by 2 fully armed Secret Service teams wearing blindfolds, flying around in planes and cars to bring the base. Fury picked up the phone on the desk, opened a file, and stared at Phil Coulson with only one eye, and said with a serious face, "Listen to a recording first and tell me your first feeling." After finishing speaking, Fury pressed the play, and a slightly familiar voice of Phil Coulson rang in the phone. This is a recording of Li Feng handing over the resurrection technology to Fury on the RV. Soon, the audio ended, and Phil Coulson asked half doubtfully, "Sir, this is Austin?" Fury nodded. Phil Coulson was a little surprised, and said with a confused look, "What about the content of this recording?" Fury did not answer Phil Coulson's question. Instead, he said, "Regardless of whether the content is true or false, after listening to Austin, you have repeatedly emphasized not to let us resurrect the corpse and handed us a damaged USB flash drive with resurrection technology. What do you think?" Phil Coulson recalled a little and said, "To be honest, my first reaction was not to believe it. After all, I was resurrected. How to say it a little beyond my imagination." Fury nodded slightly and said, "What if you see a paper document and a medical expert tells you that these resurrection methods are real?" Phil Coulson said without thinking, "Find a way to repair the broken USB flash drive and then experiment." "Same as I thought." Fury stood up and opened the door to the room, beckoning Phil Coulson to leave the room with him, and said, "When I knew that Austin had hypnotic ability, my first reaction was when I returned to the base with the USB flash drive. I was looking for a psychological assessor to check if I was affected by Austin hypnotic ability and to determine whether I wanted to do a resurrection experiment after repairing the U-disc because of my own inner thoughts or because of the influence of hypnotic ability." Phil Coulson, who followed Fury, looked at the corridors full of soldiers and doctors wearing bioprotective suits and asked curiously, "What did the assessor say? And sir, can I know where this is?" When he walked to the elevator, Fury pressed the elevator and said, "The inspection result shows that I am not hypnotic ability, but..." Fury shook the phone in his hand and said, "The experts told me that everyone is curious in mind and rebellious mind. The more Austin refused to let me study, the more it aroused my urge to do experiments. Especially when a medical expert told me that the resurrection method was completely feasible. I couldn't be sure that this was not Austin. Ding is suggesting something to me. As for where it is," Fury said with a shrug, "I might tell you when you leave." As soon as the voice fell, the elevator door opened and Fury walked straight into the elevator, leading Phil Coulson all the way to the ground. The elevator was fast and slow. After a minute or so, the elevator finally opened slowly. This makes Phil Coulson unable to judge how deep he is underground. Out of the elevator, Phil Coulson was taken by Fury to an operating room. At Fury's signal, Phil Coulson observed the operating room like a slaughterhouse through the glass. "I saw 2 operating tables in the operating room, one of which was lying on the corpse of an orangutan with its chest cut open, and the other was an orangutan with an ups and downs chest, which was suspected of being anesthetized." At Fury's signal, several doctors in the operating room began to take out the internal organs of the dismembered orangutan and replace them with the internal organs soaked in formalin. Towards the end of the operation, Phil Coulson watched in disbelief that the doctors sutured a pair of apparently human arms to the broken arms of the 2 orangutans. Although Phil Coulson guessed that everything in the operating room was related to the resurrected corpse, he did not. Can't figure out how the self-administrator's brain was opened. Orangutans have human arms? Phil Coulson said he didn't understand what this operation was. For a long time, Phil Coulson watched the orangutans with human arms being carried into the resurrection instrument until the anesthetized orangutan lay motionless in the instrument, and the orangutan that was mutilated and resurrected was blank and used a pair of apes. And the human hand was flexibly scratching his armpit. Phil Coulson seemed to understand something and asked in a semi-sure and semi-guessing tone, "Sir, is this an experiment of broken limb reborn?" Fury pointed to the motionless orangutan, shook his head, and said, "This experiment is not a severed limb grafting. Have you seen the orangutan that was only anesthetized before but died? Only the dead corpse can be grafted and resurrected, and once the animals that were alive enter the final resurrection process, none of them can only survive. Judging from the current technology, if you want to repair your body if you have missing arms or legs, I can only shoot you first, cut your hands and feet on the stitches, and finally revive you." Phil Coulson hurriedly shook his head, saying that he is still alive. Even if he has a broken hand and foot, he does not want to be shot. As for the resurrection, Phil Coulson, who watched the orangutan mutilation with his own eyes, thinks it is better to forget it, which gives him a kind of posthumous punishment. The illusion of being sold on meat vendors is still the kind that doctors can choose. Looking at the weird orangutan that was alive and kicking after the resurrection, but also able to use human arms flexibly, Phil Coulson looked at Fury again and asked, "Sir, are there any side effects from the resurrection?" Fury nodded and motioned to Phil Coulson to continue to follow him, and said, "We have conducted animal experiments many times. Whether it is a chimpanzee or a mouse, the success rate of resurrection is very high." Remember what Austin said in the previous audio. Will the resurrected corpse lose memory? We have not found other side effects in animal experiments. As for whether the animal has lost memory, it is difficult for us to judge. After that, Fury stretched out his hand to open the door of the monitoring room while looking at Phil Coulson, faintly said, "The human resurrection experiment was only done once a few days ago, and the experiment was successful once. After the resurrection of the corpse, in addition to losing all memories, we did not find other side effects." Phil Coulson was stunned, and when he was about to ask about it, he saw Fury pointing to a man on the monitor screen with a naked upper body and full of scars, busy playing barbell squats, and asked, "Are you familiar?" Phil Coulson nodded in astonishment and said, "Bob Mantner, a former member of the Special Service Team, was blown up by a grenade last month when he was on a mission." Fury looked at Phil Coulson with an unbelievable expression and smiled. "Since I got the USB flash drive from Austin, I asked the technical department to repair the USB flash drive while deleting the team to conduct the experiment. It took nearly 2 years. After many resurrection animal experiments and continuous improvement of resurrection technology, I dared to conduct human experiments some time ago." Phil Coulson, who has been watching the surveillance, watched Bob lift the barbell easily, frowned and said, "Sir," the barbell in his hand. "Almost 500 kilograms, Fury said, shaking his head. "It's not yet a Guinness record." Phil Coulson cast his eyes silently. "Fury, it's not a Guinness record, but I'm not blind," and Bob didn't breathe for a while. "This is totally playing." Fury was a little at a loss when seeing Phil Coulson. Taking into account his own arrangements, it would be better to explain some things. He said, "The muscles of living people are controlled by the brain, and the power they can exert is limited, but after the resurrection, Bob's muscles, but it is not within the control of the brain. He can exert 100% of his muscle power, so you see Bob like Superman." From the time he took the plane blindfolded, Phil Coulson had been confused until he saw Bob, who became Superman after being resurrected, and felt that Phil Coulson, whose 3 views had been revised, had faintly guessed something and couldn't help asking, "Sir, you find me." Fury, "I will arrange for Bob to be your subordinate, and you will become his inspector and report everything you see to me at any time. Remember, this mission is not in the record file." As expected, Phil Coulson nodded and said, "Yes, sir. Do you want me to see Bob now?" Fury shook his head and stared at Bob under surveillance. He didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, he said, "You have also contacted Li Feng's information. Did you see that he has the ability and the place to resurrect the corpse?" Phil Coulson was taken aback, shook his head, and said, "Current information shows that Austin is the only valuable caravan, but I can't see that the caravan could be equipped with equipment for resurrecting corpses, and his education is not enough. Support him to carry out the resurrection experiment, but he can completely sell the resurrection technology to big companies." "Yes, sell it to the capitalists." "Then the problem is," Fury asked, squinting, "did you hear of any laboratory that completed the resurrection experiment?" Phil Coulson shook his head. He hadn't heard of it, even if it was a suspected rumor. Fury sighed and said, "This is also something I can't figure out. If Li Feng handed over the resurrection technology to us to resurrect the corpse, then why didn't he ask a capitalist, even private sponsorship, and why did he give it to us? Isn't it my personal charm?" Phil Coulson shrugged, saying he couldn't guess. For a long time, Fury said in a joking tone, "Before I don't know Austin's ultimate goal, I'm not going to continue to resurrect the corpse. Instead, I will study the grafting technique of severed limbs. Once the experiment is successful, we will no longer have disabilities. Soldiers, this can save a lot of pensions." At the same time, fury added in his heart. If we figure out the purpose of Austin, we will even remove the expenses for the purchase of the cemetery. With regard to the understanding of time, Ancient One is worthy of being a master among the masters. It just relies on the working principle of the time converter to organize it into spells and submit it to Li Feng. It can be said that as long as Li Feng practices step by step, one day he will be able to break away from the time converter. Circumstances go back in time. However, the time spell given to Li Feng by Ancient One is very different from the function of the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto allows you to see countless futures in the outside world as you lie in bed at home and watch a big movie. Even if this happens outside the Earth, you can enjoy the future while eating popcorn, just like in Women's Federation 3. Doctor Strange was clearly in Thanos' hometown, but he used the eyes of Agamotto to see that the Iron Man on the future Earth snapped his fingers and wiped out Thanos. And Li Feng's spells can only see the past and the only future within his line of sight. For example, after some practice, Li Feng still couldn't release time, spell from the apple that took a bite from his opponent alone. He could only release spells against the surrounding environment, so that he could look at him clearly like a ghost, and the time around him kept accelerating until Li Feng saw it. The apple was taken into the RV by the future creature and sliced into apple pie, which he ate. Among them, the part of creature making apple pie in the RV was made up by Li Feng's brain because he only saw the future within his line of sight, and the scene of creature making apple pie took place in the RV, causing the compartment to isolate Li Feng. His sight made him unable to see whether creature was peeling the apple peel with his hands or the apple peel with a knife. Unless Li Feng ran into the RV, he would never see how apples were made into apple pie. As for seeing the past, it also made Li Feng speechless. Taking apples as an example, what Li Feng saw was not that the bitten apple was inexplicably restored to its original shape, but rather he took a bite when he watched the apple died. As for apples more past, I'm sorry, apple's past is beyond Li Feng's sight, and he can't see it at all. Unless Li Fengxian's painful pain has to see more of apple's past, he can only cast a spell while walking behind apple, watching apple return from his hand to the supermarket, return to the dealer, and finally stand. In the orchard, watching the apple return to the apple tree. This made Li Feng a little bit painful. He could only see that the only future within his line of sight was useful. It was not that he didn't know the development of the plot. If it wasn't for time, Li Feng wouldn't bother to practice this tasteless time spell. The medicinal materials in the medicine garden were cut by Kli one after another, and he hid in 4 lockers. In addition to eating and sleeping, Li Feng, who practiced magic, said that he needed to go out and let the wind go, otherwise he could not decide when it would grow out. Mushrooms are poisoned by mushrooms. There is still no cure for good mushroom poisons, so lonely. Walking out of the training room, Li Feng looked at the magic wand and a long stick hesitation, and finally picked up the long stick in the corner and put it into his shoulder bag. Speaking of this long stick, Li Feng was really helpless. At first, Ancient One dismantled how many wands and finally understood the craftsmanship of the wand. But when Ancient One put the imitation wand into the list of magical weapons for its disciples and grandchildren, Kamatage's magician didn't even want to use a magic wand. At first, Ancient One was still wondering that the magic wand can increase the casting success rate and the power of the spell. In other words, it is also a good magic weapon. Why don't her disciples and grandchildren even look at it? It wasn't until Ancient One asked the apprentices and grandchildren's opinion that her apprentices didn't like baton-like magical weapons. They preferred to use a stick to kill the enemy. It's strange that they would use a baton that doesn't knock on dead man. Nothing, Ancient One could only go back to the house and continue to study and research until the magic wand's role in improving the casting success rate was moved to the long and short sticks and strengthened, which made her apprentices and grandchildren praised and said it was very useful. And the magic wand craftsmanship that Ancient One handed to Li Feng at the beginning was naturally the magic circle burned on the long and short sticks after the modification, and the effect after strengthening was better than the magic wand, which made Li Feng had to give up the baton and replace it with a long stick. The stick is more powerful and easier to handle. However, There is a slight difference between this long stick made by Li Feng and Kamatage's magical weapon. The long stick is hollow, and Li Feng has also taken great pains to portray a non-marking stretch curse to make his Dementor's army moved into the long stick from the crowded suitcase to live in. This means that Li Feng with a long stick can summon his army at any time. Putting the long stick into his shoulder bag, Li Feng told Creature to take a good look at his home and reach out and open the portal to Portland, ready to relax while watching a movie. Walking out a dead end, Li Feng, who was looking for a movie theater on the streets of Portland, felt that the atmosphere in the air was a little bit wrong, especially when Li Feng passed by the door of a musical theater. The weapon was aimed at the entrance of the theater. Li Feng, who didn't want to join in the fun, originally wanted to pat his butt and leave. It was just a gunfight. The gunfights in the movie are more touchy than reality, and there is nothing good to watch. It wasn't until Li Feng discovered that the weapons in the soldiers' hands did not look like firearms, but rather some kind of magnified flashlights, that Li Feng was stunned and wondered. Ultraviolet light? Is this a scene of soldier versus a vampire? Li Feng is a little curious. He has come to Marvel for a long time, but he has never seen a vampire in reality, so he has to wonder whether the vampire has been extinct by Taj Kama in a Marvel world where new species are flying in the sky. Stopping, Li Feng looked at the theater curiously and wanted to see what the vampire's spiritual body looked like, but the vampire didn't see it. Only a woman in the theater was sitting on the stage. Her hand seemed to be pulling, with a cello and a messy living corpse hiding nearby, suspected to be protecting a woman playing the cello. The magic, I can only see the spirit body, so Li Feng, who is a cello, really can't see it, but he has seen such a spirit body of a living corpse. This is a spirit body that only people who have been resurrected after death, and the power of the ability to resurrect corpses in the Marvel world, Li Feng not only knows clearly, but he also handed over the resurrection technology to them at the beginning. So the living corpses in the theater, except for S.H.I.E.L.D., which force can the people of? Li Feng grinned silently and hurriedly left the theater door. Phil Coulson is also there. This lady who is suspected of playing the cello is not Phil Coulson's girlfriend. Living corpse, living corpse. Do you know how long I have been waiting for the resurrection of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Before he walked far, Li Feng walked into an uninhabited alley and changed his coat into a black cloak covering his whole body. Then he drew out a long stick with magic wand function to cast the phantom spell, grinned and cast phantom migration, and flew from the back door of the theater. Enter the theater. Flying into the theater, Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, who was alerting the entrance of the theater, and silently smiled and wrapped the living corpse Bob into the mirrored space. The moment Bob entered the mirror space, he pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger again and again at Li Feng, waiting for the bullet to hover in front of Li Feng inexplicably. After losing kinetic energy, he clanged and fell to the ground. Bob quickly drew his dagger again. With a slightly forced expression, he asked, "A supernatural person?" Seeing that Li Feng did not answer his question, Bob glanced at the surrounding crystal walls and looked at Li Feng, who was spinning around him with a guarded look. Seeing Li Feng's interested eyes, Bob suddenly had a kind of himself hanging on the shelf. The illusion of Li Feng's inspection of the quality of the goods. When Li Feng got the resurrection technology, he was confused and said that he couldn't understand it. This thing belongs to the scientific side, and it doesn't work with magic. For this reason, Li Feng even gave birth to the idea of entering the university for further study. But later, Li Feng summed up, "It is better to practice magic to improve his strength if he has training time, and he has no money and no equipment to resurrect the corpse. Plus, he is just walking around alone. Why did he resurrect the corpse? He has no shortage of servants. Even if you want to let the resurrected Superman mix in a S.H.I.E.L.D. as a spy, it is also after S.H.I.E.L.D. has solicited to climb to a high position step by step to provide Li Feng with S.H.I.E.L.D. internal information, but this is too time-consuming. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. is disbanded, but also provides a fart news." After thinking about it, Li Feng simply gave Fury the resurrection technology and asked him to help resurrect the corpse. Then Li Feng secretly controlled the resurrected corpse. Compared with the resurrected corpse of Li Feng, I believe Fury trusts the resurrected corpse more. it will be safe to use it. With the addition of the agent resurrected under Fury's eyelids, the level will not be too low, and the speed of promotion within S.H.I.E.L.D. later, it can also be faster. One face is S.H.I.E.L.D., but secretly belongs to Li Feng's agent. How good! If Fury resurrects the corpse on a large scale, it would be even better. Shield that any shield, that snake shield can be renamed Li Feng's house. As Li Feng circled Bob, he sighed. It's not easy, it's been so many years. Hey, what's your name? When was it resurrected? How many Walking Dead like you did Fury resurrect? Bob was stunned, feeling that Li Feng was a neuropathic person. What he heard, what resurrected or Walking Dead? Why don't you say that zombies are destroyed? Bob ignored Li Feng's question. While observing Li Feng, who seemed unprepared to resist, he pretended to be confused and asked stubbornly, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bob pounced on Li Feng like a tiger, preparing to make a few holes in Li Feng with a knife in his hand. The corner of Li Feng's mouth was slightly tilted, watching Bob hit an invisible barrier with his face while watching a comedy show when he was 1 meter away. It hurts, it still hurts, Li Feng teased Bob and pointed at Bob with a long stick in his hand. After petrifying him, Li Feng said quietly, "Little guy, I really thought I didn't know anything unless you said it." Already naive. After finishing talking, Li Feng painted the magic circle of restraining the devil on the ground on his own, and then cut off his fingers and painted the summoning circle on the petrified Bob's forehead with blood. After Li Feng finished drawing, he carefully checked the magic circle and made sure that the magic circle was correct before opening a portal connecting to the hidden part of the theater. After all, the mirror space can isolate the existence of hell. Before the portal is opened, no matter how Li Feng summons it, he cannot summon it to the devil. As soon as Li Feng completed the summoning, a fireball representing the soul of the devil rushed into Bob's body from the portal. Seeing this, Li Feng immediately closed the portal and watched the devil slowly occupy Bob's body. After a while, the devil opened his eyes, first glanced at the surrounding space crystal walls, then looked down at the magic circle on the ground, squinted at Li Feng hiding in the black cloak, and asked, "Kamatage's mirror space? I didn't know that Kamatage's people would take the initiative to summon the devil, and tell me, what purpose do you have?" Li Feng frowned. He heard from the devil's tone that the other party seemed to be familiar with Taj Kama, which was not a good sign. Kamatage's attitude towards the devil has always been to kill or bury it. So the devil who can be familiar with Kamatage is either the upper devil or the elite devil who can escape from the magician chase. Whether it is a high-level devil or an elite devil, it is not what I want. I just want to summon a little devil to become my own eyeliner and shield. In fact, Li Feng is very depressed now. Compared with the few elite demons, Li Feng has set his goal on countless weak demons from the beginning. After all, his slave contract was taught by the demons, and he just used Voldemort. It's just a refurbishment of the Dark Devil logo. The ghost knows whether the elite demons will find loopholes in the contract and take a bite. If it weren't for the method of summoning the weaker ghost, Li Feng would not have summoned the devil. Ghost is so good that it is neither the cunning of the devil nor the strength of the devil. Unfortunately, Li Feng has not learned the spell of summoning the ghost, and he does not know where to learn. Hell can neither support Li Feng to change to a devil nor return the product. Li Feng can only think, since the summons are all summoned, why should I try again? If it fails, it's nothing. Anyway, it's just a try. I'm talking about it. I don't believe you can detect my identity through the cloak. Li Feng took out the wooden box of fake angel feathers from his shoulder bag while preparing the spell secretly and asked, "Who are you?" "Me?" The devil seemed to be reading Bob's memory and said with a faint smile while thinking about something, "Mephisto." "What?" Li Feng's eyes twitched, and he opened the wooden box and threw it at the devil without thinking. He opened the portal and used Mirage to escape. Suddenly, the devil's heart-piercing scream came from behind Li Feng, which made Li Feng a little confused. Mephisto is also a brother of hell. Even if the strength of the world is greatly reduced, it is not a fake angel feather to subdue it. At most, Li Feng can delay for a few seconds to allow him to escape, plus the devil possesses him. But the strength of the living corpse shouldn't be weakened too much. Unless this guy's lying to me. Li Feng, who was about to flee, stopped and cast aside the devil who was almost dead. Hesitation. Li Feng finally put the fake angel feathers into the wooden box with magician hands, leaving only a trace of the wooden box exposed, and asked suspiciously, "You said you were Mephisto?" At the moment, the devil seemed to be thrown into a sulfuric acid pool and soaked. His whole body was ulcerated and exuding foul smells. It was powerful to answer Li Feng's question, but the devil saw that Li Feng was about to open the wooden box, so the corners of his mouth trembled and hurried. Said, "I am a loyal subordinate of Mephisto." "What so?" Nothing to say. Li Feng lifted his long stick and recruited roar on the face of the devil. It was still a pure physical one. After all, using mana blessing could easily kill the devil. At that time, Li Feng would have to work hard. Summoning a devil, it's not worthwhile. While beating, Li Feng still cursed. "Make you skin, make you gasp when you talk to me." I was so scared that I had a heart attack. What's more of Mephisto's loyal subordinates? I asked how many demons in hell are not loyal to Mephisto. After beating for 5 minutes, Li Feng leaned on a long stick in one hand and held the wooden box in one hand and asked, "Now what do I ask you to answer? When I dare to pant, I will open the wooden box and let you dissipate in pain. Take effort to summon another devil." The devil lying on the ground, still guarding his face, his eyes turned and nodded, for fear that Li Feng would really kill him, pretending to be surrender, and said humbly and flatteringly, "Yes, my respected magician. What's the problem? Just ask, I know everything." Li Feng didn't deal with the devil once or twice. He understood that the devil in front of him didn't look at the surface and surrendered. However, Li Feng was not in a hurry to see how the devil in front of him had been injured by the fake angel feathers. "Let's talk about the name first. What are you doing here?" "Dear magician, the devil's name is long and awkward. Just call me Bob." "Bob?" Li Feng squinted at the devil and asked, "Is it the name of your body?" Bob nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. Bob Mantner is the name of this body. He came here today with his inspector Phil Coulson to capture Marcus Daniels." Li Feng scratched his head, indicating that he had no impression of the name, and motioned for Bob to continue. "Daniels used to be an assistant in a physics laboratory. An experiment accidentally gave him the ability to absorb any energy, but because of the instability of ability, his brain was damaged, and he became a member of the neurological army. Perhaps because of the mental patient's wide-ranging thinking and Daniels' ability, Phil Coulson couldn't find the other party's hiding place for a while. Fortunately, Daniel seems to be obsessed with Ms. Audrey Nathan, who plays the cello outside the mirror space, which makes Phil Coulson, who is responsible for the capture operation, think of using Nathan to lure Daniels to complete the capture mission. After listening to Bob's introduction, Li Feng shrugged and smiled. "Well, it seems that you do know the memory of this body, and you know it very clearly." Bob froze for a moment, seeming to understand that what Li Feng wanted to ask was not what SHILD was doing here, but, "Your purpose is to know if I have inherited the memory of this body. Otherwise, I really thought I was interested in outside affairs." Li Feng used a long stick to point at Bob's chest to portray the slave contract, and smiled. "If you didn't see Bob..." "Oh, it's you." Gu appeared in the theater. "I had been watching a movie with popcorn in the cinema a long time ago. I don't care if his neurosis would harm the society, and I'm not a policeman." Feeling that Bob, who was a devil but was deceived by humans, was somewhat square, especially seeing the familiar circle on his chest, which made him a little panicked. "You want to enslave me?" After completing the circle, Li Feng grinned and said, "Either be my slave or die. By the way, I would like to remind you that this is a mirrored space. Once you die, it will dissipate completely. Don't even think about returning to hell." Bob couldn't figure it out. It was Li Feng, who was obviously a human, from where he came from the suspected devil slave contract, plus the mirror space that he couldn't escape. "Now it's okay. I'm a fish, and I'm full of joy from hell from the beginning." He rushed to the world, and as a result, he became a slave. Where'd he go to reason? Bob, who has the intention to resist, but has no strength, can only obediently sign a contract with Li Feng, thinking about waiting to find out the loopholes in the contract and escape from Li Feng's control. Now, it is better to become Li Feng's spy and shield. At least he has a small life saved. Even if Bob became his own slave, Li Feng just breathed a sigh of relief on the surface, but still did not relax his vigilance in his heart. Li Feng played with the wooden box in his hand and asked, "Tell me about your position in hell." Bob raised his rotting right hand and said, "Dear Master, can you let me get in touch with hell first so that I can regain some strength so that Phil Coulson will not see me after I leave the mirror space?" Li Feng looked at Bob with a faint smile, stretched out his hand to open the portal, and said, "Want to try if you can return to hell? It's okay, just try, I won't stop him." Bob didn't seem to hear Li Feng's voice. He lowered his head while contacting hell to restore his strength. He said in a low voice, "Master, a weak devil like me has no place in hell. The Lord's side has experienced insights, and I don't even know the slave contract." Bob said a lot of bits and pieces, and in summary, he is a useless devil with neither strength nor power. As for Li Feng's belief or not, it is not within Bob's consideration. Li Feng didn't care whether Bob was useless or not. He wished that Bob was useless. It was just the devil's words. One of the 10 sentences is really good. In view of the distrust, Li Feng ordered Bob to be his SHIELD agent, as usual, and not to contact him without authorization except to send messages through the slave contract. Before leaving the mirror space, Li Feng thought for a while and said, "Turn your head over. Don't look at you randomly. You'll have a needle eye." After speaking, Li Feng closed the portal and reopened, shouting to creature outside the portal, "Come here and do a favor." "Yes, boss." Creature blinked and walked to Li Feng's side and said, "Boss, what's your order?" Li Feng pointed to Bob with his face turned away from him and said, "Wait later. You will sign the unbreakable curse with him. I will be a witness, understand?" Creature nodded, walked to Bob's side, grabbed the palm of his opponent, and looked at Li Feng. Li Feng put the long stick between Bob and Creature's shaking hands, so that Bob, who had been closing his eyes, promised not to disclose the meeting, not to report his identity, and other unequal promises. After a series of unequal promises, the long stick shot a tongue of flame around the two palms of the hand. Knowing that the spell has been established, Li Feng waved his hand to signal Creature to leave and said to the somewhat confused Bob, "Open your eyes. I remind you, once you violate the promise you told before, you have no chance to return to hell. Dissipate directly." Although Bob didn't know the magic of the vow just now, he said that he would not dare to violate his life and said humbly, "Master, am I going to return to my post now? I'm afraid that Phil Coulson will stay in the mirror space for a long time." Suspicious. At this time, outside the mirror space, a man seemed to be immersed in the sound of Nathan's cello, walking towards Nathan with his eyes closed. Without Bob's reminder, Li Feng knew that this person must be the target of Phil Coulson's arrest. Daniels. How else would anyone run in the theater that was half blocked by shield? Li Feng stretched his hand to open the portal and signaled Bob to get out, while he returned to the RV. The journey of relaxation has become a journey of summoning the devil. Li Feng said that he needs Creature's food to relieve his a little nervous heart. Although Daniels can absorb any energy from the cowhide, including the electric waves of the human brain, electric pulses, and other means of forming a corpse, as long as he is still a human, the total amount of energy that can be absorbed will have an upper limit, which also makes Phil Coulson and others with the means of catching, such as using something like a flashlight in his hand. Daniels is forced to absorb a lot of energy, making him indigestion or overloading his body to achieve the purpose of catching alive. After all, Phil Coulson, who looks like a good old man, his purpose is to help Daniels get back to normal, not for killing. When a mission was over, Phil Coulson walked up to Bob and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me? I feel you're a little tired." "What kind of exhaustion is Bob?" "It is quite exhausted. Which devil can face the fake angel feathers and still feel comfortable? He is not Mephisto. It's just that Bob dare not say this. The ghost knows the promise made under the witness of magic at the beginning, and what will happen if he violates it." Bob shrugged, let out a long sigh of relief, and pretended to say in a relaxed manner, I just saw Daniels feeling a little bit. After all, I am a monster like him, and I don't even have any memory of it, except to fight with you or fight. Killing and killing. I feel like this in this life, just the life of a monster. Phil Coulson patted Bob on the shoulder and said mildly, "You are not a monster, but a person I trust, and you were a member of the special service team before, just—" Bob smiled bitterly. "Stop. I was only blown up half of my body during the mission. Fortunately, the medical team rescued it in time, but I lost my original memory because of hurting my brain." Spreading his hands, Bob pointed to his heart, said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Well, my previous teammates have said this 800 times, and the information about me before the accident was also rotten by me, but I still feel that I have become a monster after being treated by you." Phil Coulson scratched his eyebrows and said, "Well, maybe I've given you too many tasks recently and put you under too much pressure. Do you need me to give you a big vacation and let you go fishing outdoors?" "No." Bob rolled his eyes and said, "I noticed a group of medical team members hidden in the distance when I was fishing last time. The illusion that you can only go out on crutches." After finishing talking, Bob is about to walk out of the theater, looking like he needs to lie down in the car and rest. In fact, the devil doesn't want to talk to Phil Coulson too much before digesting Bob's memory. After all, Phil Coulson is also an agent. It is easy to find the flaws in the words. Just as Bob was about to leave the theater, Phil Coulson's faint voice came from behind. "Have you seen Austin?" Bob was stunned. While wondering if Austin was the magician before, while pretending to be asked, he turned his head to Phil Coulson with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sir, who is Austin?" "It's my former friend." Phil Coulson smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. Go and rest." It wasn't until Bob got in the car and closed the door that Phil Coulson pressed the communication area in the cochlea and said, "Sir, did you hear that?" On the other side of the communicator, Fury was sitting at his desk with a mobile phone and repeatedly watched the video of Li Feng's sudden appearance in Portland and passing by the theater door. Li Feng was also very helpless. Although he knew he was on Fury's list, he didn't know who was in the theater when he passed the theater. He didn't react until he saw Bob and Phil Coulson, but his face was already nearby. What do you do if captured by his agent and camera? The agent can also send one forgetfulness to make them forget themselves, but what effect will one forgetfulness have on the release of the camera? Is it possible that the camera can still learn to shake his head and say to Fury bashfully, "You are not allowed to watch other people's content"? Fury, apart from being exhausted, is there anything unusual about Bob? "I haven't found it yet." Phil Coulson thought for a while and said, "Sir, are you sure Austin will sneak into the theater and meet Bob, instead of just passing by the theater?" "I believe my instincts. Should we make a bet?" "I bet $10. Austin has already seen Bob." Fury leaned back in his chair and said with a tangled expression, "At the beginning, Austin handed in resurrection technology. When it was given to us, I knew he had another purpose. Now Austin has appeared near the theater, and then Bob has shown weakness. I have proved my guess from the side, unless Bob is so bored that he dare to hide during the mission. The corner uses fingers to vent the excess energy. Now I want to figure out how Austin talked to Bob, and whether he used force to talk during the conversation. Otherwise, why Bob was inexplicably weak, and what did they talk about again? Suspected of cooperation. Phil Coulson, who knew that he had committed suspiciousness again, looked away from Bob in the distance, thought for a moment, and whispered, "Should I take Bob back to the base for a psychological check? After all, Austin will have hypnotic ability. Definitely want to check, but..." Fury paused, refreshed the computer page, and opened a profile of a psychologist named Andrew Garner, and said, "This time I'll find a better expert to do the check. So, Bob, I will arrange the inspection." "Yes, sir." Phil Coulson hesitation and asked, "Austin appeared on the streets of Portland. Do I need me to find him?" Fury took a deep breath and spit it out slowly, reopened the surveillance video, and watched Li Feng, who was wearing a casual suit and having a small belly, suddenly walked out of the dead end in the video. Fury is very sure that Li Feng suddenly appeared in the dead end, because even if he rewinded the surveillance video for 48 hours, he did not see Li Feng walking into the alley, unless Li Feng was so bored that he was in a daze in this dead end, and he still exceeded 48 hours. "I've been in a daze for hours," but it's impossible to think about it with my feet. Fury slandered how much trouble Li Feng's ability had caused him to be, and said quietly, Austin has the ability to open a wormhole. How do you want to find it? And that guy doesn't even have a mobile phone. Think I can't do it with satellite positioning. I almost doubt if he came out of the primitive tribe. Phil Coulson frowned. Just about to ask something, Fury sighed and said, Phil Coulson, do you know how much money you need to burn to find a guy who can appear in your home or my bedroom at any time? Before Phil Coulson could answer, there was a knock on the door of Fury's office. Fury looked at the door and said to Phil Coulson, Bring Bob back to base as soon as possible. After speaking, Fury put down the phone and said to the door, Come in. Maria Hill, as Fury's right-hand man, pushed open the office door expressionlessly and handed Fury a document, saying, We are in trouble. Tony Stark is missing. Fury was stunned. In view of Stark's famous dandy status, he often hooked up a woman on a bed trip where she came to the scene and said to go. It's normal to be missing. After all, no one wants to play Xingha. There was a circle of people watching. Fury couldn't help but joked, Well, our weapon expert, Mr. Stark, has disappeared with which woman this time? He pointed to the information and said, I'm afraid this time is different from what you think. He disappeared when he returned in a jeep after displaying new weapons in Afghanistan. Stark is missing. Although it is temporarily impossible to determine what forces attacked the military, this group of people obviously went to Stark. Afghanistan? Fury asked, squinting his eyes, opening the information and quickly browsing. Listen to you, Stark has a good chance of surviving now. Who else knows about Stark? Hill tilted his head and said helplessly on his face, This is a big trouble, and the military can't block the news. It is estimated that the headline in the newspaper tomorrow will be about the disappearance of Stark. This fits Stark's character very well. He can always dominate the headlines of the newspaper. Fury scratched his forehead a little irritably, put down the information in his hand, and ordered, Find trouble as soon as possible, constantly Stark. After speaking, Fury picked up the phone, waited for Phil Coulson to connect, and said, Urgent mission. On the other side, after returning to the RV to enjoy the food, Li Feng dived into various magic books. Most of these books were looted by Li Feng from Harry's world, but there were a lot of them, and even a few years after Li Feng, there's still a half of them that have not been read. Definitely, this is also related to Li Feng's habit of reading the next book after digesting the knowledge in the book. After all, these are all magical knowledge. A slight error in understanding will have unimaginable consequences. Li Feng doesn't want to die or become disabled inexplicably. It's just that Li Feng, who was immersed in studying this time, had an unexpected gain. He found a weakened version of the magic augmentation potion formula in the book. Although this formula is only 1/10 the effect of the original version, and it also has side effects such as dizziness after use and cannot be used multiple times, the medicinal materials of the formula belong to the common category. The most important thing is that potions can increase their strength faster than pure penance. Holding the formula looted from an unlucky house, Li Feng rushed into the medicine garden with a look of excitement and handed the formula to Creature and asked, Creature, do we have the medicinal materials in the formula? Creature glanced at the formula, and then at the medicinal materials that had been processed but were moldy in the corner, and said, Boss, in addition to the ordinary medicinal materials used by the shop, there are other extraordinary medicinal materials. Li Feng scratched his head and looked at the common ingredients in the formula. Fortunately, the auxiliary medicinal materials in the formula were all available in the market. Li Feng endured the urge to grin wildly, stretched out his hand to open the portal to Portland, and ordered, Creature, prepare the medicinal materials according to the recipe. In fact, there is no need for Li Feng's order. Creature, who is already familiar with Li Feng's character, has consciously selected the medicinal materials in the formula so that Li Feng, who has purchased the medicinal materials, can start cooking the potion at any time when he returns to the RV. In the next 3 months, Li Feng, who is devoted to cooking potions, finally produced the first weakened version of the magic-boosting potion after wasting a lot of medicinal materials. Looking at the fascinating blue potion in the test tube, Li Feng thought for a while, raised his head, and took a sip. After all, he didn't know how to cook the potion. In case of accidents, Li Feng thought it would be better to give a small sip. After a while, Li Feng, who felt a little drowsy, understood that this was a weakened version of the potion at work. While shaking Roar's head, he let Creature prop up his sun umbrella in the desert so that he could lie down on a beach chair, digest the medicine in the sun. After a while, Creature walked to Li Feng with the fruit platter, looked at the figure in the distance in doubt, and said, "Boss, a guest is coming towards us." Stark felt that he would still have to look at the almanac when he went out in the future. He just came to Afghanistan to show off his latest weapons to the military, showing off his talents, by the way. How could he be attacked by a group of terrorists somehow? It's okay to be attacked and die on the spot, and it's okay to be rescued by a doctor, but what about the need for a magnet in your chest to keep your fortunes? Stark said that the doctor's skills are not good, which seriously affects his efficiency in picking up girls. This is too ugly. It's not over yet, and I don't know what these terrorists think. They actually want him to build weapons in a dark cave. They also require hammers and wrenches to knock out the weapons. Stark said on the spot that there are no missiles, but it's nonsense. Yes, just ask the terrorists if they want it. In the end, Stark, who did not recognize the reality, was taught by the terrorists. He knew that Xiaoming was holding Shi in the hands of others. You can only use your hands to knock out the beautiful and life-saving energy that hangs on your chest, and then busy with the weapons that the terrorists want. It's just that the weapon Stark wanted to knock out was a little different from what the terrorists wanted. The terrorists wanted missiles, while what Stark wanted to knock out was the steel armor used to escape. Fortunately, this group of terrorists have a heinously low level of education. They just can't distinguish the difference between missiles and armors. It is so stupid that Stark has a chance to knock out the armor. It's all right now. Stark finally drove the hard-knocked armor to destroy the unknown number of terrorists and then smashed out of the cave, where he was detained for 3 months. Stark, who just got out of the cave, discovered that outside the cave, not only did he not see the terrorists who were scared by his armor, but he saw the terrorists greet him with more fierce guns. This made Stark unhappy, and he immediately said that he was outnumbered and to leave the green hills without worrying about burning firewood and ignite the ammunition stored in the open air and then strategically withdraw. Fortunately, Stark designed the flight mode when he hit the armor with a hammer, so that terrorists who could only run on the ground could not track him for a while. It's just that this armor is only handmade after all, whether its flight speed or energy is limited. After a short period of time, Stark can only be forced to return to the ground, stepping on the hot sand to continue to escape. The thirsty and tired Stark ran like this for most of the day, and suddenly saw a RV in the distance ahead. Stark was stunned. If he saw the RV in the beautiful scenery, he still understood that he was on vacation, but in the depths of the desert, let alone how the RV escaped the quicksand and drove into the depths of the desert. Let's just say who would drive the RV into the desert for vacation. Apart from sand, what's so good about it? A mirage. It must be a mirage. I think so, but now that the RV appeared in the front, in the same direction that he had set before, Stark still ran towards the RV, praying that it was a real RV. After a while, Stark was sure that what he saw was indeed an illusion. Otherwise, how to explain the mirror image in the distance? Under a huge amount of sun umbrella, someone was lying on a beach chair eating something, and there was a servant who was suspected to be either a child or a dwarf. Li Feng was stunned when he heard Creature say that someone was walking towards him in the distance. His RV had a Muggle deportation curse. Except for the special people with energy in the body, ordinary people couldn't see him. Li Feng looked curiously in the direction pointed by Creature. Although his drowsy mind had been reduced a lot as the medicine was absorbed, the figure in the distance was still a bit blurred. It was not until Stark kept getting closer to the RV. Leaning on the iconic headlight on the opponent's chest, he understood that this was Tony Stark. At the same time, Li Feng also understands why this guy can see the RV. The headlights on their chests can not only save their lives. In the Women's Federation one, Loki wanted to control the mind of Stark by Mind Gem. As a result, he was completely obsessed by this big one. Lantern blocked, That's mine, Jim. Does it shamelessly, or think it can't hold Stark's protagonist plug-in, and let Stark ignore him? It can be seen how powerful this headlight is. Now, sure, Stark just ignores the Muggle expulsion curse. Li Feng said he understands, but Li Feng watched Stark step by step approaching the caravan, and then inexplicably watched him hit the car with his face. Li Feng scratched his head, and after a glance at Creature, he looked at Stark, who was rubbing his nose with a bewildered look like a mentally retarded one, and asked, "Mr. Stark, haven't you seen the RV?" Sure, Stark's brain hurts now, not from crashing into the car, but when he sees that Creature is obviously not a human and judges that the opponent is not a simulation robot, guessing that he has been held by terrorists for too long, causing too much pressure and hallucinations in his heart. If Stark, who simply fantasizes about a caravan, says that he can bear it, after all, he really wants to rest now. A caravan is a good choice, but what he can't bear is that his dignified playboy actually fantasizes about a man. Is he not interested in women anymore? Originally, this was nothing, just a little hallucination. After returning to Daxia, he could find a good doctor with his financial resources to treat him, but he didn't say anything when he hit an RV that he thought was an illusion. What happened to Li Feng's words? His ears and eyes clearly told him that what he saw was not an illusion. This is terrible. Sure, Stark rubbed his nose and looked at Creature in a daze. He had the illusion that he was imprisoned not for 3 months, but for hundreds of years. Otherwise, when would a creature like Creature appear on the Earth? It must be a few hundred years later that mankind rushed out of the Earth and captured the aliens, which made him see the aliens serving the Earthlings in front of him like servants. Stark was a little dazed and asked, "Who are you? Where is this? What time is it?" Li Feng rubbed Roar's head and didn't understand what Stark actually wanted to ask what year it was. He just motioned to Creature to go back to the RV and pass the electronic clock to Stark to let him see it. After all, Li Feng didn't know what it was now. What time? Anyway, there is still a long way to go before dinner. Li Feng looked down at Stark, frowning, and asked, "Are you just escaping from terrorists? Who are you?" About the history of terrorists, Stark has not had time to inform others. It can be said that no one except the terrorists knows his whereabouts. How does the person in front of him know his whereabouts? Unless he is also a member of the terrorist. Thinking of this, sure, Stark first glanced at Li Feng, made sure that the opponent had no firearms, then scanned the surroundings to find some good weapons, so as to let the drug-riding guy in front of him suddenly attack. Li Feng pointed to himself and said, "Me? You can call me Austin, a magician." Sure, Stark frowned. He found that he had made a mistake. The person in front of him was a terrorist. He was absolutely crazy. Think about it too. Except for the neurotic, who would go to the depths of the desert to bask in the sun. How much sunscreen does this have to be applied? Or is this neuropath too broad-minded and ready to feed a factory that produces sunscreen on his own? Li Feng saw from Stark's deep contempt that the other party obviously did not believe what he said. After thinking about it, Li Feng snapped his fingers lightly and released the healing technique at Stark. Just when Sure Stark felt his whole body warm inexplicably, and seeing his skin trauma healed quickly, he heard Li Feng smile and say, "This is a treatment technique, but it can only treat your trauma." Li Feng pointed to Stark's palladium metal reactor, shrugged, and said, "I can't treat this thing all at once, just like fractures and other injuries that can only be treated by breaking the bones." Experienced the treatment history, Stark shook his head to make sure if he was still immersed in the illusion world, but even if Sure Stark shook his brain out of his head, Li Feng still stood in front of him. After Sure Stark's injuries were completely cured by Li Feng, Sure Stark said in an uncertain tone, "Magician?" Then he turned to look at Creature, who got off the RV with the electronic clock and made sure he did not travel through time. Said, "What is this little guy?" "Your magic's servant. Magic is just an unknown science. You don't know that there are too many things you haven't seen before." Li Feng casually explained. As for why Li Feng didn't want to explain clearly what magic is, he can firmly remember that after explaining the principle of magic to a certain scientist before, the other party directly put on a posture of breaking the casserole and asking the end. The annoying Li Feng felt flying in his ears. Countless flies buzzed. Coupled with Sure Stark's talent, and the heart that wants to take precautions for everything. It is estimated that when Li Feng explained clearly what magic is that day, this guy will create the anti-Li Feng armor the next day. After giving Sure Stark a believable expression, Li Feng stretched out his hand to invite Sure Stark into the RV and said, "As for Creature, he is my house elf, and it is correct to say that he is my magic servant." Sure Stark thought for a while. Intuitively, the chance of Li Feng being a terrorist is not high. Even if Li Feng is a terrorist, Stark is not afraid. It is a big deal to subdue the opponent and then drive away in an RV. I believe that with the help of the RV, it is better than leaving with his legs. The chances of a desert are even greater. As for the magician identity, the stubborn and arrogant History Stark will not easily believe it. Stark, who walked to the door of the RV, seemed to think of something and said, "Then, Mr. Magician with a small belly, may I ask if you face a terrorist with a heavy machine gun?" What the hell? Before Sure Stark's words were finished, Li Feng smiled and looked at Sure Stark's funny face like a ghost, then turned and got out of the car to look at the car. When Sure Stark returned to the RV with an unbelievable expression, he asked confusedly, "This is space expansion technology?" "What you say is what you say," Li Feng shrugged, picked up the long stick in the corner, and said while touching it, "It's better to talk about where the terrorists are. My little pets are already hungry and thirsty." Sure Stark rubbed the forehead of the building. From the moment he saw Li Feng, he felt his brain hurt. Healing and space technology are aside. After all, science can do it, but the other party is going to use a broken stick to find terrorists with guns. What is the trouble? Do you really see yourself as a magician? This is so sick. Before Stark could answer, Creature, who was about to pour water on Stark, suddenly raised his ears and turned his head to look in one direction, and said, "Boss, I heard the sound of a car approaching." Li Feng grinned and walked out of the RV with a wooden stick. Sure Stark looked at Li Feng speechlessly, then looked at the driver's seat, thinking entangledly, "I am waiting for this neuropathy to be swept into flesh to escape in the motorhome, and now I am driving the motorhome to start running?" Sure Stark finally failed to escape in the RV after Li Feng got off the car, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't do it. The first is that there is no key in the RV. Although Sure Stark thinks he can start the RV without the key, it will take time. It is estimated that when he starts the car, the terrorists have already boarded the RV with guns. Secondly, Sure Stark felt that the RV could not run the military jeep in the hands of the terrorists no matter how he looked at it. Stark, who didn't want to be tortured by terrorists even though he was killed, watched with regret through the car window how Li Feng was shot to death, while preparing himself for death in despair. It's just that the next development is completely different from what Sure Stark thought. Sure Stark stared inexplicably as he watched hundreds of black shadows float from the long stick in Li Feng's hand, while the terrorist's muzzle was still aimed at Li Feng, as if he hadn't noticed it. Group of black shadows are general. The temperature drop caused by the Dementor's appearance made Sure Stark feel a little absurd. He didn't understand when the desert would be cold too during the day. Stark subconsciously rubbed his arms to keep warm and asked Creature, who was also lying on the car window, "Little guy, what are those dark shadows? Why do I think I won't laugh in this life?" Creature looked at the Dementors flying all over the sky with admiration and fear and Li Feng's tall back, and said, "That's the Dementors, a group of the most evil creatures in the world. They eat happiness. You feel cold is also caused by them." After releasing the Dementor, Li Feng looked at the terrorist with a smile while instructing the Dementor to hold back the desire to eat in undead words, just surrounding the terrorist. For a long time, Li Feng was either in the RV or casting his magic on the sand. As a result, some spells had not been practiced, such as the Shaping Mind or the shape-shifting technique used on living people. Now that he has encountered a group of terrorists who do not live or die, Li Feng definitely does not want to miss the opportunity to test the power of the spell. Li Feng propped up the shield, ignoring the suspected warnings from the terrorists, and directly cast a shape-shifting technique on a disagreeable terrorist. When this human being instantly turned into a skunk, the surrounding terrorists were not scary at all. Instead, they were crying and crying with horror shouting words such as necromancer and devil, and desperately detained them. The trigger hoped to kill Li Feng and fled in a panic. How could Li Feng let go of the test product that was finally delivered to the door so easily? It directly turns into a black fog, uses the phantom migration to catch up with the fleeing terrorists, and detects one by one such spells as Sentence of God and Avada Summing. For a long time, Li Feng, who has gained some experience in using phantom migration and casting spells, feels that if he continues to detect terrorists, he'll be killed by himself. He can only regretfully stop his hands and shout in undead words in the air. Wong Kai. When the Dementors who had been starving for a long time heard, "Open the meal," they floated in front of the terrorists and took a big mouthful of happiness. In the caravan, Stark, who knew what Dementors from Creature's mouth, curiously watched how the Dementors drew happiness and saw that the terrorists were all crying and crying like their bosses died, and then lying on the ground one by one. Li Feng's green light shot from the long stick ended the lives of these people. Watching the history of a magician war against terrorists, Stark felt that his mind was a little confused and the three views need to be stroked. Compared with believing that Li Feng is a magician, Stark believes that Li Feng is an alien with super ability. After all, neither the space expansion technology nor the creature who is in front of him is not owned by the Earth. When Li Feng was standing at the door of the RV carrying a long stick, Stark couldn't wait to ask, "Are you really an Earthling?" "Nonsense." Li Feng rolled his eyes, pointed to his public face, and said, "Have you ever seen such a handsome alien?" Stark looked at Li Feng's belly, shook his head, and said, "I have never seen a pregnant male Earthman." "Li Feng." "It's so." Putting the stick aside, Li Feng looked out the window and asked, "You have brought in such a terrorist?" "The gap between my pet's teeth is not full," Stark said with a slightly speechless hand. "I don't even have a weapon to protect yourself. How do you ask me to help you attract mobs? Seeing that I bring dry food to your pet, can you borrow my phone?" "Use. Phone." Li Feng joked while sitting in the driver's seat, snapping his fingers to start the RV. "What is that? What's the use? Is it edible, or can it help you kill terrorists?" In fact, Stark had blocked Li Feng's jokes when the RV started and stared through the car window as he watched the ground getting farther and farther away from him. "Is this an airplane?" Stark subconsciously opened the car window with a circled expression. He wanted to see if there was any projection on the car window that gave him the illusion that the RV would fly. Just open the ordinary, not behind the ordinary transparent car windows. Stark, a tech expert, immediately determined that the buzzing in his ears was the sound of the car engine, not the airplane engine that he had previously thought. Seeing this, Stark shrugged, walked behind Li Feng, and looked at the dashboard of the car speechlessly, and said, "Well, you're a magician who knows spells, I understand, but what does it mean that an RV that is a technological product can fly?" "Yes, please tell me, what do you mean by using a car steering wheel to control an airplane? What about your airplane joystick?" Li Feng turned to look at Stark, blinked, and said, "I only have a car driver's license, so I'm driving a car." "Is it plausible that the plane control stick is installed on the RV? What if the police stop me and ask for my plane driver's license? As for Ming Ming, why do RVs that are cars fly? Maybe RVs have a heart to let themselves go." Stark was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that Li Feng was joking with himself, rolled his eyes, and smiled. "Car driver's license? Are you planning to lay off the plane instructor? Will you be able to become a flight member by taking a car driver's license in the future? I like your idea. Do you need sponsorship? Let's make a fortune together." Hearing Stark joking with himself, Li Feng smiled. "It looks like you have taken a small step from the shadow of terrorists. How is my psychotherapist skills?" Stark looked down at the trauma on his body, curled his lips, and said, "The treatment of trauma seems to be reliable. As for the psychological aspect, I think it is a powerful factor in my own heart. It has nothing to do with you making me happy. You're really nothing. Telephone. There's really no phone." Li Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "I have no friends or family members. I hide in the desert to practice magic quietly by myself. Why do I want to call?" Stark glanced at the carriage, turned his head to the side, and asked, "Don't you have the space to expand the technology?" You can't rent a house in the urban area so that you have enough space to practice magic. Hide in the desert and you eat. What to drink? Don't tell me you are a magician. You can fabricate these living supplies out of thin air. Li Feng scratched his forehead thoughtfully, snapped his fingers, and let the RV drive automatically, got up, and took Sure Stark to the four-door locker and motioned Sure Stark to open it. Sure Stark's eyes twitched and looked at the autopilot steering wheel. Okay, this is magic. Then, Stark opened the cabinets in confusion, staring at the lockers running around the chickens, ducks, and cattle, then looked at the lockers of normal file size and said silently, I think it is necessary to say a few words. Did Coach Flight offend you? Let's let go of this business. Let's study how to enter the real estate market. Why do I sound like the real estate agent has offended you? Li Feng said jokingly, but then again, you and them are really not the same people. They are building buildings, but you, the weapon manufacturer, are destroying the man and the building is not born to deal with it. Sure Stark smirked and let out a sigh of relief and said, No, from now on, in my life label, the weapon dealer claims that roar will no longer apply to me. After that, Sure Stark didn't seem to want to continue the topic of weapons and said, Is there anything to eat? I feel more hungry when I see these vegetables. Li Feng pointed to the tomatoes in the four-door locker and motioned to Sure Stark to pick up a few pads on his stomach, then turned his head and shouted, Creature, prepare dinner. Our guests are hungry. Yes, boss. Creature will prepare now. Sure Stark picked a few tomatoes casually, ignoring whether they were dry or not. He opened his mouth and bit. While eating, he looked at Li Feng's farm curiously and said with an expression of interest in magic, the cabinet door on the side. What's inside? What's there? There are too many things, Li Feng said with a shrug. The kind that can throw you 3 views to the ground and can't fight back. Li Feng's words aroused Sure Stark's curiosity and asked, Can I visit it? Definitely. Li Feng opened the door of the collection room casually and said, Welcome to my magical world. After a while, Sure Stark, who walked into the collection room, said that he had opened his eyes, but compared to the magic items placed on the shelf, Sure Stark was even more curious to have a time converter with an independent collection shelf, and asked, This is what? Very precious. Li Feng resisted the desire to laugh wildly, and explained the function of the time converter to Stark calmly, especially focusing on time and the quantum realm. He wished to tell him all about Stark's use of quantum energy to travel through time in the Women's Federation 4. Speaking of this, I have to mention Li Feng's purpose. If it is just to send Sure Stark home, Li Feng said it was just a trivial matter, but he did not send the other person home at the first time. Instead, he tried to make Sure Stark happy. All this is that Li Feng wants to get along with Sure Stark. As long as you become friends with Stark Sure, Li Feng can't help but fantasize in his heart. Believe that the time converter will arouse your interest. Once you set foot in the quantum realm, you can give me a copy of the information, but only you are not enough. You still have to find a chance to show off magic in front of DR. Him, and let him help me understand quantum energy so that I don't know what to do about crossing the door. Just when Sure Stark doubted whether Li Feng had any misunderstandings about the quantum realm and magic realm, Li Feng unlocked the layers of magic on the collection shelf, picked up the time converter, and said, Want to try to travel through time? Stark didn't say anything. Creature knocked on the cabinet door and said, Boss, Creature has prepared dinner for you. Li Feng casually hung the time converter around his neck and said, Well, I will show you the feeling of traveling through time. By the way, I will take the opportunity of eating to tell you the rules that need to be followed when traveling through time. I don't want to be because of you, knowing the rules to disrupt time, but I was chased by a group of magicians. The sky is big, the food is the biggest, and Li Feng has said so. Sure Stark immediately put the doubts in his mind behind him. After all, he has already messed up his mind today and needs a good rest. At the table, Creature prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup according to Li Feng's past tastes. The only difference between today and the past is that there are more chopsticks. As for whether Stark will use chopsticks, this is not within Creature's consideration. I don't know if Stark is really hungry or if Creature's cooking skills are too good. While eating some delicious food, Stark gave Creature a thumbs up and said, Creature, Do you want to change to a more promising job? As my personal chef, I can give you 10 times your salary. Creature, who was tidying the kitchen, turned his face when he heard Stark's words, lowered his head and cursed. Damn mudblood. Insulting creature. Damn. Creature, Li Feng had to say aloud when he saw that Creature had committed another old problem. Go and see the medicine garden. Stark looked at an angry Creature, then at Li Feng, and asked in confusion, what did I say wrong? Although I don't know what mud-blood means, this term is obviously not complimenting me. It wasn't until Creature entered the four-door cupboard scoldingly that Li Feng explained truthfully and falsely. House elves are magicians' dedicated servants. They are honored to be able to serve magician without receiving compensation. You just mentioned wages. This is an insult to Creature. Stark scratched his forehead, shrugged, and said, the more you say that, the more I want to find a house elf to serve me. After all, after hearing your theory about quantum and time, I feel more and more that magic is an unknown energy. Energy can be controlled by science. Unfortunately, I have the financial resources and ability to produce and control energy. This shows that I'm also a magician, right? The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled, and he raised his glass to respect Stark. Magician is really good at controlling energy. Inwardly, Li Feng added silently, controlling energy is only one of the magician's methods. Magician is not a short-lived species. This is the difference between magician and scientist. After drinking and eating, Stark watched the RV flight at the speed that a car should have, and said disdainfully, your RV has entered the flight field. Can't you fly at the speed that an airplane should have? Just like your broken car. The flight speed keeps going, and there is no need to wait for me to return to Daxia. I guess I heard the news of the Stark Group's bankruptcy as soon as I walked out of the desert. Are you in a hurry? Say it early. Li Feng pretended to be suddenly enlightened, got up and said, where are you going? Sure, Stark thought that the RV could really speed up, and said with joy, the United States, even the nearby airport is fine. Then I will call my private jet to pick me up to the company, and let you see what the speed of the airplane should be. Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal, grinning, and said, when you have time, call. We have already arrived. New York. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Sure Stark found himself in the sky over New York after crossing the orange-yellow aperture. Stark took a deep breath with a slightly surprised expression, raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, and said, okay, magic I understand, but I will use technology to prove that this is just the application of wormhole theory. I have to remind you that there are no RVs flying over New York, and I don't want to be chased by missiles. Then they need to be able to see it. Li Feng patted the car and pointed to the metal palladium reactor on Stark's chest. A person like you with energy inside, but once I turn on the invisibility spell on the RV, even an energetic person like you cannot see the RV. Sure Stark pointed to the direction he was going, signaled Li Feng to let the RV to the company's flight, then looked down at the reactor thoughtfully and said afterwards, your stealth is just an optical stealth, right? Can evade satellite scans, but those sitting in front of thermal imaging and radar can spot RVs as well. Li Feng shrugged a little helplessly and said, yes, this is also a shortcoming, but I am not afraid of being discovered. After all, when I remodeled the RV, I paid a lot of attention to defense. Sure Stark touched his chin and said with a smile, if there are too many missiles, you can still escape with the magic just now? What kind of magic just made you from Afghanistan to New York? Portal. Li Feng saw what Sure Stark was curious about, and said with a helpless expression, without the permission of the Holy Place Magician, I won't introduce the portal to you in detail. Sure Stark thoughtfully said, so you're not the only magician on the earth, but a group? I'm curious, where are they usually? Why don't you come out and meet me? I can provide them with funds for their activities. Magician is really the same as in the novel. Is an experiment the same as burning money? Li Feng knew what Sure Stark was thinking, and said with a smile, they are busy guarding this world silently from being invaded by otherworld magical creatures. As for the funds, let's put it this way, even if you are worth 10 times in front of others, you are still a poor beggar. This is not Li Feng's nonsense, but Li Feng has personally seen how rich the Ancient One is. Not to mention the long history of the buildings in which they live, and even the teacups used to drink tea are antiques. How do you compare with others? After a while, the RV landed steadily on the roof of the Stark building. Just as Li Feng pushed the car door and followed Stark out of the RV, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be someone talking around him. Sure, Stark followed Li Feng's line of sight and saw nothing but a few satellite receivers on the empty top floor. What's wrong? It's nothing. Li Feng shook his head wonderingly and said, "Let's go. Let me see what's so interesting about your rich man's office." When Sure Stark walked into the company in torn clothes like refugees, the noise was conceivable, which made Sure Stark couldn't help complaining. "You can't lend me a few clothes? Even a coat will do." Li Feng shrugged. He didn't want to lend clothes to Stark. Li Feng's wardrobe didn't have ordinary clothes. They were all magic clothes that could change styles. Taking Sure Stark's exuberant heart, Li Feng can think of it with his toes. He just lent the clothes to Stark. This guy sent his clothes to various inspections in a blink of an eye until he understood the magic clothes and then made Restrain the mark model of Li Feng ability. When Pepper Potts heard his boss appear at the company inexplicably, he hurried to the opposite of Stark with a look of astonishment. Obviously, Pepper Potts had a lot to say, but he couldn't say it for some reason. Just looking at Stark with red eyes and biting his lips, Sure Stark raised his brows and looked at Potts, whose eyes were reddened and could not hold back his tears, and said, "The eyes are red. Is this what the boss thinks?" Potts smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm just happy that I don't have to look for a job. I hate it." "Well, your vacation is over." Sure Stark pointed to Li Feng and said, "Help me entertain this guest and arrange a press conference." Potts looked at Li Feng suspiciously and said, "Are you sure you don't go to the hospital first? How did you suddenly appear at the company? An airplane?" Hearing Potts mentioning airplanes, Sure Stark seemed to think of something, pointing to the ceiling and saying, "No one is allowed to go to the rooftop. Believe me, that thing is far more terrifying than airplanes. It will ruin your 3 views." Potts was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of 3 views of destruction, in Sure Stark's words, but seeing that Sure Stark did not show signs of trauma, he could only helplessly pick up the phone to arrange a press conference. While Sure Stark took advantage of the time before the press conference was held, he took Li Feng into his office, opened his arms, made a welcome gesture, and said, "How about it? Better than yours. It's wider than yours." Li Feng sat down on the sofa and said with contempt, "It's not as big as the locker in my house, so I'm so proud of everything." The corner of Sure Stark's eyes twitched. How did this make him refute? He has personally visited Li Feng's locker, not to mention that his office is not comparable to it. Even the home he thought was big enough, its area is not comparable to a locker in someone's home. A little bit unconvinced, Sure Stark said quietly, "One day I will crack your space expansion technology and make a teacup that is bigger than your locker." After a while, Potts walked to the office door with a new suit, knocked on the door, and said, "The press conference is ready. You can start after you change your clothes." Stark took the clothes, and regardless of whether anyone wanted to see his figure at the scene, he changed his clothes and said, "Austin, are you going downstairs with me in the office? As long as I mentioned in the press conference that you saved I don't mind your name appearing on the front page headlines tomorrow." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark and said, "Forget it. I want to be on the front page and still use you to help. You don't know that I want no one in the whole world to know me, or why should I run into the desert? I like sand. The so-called people rely on clothing, Buddha rely on gold." And Sure Stark, who put on new clothes, waved at Li Feng vigorously and said, "Well, when the press conference is over, you will show me the gadgets around your neck." Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, "As long as you follow the rules, it doesn't matter even if you take your wife, Ms. Potts, to see him." Stark now has been living in the cave for 3 months. Although he understands Potts' inner status, he hasn't confessed to Potts now. After hearing Li Feng's ridicule, Stark glanced at Potts and hurried to release. "We'll be on site." With a little embarrassment on his face, Potts glanced at Li Feng, hurriedly behind Sure Stark. On the way to the press conference, Sure Stark listened to Potts' ear and whispered, "Help me check Austin's information." Potts was stunned, then subconsciously looked back at Sure Stark's office and whispered, "Didn't you say that he saved you?" Stark nodded slightly and said, "But he was a bit too good to me. I always think he wants something else, and—" Stark recalled why Lee Fong didn't take him back to New York in the first time, but wanted to arouse his interest in magic. He shrugged and said, "Moreover, he and I have only known each other for a long time." Uncertain, Potts nodded slightly and said, "Well, you are the boss. You have the final say. I will help you when I am busy at the press conference." "No." Stark shook his head and interrupted Potts. "Go now. I want to get all the information about Austin at the end of the press conference." After that, Stark stepped up to the press conference site, while Potts took a deep breath and then turned and walked into a room. He took out his mobile phone to contact Stark's personal butler Jarvis and asked it to help investigate Li Feng's information. Collecting data is faster and faster than artificial intelligence. After the phone call, Potts hurried to the press conference, hoping to see Stark chatting in front of reporters handsomely, and at the same time praying that Stark would not make any trouble. Although the announcement of Stark's return conference was a bit rushed, the protagonist is also the famous Stark. So many reporters came. In addition, there were also many people who came to satisfy curiosity. Among them, some of them were among the reporters. Phil Coulson. In fact, Phil Coulson was confused when he received the news that Stark had returned to Dacia and appeared when the company was preparing to hold a press conference. He wondered how Stark, who had clearly disappeared in Afghanistan, bypassed the monitoring of the airport, station, etc., and appeared in the company. Could it be history that Stark would fly with a missile he built? Or is it that Stark has actually been imprisoned in New York? So they only got nothing after eating sand in the desert for 3 months? When Stark announced in front of reporters that he was going to close the weapon manufacturing department, Potts, who rushed to open her mouth in surprise and looked at Stark in disbelief. Her only thought was that her boss should be sent to the hospital to check her brain. The company that produces high-end weapons closes the weapons manufacturing department? Was this not brain-pumping? Phil Coulson, who saw Potts appear, looked at Stark in surprise, but now is not the time to solve why Stark closed the weapon manufacturing department. Phil Coulson walked up to Potts and handed a S.H.I.E.L.D. business card to him. Potts said, "MS. Potts, I am Phil Coulson, agent from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. I want to know about the disappearance of Stark." Potts was stunned when she heard the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. She wanted to see the business card that Phil Coulson handed her. With such a long department name, is a small business card enough to print? I know that many departments of the Ministry of National Defense and the CIA have come to me about this matter, but Mr. Stark suddenly appeared at the company half an hour ago, and he stayed in the office with an Asian youth when he came back, so I don't know the specifics. Condition: Asian. Phil Coulson frowned and asked, "Can you tell me what this Asian youth looks like?" Potts glanced at Phil Coulson, thinking what Phil Coulson said is also the National Department. Perhaps there is Li Feng's information. Hesitation said, "I only know that his name is Austin. Do you have his information?" Hearing Li Feng's name popping out of Potts' mouth, Phil Coulson's first reaction was to ask Stark to go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to be examined by a psychologist to see if Stark's closure of the weapon manufacturing department was caused by Li Feng's hypnotic ability. "If you're referring to the Asian Austin with a small belly, I think we have his profile. He is very dangerous," said Phil Coulson, taking out his cell phone and pressing the number, and said, "Sir, Austin appeared and had contact with Stark. I suspect that Stark has been taken by Austin hypnotic ability. I need an expert group to be there at the press conference." Phil Coulson turned to look at Potts and asked, "Is Austin still in the office?" Potts was a little horrified and overwhelmed when he heard that Stark was being treated by hypnotic ability and couldn't help but want to drag his boss to the hospital for examination. Hearing Phil Coulson's question, Potts covered his mouth and whispered, "Yes, he is still in Stark's office." Phil Coulson nodded and asked on the phone, "Sir, do you need me to contact Austin?" On the other side of the phone, Fury recalled that he had suspected that Li Feng was a commercial spy, and he did not know where to steal the technique for resurrecting the corpse. If Li Feng was really a commercial spy, he is now in a weapon manufacturing company. Lee Summit will not steal weapons information easily. Fury ordered without thinking, "Find Austin as soon as possible. I want to know his purpose of approaching Stark. and let Sure Stark check whether the information in the building has been stolen by Austin. After thinking about it, Fury continued. Stark's team continues to search history in Afghanistan, but the goal is changed. After hanging up the phone, Phil Coulson touched the gun in his back and said, "Ms. Potts, can you take me to meet Austin?" Potts' hesitation for a few seconds, and his boss returned to the company. Potts knew that Stark had positioned Li Feng as a friend. Even if he does not trust this friend now, an agent who does not know what department he is. Taking away Stark's friend, it's always a bit inappropriate. Phil Coulson seemed to see Potts' hesitation and said, "I'm not going to take Austin. I just want to ask a few questions in person." "Definitely." Phil Coulson turned his head and glanced at Stark and said, "You can tell your boss about taking me to Austin." Potts thought for a while and said, "I want the company's security department to send someone to follow you." Phil Coulson nodded slightly and smiled. "No problem." When Potts walked to the office with a few security guards and Phil Coulson, Li Feng was sitting at Stark's desk playing computer games board, playing card games that came with the computer. Due to the design of the office, Li Feng sitting in front of the computer is facing the office door. Because of this, Phil Coulson, who pushes in the door, subconsciously feels that Li Feng is stealing materials, such as weapon design drawings in the computer. After all, he doesn't see it. What is displayed on the computer screen? Phil Coulson, who drew his gun and aimed it in one go, shouted, "Mr. Austin, thief is not a real profession." Li Feng glanced at Phil Coulson, and then at the half-played cards on the computer screen. "What did I steal from me? Did you steal the cards from the computer? How to steal this stuff? You are here to teach me." Phil Coulson? I remember your name. Isn't the efficiency of marinated eggs a bit too high? I just found me when I returned to New York." Potts heard something from the conversation between Phil Coulson and Austin. He walked quickly to Li Feng and looked at the computer. There was nothing on the computer interface except for a standalone card game. Potts felt that he had been deceived and looked at Phil Coulson with an unpleasant expression and said, "Mr. Agent, please put down your gun, or I will ask the security to ask you not to go out." Phil Coulson could feel that Potts was not joking. He could only put down his gun and said, "Ms. Potts, I remind you, this Mr. Austin is a master of hypnotic ability, or can you hypnotic ability with just a snap of your finger?" Before Phil Coulson finished speaking, he heard Sure Stark's teasing voice behind him. "You actually need to snap your fingers to be a hypnotic ability person?" Stark rolled his eyes to Phil Coulson and stretched out his hand to signal the security to take the unrelated personnel out of the office. This is his office. Now it's not time for the party. So many people are not crowded in his office. When Phil Coulson was taken out of the office, Sure Stark closed the door and walked to Li Feng and said, "I always thought you only need a look to make a hypnotic ability person. After all, novels and movies all describe a magician like that, right?" "Mr. Li Feng." Li Feng smiled, got up and said, "It looks like you found out all my old things. What have you found?" Potts was a little confused. Sure Stark didn't seem to be joking when he described magician. He even used novels and movies to affirm Li Feng's career. Obviously, Potts felt that the Asian youth in front of him might be as legendary as possible from the perspective of certain abilities. Like the magician, at least now she believes that Phil Coulson said that Li Feng can relax hypnotic ability. Sure Stark shrugged. Can he find out all the information about Li Feng in such a short time? Impossible. So Sure Stark didn't answer Li Feng's question, but instead asked, "When will you show me your little toy?" Li Feng scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what Stark was thinking, but leave him alone. As Li Feng took the time converter off his neck, he looked at Potts and smiled. "Anytime. Do you need to bring Potts with you? It's a rare opportunity. Don't miss it when you pass by." Sure Stark touched the tip of his nose, and he looked a little hesitation. "Is it dangerous?" Li Feng, who understood what Sure Stark was worried about, shrugged and said, "Walking on the road will cause somehow to be hit by a car, but as long as you follow the rules, I guarantee it is safer than pressing on the road, and it is an unforgettable travel." Stark raised his brows and said, "This analogy is true, so I like to drive on the street to make sure no car hits me." After thinking about it, maybe Sure Stark said that out of safety considerations, he would not play with Potts during this crossing, or he was confident that he could build a time machine in the future. When Potts wanted to play through time in the future, He could use technology to bring waves. CI travels through time to play. Thinking of this, Stark stretched out his hand for Li Feng to start performing. On the side, Potts in the cloud and mist that he heard didn't understand what the two were talking about. She just wanted to know if Stark was hypnotic ability. Potts said in a firm tone, "I want you to go to the doctor now." Before Potts finished speaking, he watched inexplicably what Li Feng took out of his shoulder bag and put it on Stark, and then put the converter chain around Stark's neck. Just when Potts felt a little inexplicable and wanted to ask what was going on, she saw Li Feng gently turning the time converter, and then she watched in horror as Stark, who had just returned to the company, disappeared before her eyes. After Li Feng activated the time converter, Stark felt that in addition to the huge movement caused by the violent knock on something in his ear, there were also various fuzzy shapes flying quickly in front of him, which gave him the illusion that he was flying fast backwards. As soon as the traversal vision was over, Stark subconsciously looked at the clock on the desk. The time on the clock was indeed going backwards by 1 hour, but he could not be sure whether the clock was set back by Li Feng for 1 hour or whether Li Feng really took him back an hour ago. But Potts, who was originally in the office, really didn't see it. The probability is that he has returned to the past. Stark looked down at the cloak he was wearing, and after making sure that he was not abnormal, he looked at Li Feng and asked, "How do you prove that we have returned? I remember you said that no people can see us. Otherwise, it's dangerous, so we can only stay in this office." Li Feng pointed to the cloak on Stark and said, "How could it be possible to stay in the office? Otherwise, why would I put on you a cloak engraved with the Muggle deportation curse? This thing allows us to get out of the office, but ordinary people ignore it. Our existence." After that, just in case, Li Feng gave Stark the invisibility spell and opened the door of the office, making a gesture of asking, indicating that it was time for Stark to visit. "Ignore, not invisible?" Stark touched his cloak and said as he walked out of the office, "You mean wearing this tasteless cloak can make me feel abandoned by the world?" The summary is in place. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, silently watching Stark walk straight to an employee, shaking his hands at the employee's eyes as if he was testing the cloak's function, and the employee, as the test product, seemed to be thinking of 100,000 urgent things. Ignoring Stark, who wandered in front of him, he left in a hurry. "Well, my employees do dare to ignore the boss," Stark shrugged and whispered, "but it only proves that your cloak and invisibility are indeed effective, not that we are back in time." After that, the playful Stark was about to stand in front of another security officer and continue shaking his hands. Li Feng felt that sooner or later Stark would have trouble playing like this. After all, Stark was only invisible and wearing a cloak with the Muggle deportation curse, but it didn't really disappear. In case there is a haunted rumor from Stark Enterprise tomorrow, Li Feng pulled Stark aside and said, "Would you like to show me a tour of the Stark Group? I will find a place with the best sight to appreciate how you were there in the first place." Courage, wearing a tattered suit, dare to return to the company? Stark rolled his eyes at Li Feng, but Li Feng's words also made him think of something, and said, "I thought of a way to prove whether we returned to the past. An hour ago, we had not returned to New York, so there was no you on the rooftop. How about that RV? And I can watch myself return to the company with my own eyes?" After speaking, Stark turned his head to look at Li Feng. "I looked at myself with my own eyes? It feels weird when I say this." Li Feng suddenly thought of the illusion that he heard someone talking when he first got off the RV. "Oh, it's the current I went back to observe myself, and Stark was almost discovered by me." Li Feng glanced at the history Stark. "This is your company. You have the final say, but I remind you that you can't let you discover you by yourself. Understand?" Stark gestured, "Okay," to Li Feng and walked straight to the top rooftop. Back on the rooftop, Stark looked for the trail of the RV for the first time. Unfortunately, the RV hadn't landed on the rooftop at this time. It was strange that Stark could find it, but it also made Stark believe that he had traveled to the past even more. Li Feng leaned against the wall, watching Stark silently groping around the place where the RV was about to be parked, as if Stark could figure out an RV with his hand, and said, "I want to portray the formation, just in case you wait." I saw myself when I got off the RV. Sure Stark nodded slightly, took his ears to the edge of the roof to admire the beauty in the distance, and said, "Now, there are only two of us on the roof. Can I ask you a few questions?" Before Li Feng nodded or shook his head, Sure Stark continued, "I checked your information, but no matter how you look at that information, I think you're not Li Feng. Especially your appearance has changed. I know that the 18th National Women's University has changed, but I don't understand why you are inexplicably changing after you are in your 20s. Do you know how my personal butler judged it? Say you go for microplastic surgery or a microplastic surgery performed by a black clinic. Otherwise, I can find out which hospital you performed the surgery at." Li Feng, who portrayed the formation, turned his head and glanced at Stark, curled his mouth, thinking disdainfully, "My appearance change is related to my soul, and if you can find it, there will be ghosts. I suggest you let JRVIS invade the surveillance of Kimchi Country. Maybe you can find out which hospital did the microplastic surgery for me." Stark held his arms in his arms, turned his head to look at Li Feng, frowned, and said, "Have I told you about JRVS? Li Feng glanced at Sure Stark, shook his head, and said with a smile, "No, you haven't told me about Little Pepper, but I didn't tell you that I can not only go back in time, but also see in the future." Stark touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "I have never thought about it before. Relative to a stranger, you seem to be too good to me. I was still guessing what you want from me. Now, I kind of understand. Do you want to get what you want from me in the future?" Li Feng, "Time. My time is not for sale." It was said, but Sure Stark was still a little confused by Li Feng's answer. After thinking about it, he asked, "What time? Is it possible that my future is to sell time?" It's just that Li Feng stopped taking Li Sure Stark after answering time, and he painted the magic circle on his own. This kind of knowledgeable answer made Sure Stark feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing to do. After all, how did Li Feng save him in the desert? Got him one, but Sure Stark rubbed his temple with his right hand and asked faintly, "Assuming that only the future I can give you what you want, was it in the desert at the beginning? Even if you didn't save me, I could escape the pursuit of terrorists." "Yes, but you can just lie in a cast and go back to New York." In case Shield or Sure Stark come to ask himself if they encounter unknown things in the future, Li Feng said true or false. "When encountering, I didn't know about your disappearance before, and my time spell has strict requirements. Just like now, I saw you return to the company with a plaster cast. I learned about it through a future newspaper after arriving at your company." "But," Li Feng pointed to Stark's intact arm and said, "Do you think you need a cast now?" Stark moved his arm, and after thinking about it, he said, "Let the plaster roll as far as possible. I think I understand what you're going to say. My future has been changed by you, but you can only see the unaltered future." Li Feng, who had finished depicting the formation, stood up and nodded, and said, "Moreover, touching time is a very, very dangerous thing. Unless necessary, I will not look at the future." After speaking, Li Feng squinted his eyes to the distance and said, "Fast forward into the circle. I feel the RV is driving in this direction." Sure Stark looked at the distance, shrugged as he walked towards the circle, and said, "I start to hate invisible RVs. Maybe I should add sonic and thermal imaging technology to the surveillance." Sure Stark quietly dropped a bit of his own dander when he walked into the circle. He suddenly heard the sound of a car engine from the sky in the distance. After a while, Sure Stark was speechless and saw his clothes tattered and embarrassed. Inexplicably appeared from the air. He turned his head and said, "I really shouldn't have brought you to the rooftop." Before Sure Stark had finished speaking, Li Feng obediently shut up with a look in his eyes. At the moment, Li Feng looked at him who got off the RV and looked in his direction inexplicably, until Li Feng in the circle watched him go downstairs. He said with a serious face, "Remember that I told you the rules for traveling through time? I almost found us when I was in the past. Once it caused a time branch, if you were lucky, just wait to be chased by the holy place magician." Stark, who was almost found out because he was speaking unintentionally, still had a slight apology on his face, but when he heard Li Feng's words, he immediately threw the apology into the trash can and curiously asked, "What if you have bad luck?" Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Stark. "Sure. I don't know why." Li Feng always felt that Stark seemed to have a lot of courage after he determined that there was a time converter in the world, just like knowing that there is no regret for selling medicine in this world, and he would be reckless if something happened. He kept rushing forward. Once he knew that he was wrong, he would take the regret medicine, turning his head and rushing in the other direction. After thinking about it, Li Feng sneered and frightened. Bad luck? Congratulations, you will live to be old in the time cycle. For example, once you fall into the time cycle now, your world will only have this 1 hour. Even if you commit suicide by jumping off the building and want to get rid of it, you will return to the rooftop undamaged after 1 hour and experience this 1 hour again. The most pitiful thing is that this 1 hour world, only the rest nothing will happen. You go to work, take a break, and even if you tell the world what you really want, after 1 hour is over, only you will know that this is a 1 hour world. At the end, Li Feng patted Sir Stark on the shoulder and said, I know you are a genius. Maybe you can build a machine to escape from the 1 hour world if you give you time, but I want to remind you that if you don't have it within 1 hour, you can make an escape machine. Once time starts to loop, everything you do is wasted. Besides, what if you are unlucky enough to be trapped in the 10-second world? Give you a piece of advice. It doesn't matter how you want to study time in theory, but don't try to shuttle time. You can't afford it. Sir Stark was shocked by Li Feng's expression or his tone of voice. He had a dazed expression. For a long time, Sir Stark seemed to understand something. He squinted at Li Feng and said with a smile, Unless you help? Li Feng smiled mysteriously, pointed to the stairs and said, This journey through time is almost over. It's time for us to go back to the office. Back at the door of the office, Sir Stark looked at Phil Coulson in the security uniform with his eyes twitching. He was squatting down in front of the office door with his asterisk pouted, listening to the movement in the office with his ears on the door. It's strangely called shield look at people's squat posture. What else can you call a squat game? Li Feng looked at Stark speechlessly and whispered, I thought you had asked the security to take Phil Coulson out of your company. I didn't expect you to secretly recruit him into your security department. I just want to say something. You're really good at picking people. Sir Stark, who was disappointed with his own security, squeezed the tip of his nose, pointed at the cloak on his body, and asked in a low voice, You said this thing can make him ignore me. How about the voice? Can you ignore it? Seeing Li Feng shaking his head and denying the cloak's role in isolating sound, Sir Stark attached his ears to Phil Coulson's ears without thinking about it, learning the movement of the female ghost in the movie and shouting in a trembling voice, Hey, also, I life. Phil Coulson was originally focused on the movement in the office, but Sir Stark's voice was heard inexplicably in his ears. He turned his head to look in the direction of Stark, but because of the relationship between the cloak and the invisibility curse, Phil Coulson definitely couldn't see anything. Arrived, but it also made him understand that his eavesdropping behavior was discovered. Phil Coulson turned his head and looked around, as if trying to find out who was pranking on him, but finally, to no avail, he could only guess whether it was a new type of props developed by Stark Enterprise, and he slowly left the office door with a confused expression. Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark, who was grinning, pushed open the office door, and said, The journey through time is over. Inside the office, Potts blankly pointed to the place where Li Feng and Sir Stark disappeared through time, and then looked at Sir Stark, who walked in from outside the office. He covered his temples with his hands and said with a dazed expression, What the hell? The last second I watched you disappear, the next second you walked in through the door again? Tony, I need an explanation to prove that I am not crazy. Sir Stark looked at Li Feng and seemed to be asking if Li Feng could tell Potts about passing time. Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, Whatever you say, but don't try it. After that, Li Feng pointed to the wine cabinet in the office and said, Is there any beer? I'm a little thirsty. Sir Stark glanced at his wine cabinet, adjusted his expensive tie, looked at Li Feng with contempt, and said, Am I like a beer drinker? On the side, Potts, who was waiting for Sir Stark to explain, looked at Stark and then at Li Feng. I don't know why. She felt that after the two disappeared and reappeared, the relationship seemed to be much better. He wouldn't look at Li Feng with contempt. He would just ignore Li Feng. Potts thought for a while, glanced at the phone, and saw Sure Stark nodded slightly. Then he picked up the phone on the desk and said to the assistant on the other end of the phone, "Buy me some beer." Before Potts put down the phone, Li Feng shouted with a grin, "I'm here for some peanuts." Potts glanced at Li Feng speechlessly and said to the phone, "I'm buying some peanuts for wine." Stark raised his brows. "Hey, buddy, why do I sound like you are ordering creature? This is my office, my personal assistant, understand? She only serves me. Li Feng is only a history." Stark was envious of his own house elves. He ignored the nonsense of Sure Stark and dragged a chair to the window, ready to enjoy the distant scenery. "You're really welcome." Sure Stark rubbed his forehead and pulled Potts to sit on the sofa. He pointed at Li Feng while sorting his thoughts and said, "I want to understand the premise that I can safely return to the company from the desert. You have to believe that guy is a magician." Potts was stunned, but didn't intend for Stark's explanation. It was not until Sure Stark finished his story of traveling through time that Potts opened his mouth and pointed to Li Feng, who was busy drinking and eating peanuts with a vague expression of disbelief, and said, "You make me believe that there is a magician in this world. Why don't you say that you were saved by God?" "Don't believe me?" Stark pointed to the ceiling and said, "There is still a caravan parked on the roof of the company. Would you like to meet?" "And the magic servant creature," I said. "He is also in the caravan." After speaking, Stark stood up and said to Li Feng, "Austin, I will show Potts to visit your RV." Li Feng, who turned his back to Stark, waved his hand and signaled Stark to be free. Now he is busy using Hawkeye to see the beauty in the distance. He is still a beauty with burgundy hair and a graceful body, who looks at him with a telescope. Definitely, if this beauty can throw away the obstructive sniper rifle next to her, Li Feng wouldn't mind looking at each other until she is old. After all, looking at beauty is a sport that is good for physical and mental health. For a long time, with the help of Stark and Creature, Potts finally boarded the RV with the expulsion curse and invisibility, threw Sangwan into the trash can with his hands, and returned to the office blankly, staring at Li Feng's back and looking up and down. On the side, even though Sure Stark knew that Potts was simply curious about the identity of Li Feng's magician and had no extra thoughts, he still said that he was overturned and he needed Potts' comfort. I saw Sure Stark walk up to Potts, stand between Potts and Li Feng, looked at Potts' eyes and said, "I miss the bathtub at home now. You can buy me some ingredients." Said this, Sure Stark as if thinking of something. He turned to Li Feng and said, "Does Creature only have Huxia food?" "No." Li Feng waved to Natasha Romanoff in the distance and shook his head and said, "Creature is good at international cuisine, but I like Huxia food, so he cooks Huxia food for me. Buy the ingredients I love." After talking to Potts, Stark, who turned his back to Potts, frowned and walked to Li Feng's side, followed Li Feng's gaze in doubt and asked, "Who are you with?" "Call Roar." Li Feng shrugged and said, "A beautiful woman who used to pierce the roof of my RV with a knife. Definitely, the RV at that time can't fly." After that, Li Feng looked at Potts and said, "I want to ride and fly." "Your RV?" For Li Feng's invitation. How could Potts miss the magical experience? Hastily said that she was going to arrange the food stuff now. Stark looked at the distance suspiciously, trying to find the beauty in Li Feng's mouth. But unfortunately, he had neither telescope nor Hawkeye. It was not until Potts' figure disappeared in the distance that Sure Stark pointed to his head. Asked, "When I went to your RV just now," Creature welcomed Potts with a smile on his face, but he was muttering mudblood in his mouth. "I know that mudblood is not a good word. So is Creature here?" "Ill." Li Feng nodded and thought about how to explain Voldemort's affairs. After a while, he said, "Creature once wanted to destroy someone's evil item, but Creature's ability was insufficient and not only failed to destroy the item. Instead, he was controlled by that evil object and tortured him with magic every day for the purpose of driving Creature mad. It is still the kind of torture that has to be experienced every day for several years." Sure Stark was stunned, and Shan Shan said, "You mean the object is a dead thing, not a person or a creature?" Li Feng nodded, turned his head to look at Stark with suspicion, and scanned Stark's pocket mentally, and said, "You won't steal anything from me. Are you ready to take it back and do research secretly?" Sure Stark waved his hand again and again, saying that he was a gentleman. How could he be a villain on Liang? Seeing Li Feng still looking at himself with suspicion, Stark said solemnly, I need a medical team to treat creature? Don't worry. I will definitely let the doctors know what to say and what not to say. Li Feng shook his head, slandering inwardly. Why is creature cured? It's not that I can't treat creature well. The problem is that what I want is creature who is loyal to me and dare to scold me when I am crazy, so that I can abandon creature if necessary. Don't worry about creature's business. I have my own arrangements, or just let me go to your house without asking. I don't believe you will invite a man to your house as a guest. Stark pursed his lips and shook his head with a bitter smile, took a deep breath and slowly explained, To be honest, I don't know who else I can trust now. In the case of terrorists, Stark personally saw that the other party had a large number of weapons produced by the Stark Company, and even heard the other party say that these weapons came from American Friend. If terrorists have only a few weapons produced by Stark can still think that they were stolen from the black market or from a small base. But the number of weapons is so large that they're all piled up in the open. Someone delivered it directly to the terrorists from his company. Maybe it was the kind of free shipping. Moreover, this person can secretly deliver goods to terrorists without hiding the company and know his whereabouts in Afghanistan. Presumably, this person's position in the company is not low. An executive with the name of a terrorist hidden by his side, coupled with the history of this group of people's methods. Stark had experienced it firsthand, which made him shudder when he thought of life in a cave where life is worse than death. Stark can't wait to turn a steel armor design in his mind into a real thing. Even the name of this armor is thought of. It's called Mark II. But before the armor can be manufactured, Stark needs a sense of security, and he has new ideas after traveling through time. After listening to Stark's explanation, Li Feng scratched his head and smiled. Just let me be your bodyguard and tell you the traitor who leaked your whereabouts and cause you to eat sand for 3 months? Stark nodded slightly. It's just a bodyguard for a while. You can leave after I build the armor, and I have placed an order for you to prepare a gift. Li Feng glanced at Stark's pockets with fluctuating energy and said with a smile, Tell me what kind of gift it is. If you're satisfied, I don't mind being your bodyguard for a few days. Sure, Stark. A good thing that allows your RV to disappear in front of radar, thermal imaging, and other detection equipment. Li Feng could roughly guess that what Stark's pocket contained was some kind of medicinal leaf and other items in his pharmacy. After all, Creature was watching in the RV. It was not easy for Stark to steal magical items. At the same time, Li Feng understood what Stark was thinking. It was nothing more than unreasonable worries or distrust of himself. But this was normal. After all, he had lived on the earth for most of his life. Suddenly one day, he discovered that there was a group of magicians hidden in this world. It's strange that he doesn't study it clearly. Li Feng thought for a while. If Stark is so genius that he can only rely on a small amount of medicinal leaves to make armor that restrains himself, he should not get involved in the Marvel world and find a stable world for the elderly. In addition, he is a magician who can always practice and become stronger. It is estimated that when Stark really developed anti-magic armor by relying on a leaf, Li Feng already had the ability to drag a giant octopus out of the earth to make iron octopus rice on the sun. And even if Stark didn't steal the medicinal materials this time, Li Feng would leave some medicine for Stark. After all, the reactor version on his chest was too low, and accidentally there was a danger of palladium metal poisoning and belching completely. Thinking of this, Li Feng decided to pretend that he didn't find the medicinal materials in Stark's pocket. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Stark and said, "Deal." Just as Stark finished pouring the wine and toasted to celebrate the agreement reached between the two, Potts returned to the office holding the paper bag full of ingredients, knocked on the door, and said, "You too, can you go now? I can't wait. Take a flying car." "Definitely." Li Feng put down the wine glass in his hand, waved to Natasha Romanoff in the distance, and signaled to continue playing the game of staring at each other next time. Whoever blinks first will lose. He stood up and said to Potts, "I hope you have tasted Klee. After cutting the craftsmanship, I won't have the idea of expelling my chef." Stark drank a toast and said in a low voice, I already want to fire my chef. The three of them had just returned to the rooftop where the RV was parked. Sure Stark pinched his nose and said, "I'll put some water in, so I won't be allowed to peek." Hearing Sure Stark's words, startlingly, Potts was taken aback for a moment, then apologized on his face. He said silently, "Sorry, Tony is like a child sometimes." Li Feng thinks more than Potts, because the direction that Sure Stark turned and walked towards with his trouser belt is the place where he drew the circle before passing through time. Needless to say, Li Feng guessed Sure Stark with his toes. "I'm not sure about the passing of time. What evidence is left in the circle to prove it?" Cursing his lips, Li Feng shrugged and said, "I just want to ask if I have time to join the Star Company's security, and how much can be fined for people with convenient file size anywhere." After speaking, Li Feng turned and took Potts onto the RV. Sure Stark saw that both of them were in the RV. He hurriedly picked up the little dander he had left behind from the circle and turned and walked towards the RV. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff, who had been observing Li Feng, waited and waited but didn't see Li Feng walk out of Stark's door. After thinking about it, he pressed the communicator on the cochlea and said, "Sir, Austin, who played the Stark game with me. I haven't seen it since I left my site." On the other side of the communicator, Fury knew that Potts had been driving a black SUV to Stark's house when he was buying food for multiple people. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's report, Fury frowned and said in a low voice, "I'm sure. Is Austin still in the history of Stark's company, or has he already used the wormhole to leave?" Natasha Romanoff took care of the equipment on his body and asked, "I need to sneak into the Star Company to make sure?" Fury, who had already arrived at Sure Stark's house, thought for a while and said, "Get to Sure Stark's house as soon as possible. I need an agent that is immune to hypnotic ability, and by the way, bring that guy here." Potts is also Sure Stark's personal assistant anyway. To her, taking a plane is the same as an ordinary person doing a bus. It doesn't feel much anymore, but Li Feng's house is different. First of all, it's novelty. For this reason, Li Feng deliberately lowered the height, and flight speed allows Potts to slowly appreciate the expressions of passers-by without using a telescope. But no matter how slow the RV is, it will reach the end when night falls. Before long, Stark in the RV had seen his house and said, "Austin, drive your RV into the garage, where there are equipment to transform your car." Li Feng nodded and drove the RV into the garage under Sure Stark's guidance, until Potts stepped on the ground. With an expression of excitement still on his face, he hurried to the kitchen with Creature holding a pile of ingredients. In the garage, Sure Stark touched a few wooden boxes that had not been dismantled, rubbed his forehead, and said, "This is a gift that I thought of after a lot of thought. I hope you will like it." In fact, because of the RV, Sure Stark did not think much about Li Feng's compensation. "I want to give Li Feng a cool car. As a result, someone has a flying RV, which means that the cool car is not as good as my own flying car. I want to send Li Feng a private plane. As a result, someone has a flying RV, let alone a plane that runs faster than the RV. Think about how Li Feng traveled from Afghanistan to New York in 1 second, and what plane could catch up with it? Speed? I want to give Li Feng a mansion. They still have a flying touring car, and the internal space is beyond imagination. It is no problem to ask a few football teams to play in the touring car. So because of this flying RV that made Sure Stark both greedy and envious, he could only come up with a safer idea to help Li Feng transform the RV. By the way, he added some facilities to the RV so that Li Feng could live comfortably. Definitely, regarding Li Feng's life more comfortable, it does not rule out that Sure Stark simply wants to add his style to a magical RV, so that the magician who will board the RV in the future will notice that this world has other history. Stark. Silhouette. Who made Li Feng refuse to tell the Holy Place magician? Sure Stark could not find another magician. He could only hope that those magicians who boarded the RV would ask him to customize something after seeing the Sure Stark equipment that made Li Feng's life more comfortable. These facilities. Li Feng glanced at the direction Potts was leaving and made sure Potts was not nearby before pointing at the reactor on Stark's chest, signaling Stark to follow him back to the RV, and whispered, "I know this stuff will keep you alive, but I also know this thing can kill you slowly, so I also have a gift for you. It is a potion that can treat palladium poisoning. However, this thing has some minor side effects. I hope you don't mind then. Definitely. Do you mind if I have no rules? After all, I'm not a potion master, so? Li Feng took out a few potions from the locker and handed them to Stark Sure. Sure, Stark was a little confused. He took the potion with his left hand and took out his ear with his right hand to show that he hadn't heard clearly. He asked in a slightly puzzled tone, "Smoke from ears? What do you mean? Have you seen a steam train in motion?" Li Feng took a potion from Stark's hand, raised his head, and took a sip, and said, "This is a healing potion. If you don't mind the strange smell, usually drinking boiled water is fine. After all, this thing can cure sickness, and it can be used as a tonic if you're not sick." Returning the medicine to Stark, Li Feng pointed to his ear and said, "I feel the medicine's effect has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Sure, who watched Li Feng's ears popping out, Stark covered his stomach and smiled. "Your ears are actually caves. Is there an antique steam train hidden in it?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "I just show you the side effects, and I just took a sip, and my ears will roll out for a few minutes, and you drink just enough of the side effects." There was white smoke in the first half of the day. Sure, Stark's eyes twitched, and his smile was frozen on his face. "Ma Dan." Sure, Stark shook the potion in his hand silently and asked faintly, "How long does the potion last? And when is the best effect?" "Once in 3 days, right?" Sure, Stark staggered and looked at Li Feng with a funny expression on your face. "Can you remove the question mark? Don't you know the effect of the potion you gave? I dare to drink such an unreliable potion? I feel panicked when I hear this." When Sure Stark wondered whether to put the medicine on Li Feng's face, he listened to Li Feng Shanshan saying, "The main reason is that I don't know what palladium metal poisoning is and what are the symptoms of poisoning. Besides, you are carrying a reactor. This makes me even more unable to explain how you want to use the potion. I can only tell you that this potion can restore your health and how to use it." Li Feng patted Stark on the shoulder and said, "You can study it yourself." After speaking, Li Feng walked to the restaurant by himself. Sure, Stark looked at Li Feng's back, then looked at the medicine in his hand, took a deep breath in speechlessly, and put the medicine in his pocket, ready to wait until JRVIS analyzes how to use it. Li Feng just walked to the hall with his feet on his feet, turned his head, and said to Stark behind him, "I don't think the security of your home is really good." When Sure Stark was still wondering what it meant, Fury's faint voice came from a far corner. "In fact, the security of this playboy's house is already very good. It took me 1 minute to walk in. This cowhide is enough for history. Mr. Stark has been blowing it all his life." Sure Stark glanced at Fury, squinted, and shouted, "JRVS. I'm in, sir. What's your order?" Hearing the voice of JRVS, Sure Stark was slightly relieved. At least his artificial intelligence is still working. "Where is Pepper?" Before JRVS could answer, Fury walked to the wine cabinet in the restaurant to select the wine he liked and said, "I didn't touch your secretary, and I just saw you coming up from the garage when I came in." Fury, who has selected a good wine, took out 3 glasses and put them on the bar. After pouring the wine, he picked up the glasses and looked at Li Feng, saying, "It's been a long time since I saw Austin. I found that your taste has improved and you will wear casual clothes. To be honest, I'm very curious. Are you a rat so you can hide? I haven't been looking for you for a day or two, but I haven't found a trace." Although Sure Stark heard that the other party knew Li Feng, and the main purpose of coming to his home was supposed to be looking for Li Feng, Fury's behavior of treating him as his own home and ignoring his existence still made him very upset. Sure Stark said in a bad tone, "Sorry, who are you? If you want to sign me, please contact my assistant first." Li Feng knew very well why Fury came to him. It was nothing but too much fog on his body. Unfortunately, Fury was also a guy with full curiosity and late suspicion. Fortunately, Li Feng thinks he has the ability to talk to S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise he will apparate when he notices Fury. So when Fury solemnly asked, "Who are you?" Li Feng smiled and turned his head and said to Stark, "Before I explain the identity of this marinated egg, can I ask Jarvis to help? I want to clearly record the facial expression of a marinated egg when it changes its face. Be careful. Sure Stark is not a person who is afraid of big things, and he originally wanted Jarvis to scan the face of the agent that can invade his house in order to find out the other party's department, so that the group he raised can be organized. Lawyers who stay in the office bragging and bullshit have the opportunity to show off their talents. Moreover, Stark thought it was very interesting to appreciate the process of others destroying the three views. He immediately shouted, "Jarvis, accurately capture the changes in the facial expressions of this. Mr. Layton." Speaking of this, Stark turned to look at Li Feng and asked curiously, "This guy is really braised egg? Did his ancestor open a restaurant?" All names are the names of dishes. Fury, who has become a bitter egg inexplicably, is very upset. If you didn't want to know what Li Shangong said, he really wanted to draw a gun to Li Feng for a few shots. Also, if possible, he really wants to ask Stark to leave and let him talk to Li Feng alone. But this is Stark's family, or a home with artificial intelligence. No matter where he and Li Feng hid in the conversation, it is estimated that the history Stark would know exactly what was talked about. Fury held the wine glass in one hand, patted the pistol on the bar with the other, glanced at Stark, who was waiting to see the joke, looked at Li Feng with a cold face, and signaled that Li Feng could explain. Li Feng hooked his fingers at the wine glass on the bar counter and let the glass float towards him and Stark, and said, "Remember our agreement? I hope I have practiced my mouth during this time." Fury looked at the floating wine glass inexplicably, then at Stark, gritted his teeth, and said, "Red carp, green carp." While Stark was forced and guessing what the operation was, Fury bit his tongue several times to finish the tongue twister. Li Feng said with a look of contempt, "I'm almost scared by your weird tongue twister for half of my life." After a pause, Li Feng said quietly, "I am a magician." Fury frowned. He didn't believe a word about magician. He only knew that Li Feng had a lot of skills, hypnotic ability, and teleport. Now it seems that he still needs to write mind control on the information. Just a man with multiple abilities. Ability? There is no record of this. Before Fury's entanglement was over, Li Feng pulled out a long stick from a small shoulder bag and pointed to the wine glass floating in front of him. In Fury's surprised look, the wine glass first turned into a rabbit, hopped in front of him, and turned into a teapot. Under Li Feng's control, the teapot filled his empty wine glass with tea. Fury rubbed one eye and looked at Li Feng's long stick and the shoulder bag that can store the long stick. He also looked at the tea fragrance in front of him. He wanted to call the doctor in the bureau to ask if it was something. The hypnotic ability technique caused him to have hallucinations. Stark walked to the bar, curiously smelled the tea, turned around and asked, "Man, can you drink this thing? And can you lend me that stick? I want to turn my wall into gold." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark. "Save the province. I know that all things become gold are excuses. You just want to study my long stick, but this thing is a fire stick in your hands." Shape-shifting has 3 elements. If you're not a magician, I will not explain them one by one. One of them is that the nature of the object will not change after shape-shifting. For example, Li Feng walked to the bar, tapped Fury's pistol shot on the bar with a long stick, turning the pistol into a scented turkey, and said, "Don't look at this turkey, no matter what it looks like. It still feels the same as turkey, and you can even use a knife and fork to cut a piece of plump chicken from this live chicken, but when you eat it in your mouth, you will find that there is no turkey taste at all except the taste of a pistol. If you insist on eating this live chicken into your stomach." Li Feng scratched his head and looked at Fury, who was curiously holding the turkey in his hand and looking over and over again, and asked, "What is your pistol made of? Can human intestines and stomach digest it?" In response to Li Feng's question, Stark and Fury rolled their eyes and responded, "Are your pistols fried with flour and other ingredients? Can you digest?" Fury, however, cares about another question. What is the long stick in your hand, and can you shoot and kill after turning the glass into a pistol? Li Feng shook the long stick and said true or false. This is a magic weapon, just like a transformer that can ensure the function of the voltage within a safe value. When I have stronger control in the future, this thing will be given to you. Can? Fury squinted his eyes and said, "In other words, if you lose this stick, your ability will drop a lot." Upon hearing this, Li Feng guessed what the other party wanted to do. He rolled his eyes and put the long stick aside, turning himself into a Fury appearance. After a few steps back, he dragged a blazing fireball with one hand and said, "I know you want to steal my magic weapon, but I have to remind you that I only need some magic tools to practice before I have mastered it. But this does not mean that I can't practice it." And, feeling the heat of the fireball in front of him, Fury cut his lips and interrupted. "You know, you remind me of Talos like this." Pointing to his head, Fury said quietly, "I don't know if you still have an impression of Natasha Romanoff. I don't know if you accidentally or deliberately. You once told her that you didn't want to see me when you were weak, so now your strength very strong." If Li Feng hadn't become Fury, sure Stark might not understand what Fury meant by inexplicably talking about Talos. But now he heard that Fury was referring to someone in this world who could become someone else at any time. He speculated wildly. What if that Talos becomes his appearance? Sure Stark, who is Talos? Feeling speechless, Li Feng understood the meaning of Fury's words and still suspected that he was an alien. While thinking of the chief scientist of the Screw People, he ignored Fury's eyes and said, "A group of green-skinned aliens living in the Earth's orbit. People, among them, there's a guy who used hammer wrenches and other tools to transform an airplane into a space fighter overnight. I think you and him must have a lot in common." "Earth orbit?" Sure Stark asked in confusion and whispered, "I always thought I was at the pinnacle of my life. There's nothing I can't know, but now it seems first a group of magicians and then a group of aliens. People? Can any of you return the beautiful Earth in my mind?" While wondering how to keep Sure Stark's alien affairs secret, Fury noticed that Sure Stark described magician in a group of units and squinted his eyes and asked, "There are many magicians on Earth?" Li Feng spread his hands and asked, "Otherwise? Without the inheritance of magician from generation to generation, where do I go to learn spells? Well, I just imagine it out of thin air and then cast it out of nowhere." Noting that Li Feng can cast spells through learning, Fury took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead and asked, "What are the requirements to become a magician, and where are you usually?" Li Feng shook his head. "Put away your careful thoughts. They are busy defending the Earth, so they don't have time to talk nonsense with you. My duty is also to defend mankind." Fury pointed to himself and said, "Maybe we have many common languages. Or give me a phone number to contact me." At this point, Fury looked at Li Feng and said, "Then why aren't you busy protecting the Earth? And how do you magicians usually contact? Do you rely on the phone? But I found out that you have never bought a phone or paid a fee to the communications company." With a hand drooping on the bar, Li Feng thought for a while. "If you want to get gems, you have to join the Avengers team. Anyway, Fury will know some of his old bottom." Li Feng shook his head and said, "I won't tell you about the group of Holy Place magicians. As for me, you can understand it as a wild magician. This is also when I had no power or strength behind me. I didn't dare to have much to do with you. Reason. To be honest, this gives me the feeling that you know me, but I don't know you exist." Fury shrugged and smiled. "You don't provide other magician accommodation. I can hardly believe that you are a magician. Maybe, as I guessed before, you are just an alien with special abilities." Fury looked at Stark and said, "It's like Talos can copy the recent memory of the transformed object in addition to the shape-shifting ability." Li Feng spread his hands and gave a believe-it-or-not expression, then looked at Fury with a smile and shouted, "Creature, give me a piece of French fries." On the side, Stark, who was quietly acting as an audience, didn't notice that Fury was warning him to put away his curiosity. Otherwise, not only would aliens become himself, but he would also be aware of recent memories. But Fury didn't know enough about Sure Stark, which properly aroused Sure Stark's more exuberant curiosity. It's just that Stark also understands that the gadgets made by visiting aliens are different. This is a new, unknown, and huge field. At that time, if you don't learn any technology, you will be infected with the alien virus first. It's not fun anymore. So Stark still knows that his curiosity should be restrained for the time being before he has a good defense mechanism. But Stark looked at Li Feng. Here is a magician who can go back to the past. What if something happens to him? After thinking about it, Sure Stark finally nodded to Fury, saying that he understood what he meant. As for Li Feng's time ability, Li Feng is his father, and he will help him all the time and free of charge. Moreover, he is still thinking about Li Feng's time. I have said, what does the time I want to get from my hands mean? Which makes Li Feng always vigilant. Now, let's take a look at Fury's expression when Creature is on the stage. I guess it must be funny. After a while, Fury's eyes twitched at Creature, who was walking up with the French fries, and turned to ask, "This is called an earthling? When I am blind?" Li Feng, who took the French fries, smiled and said, "This is a house elf who only serves the magician, and is also my exclusive servant, Creature." After speaking, Li Feng asked, "Creature, tell this bittern egg what will happen if ordinary people break into the magical world." Creature blinked his big eyes and said, "Usually it is to delete ordinary people's memories with spells such as forgetting nothing and then add a false memory. If necessary, he will also read the other person's memory with the pinching mind. Make sure that the other party completely forgets what they saw and heard in the magical world." After Creature explained clearly, Li Feng waved his hand to make Creature retreat, touched the stick and looked at Fury and asked quietly, "Do you want to know the specific operation of tampering with memory? If possible, I want to watch you tamper with all the memories that Sure Stark heard today." But Li Feng's eyes had already told Fury that the experimenter he wanted to tamper with the memory would never be Sure Stark. There were 3 people at the scene. Who else could be Sure Stark besides Sure Stark? Fury looked at the pistol that turned into a turkey-like pistol and was speechless except for helplessness. "I would also like to know how many house elves are raised on the earth," Fury said quietly, rubbing his swollen temples, and their abilities and positions. To the side, Stark toasted Fury, nodded and said, "Not only do I want to know, I also want to have a house elf." Pointing to the reactor in front of his chest, Stark looked at Li Feng and said, "Wait for me to upgrade it. After the transformation, I can barely be regarded as a magician who can control energy. Although it is done with technology, the magician is the magician, right?" Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark and said speechlessly, "You should upgrade this thing to a harmless and pollution-free toy and discuss with me what is the topic of magician. Otherwise, you are just a short-lived ghost." Fury thoughtfully glanced at the reactor on Sure Stark's chest. He knew that there was a large reactor in Sure Stark, and there was a design drawing in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the person who designed the reactor was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. But I really don't know how young I am, but I think Sure Stark will live a long time after hearing this. It seems that some will be busy when I will return to the game. Knowing not to ask Stark the truth, Fury tapped his finger on the bar and said, "Man, can you not digress? We are now talking about the number of races and ability of Creature." Li Feng shrugged, pointed to Sure Stark and said, "It's not to blame me. It's him who made the topic off the track." After a pause, Li Feng spread his hands in an innocent costume and asked, "What species do you think can be specified by magicians as their exclusive servant?" "Definitely is a species with various spells like magician. As for the number of elves, I have only seen such an out-of-print house elves like Creature, which is definitely more precious than pandas." Fury squinted his head and asked, "Various spells? What are the specific spells, and where did he learn his spells? Did he learn from Holy Place Magician? How many elves are there in Holy Place Magician?" Li Feng felt a little helpless. He heard that Fury still wanted to ask about Holy Place Magician, but Li Feng really didn't dare to say more about it. With his toes, he could guess that Ancient One was against S.H.I.E.L.D. No, it was against the snake. What attitude does the S.H.I.E.L.D. have? If it wasn't for Ancient One to feel numb and annoyed by the intrigue between humans and decided to focus on how to deal with otherworld creatures, the snake shield building would have been demolished by Ancient One to sell scrap iron. Li Feng rolled his eyes, and an elder persuaded the younger generation's posture and said, "Halden, you just listen to me. Don't look at you. There are many broken organizations and elites, but you really can't afford to provoke a Holy Place Magician." Li Feng pointed to himself and continued, "I tell you frankly, don't look at me now, destroying a small country and playing, but you still kneel to the Holy Place Magician, so you still don't know that there is a holy in the world. Place Magician, otherwise he..." Sure Stark was stunned when he heard Li Feng's claim that he had destroyed a country's ability. Then he thought of something and squinted at the long stick in Li Feng's hand. Sure, Stark remembers that when he first met Li Feng in the desert, Li Feng used to release a group of dark shadows from the long stick in front of him. At first, Creature introduced this group of creatures named Dementors to him. Ordinary people couldn't perceive, sure. Stark was still a little unbelieving. After all, what was the difference between him and ordinary people at that time, except for a big light on his chest? Both are mortals who need to drink water to eat and go to the toilet. How did he see the Dementors? Is it possible that he is born with yin and yang eyes? Until these creatures who were born with the ice halo-cut vegetables to kill the terrorists, and the terrorist performance clearly expressed one thing to Stark: they really can't see the Dementors, otherwise they won't be stupid. Charged into the arms of the Dementor. Sure, Stark shook his head slightly with a wry smile. He holds a stealth army that ordinary people cannot detect. Li Feng does have the ability to destroy a small country. On the other side, Fury thought at first that Li Feng claimed to have the ability to destroy the country, and couldn't help but spit at Li Feng. This cowhide is too bloated. But when Fury saw the change in Stark's expression after he rolled his eyes with the stick, Fury vaguely understood that Li Feng didn't seem to be bragging. At this time, Fury said that his brain hurts and he needs some oxygen to slow him down. Seeing that they were either silent or thinking, Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief. I'm scared, you. Know that I'm in a cowhide. In the future, when SHILD wants to deal with me, it's best to think about my consequences, hee. Li Feng held up the wine bottle with a calm expression and poured wine on the three of them. After thinking about it, he decided to give Fury a little deterrent, lest the other party think that he has the ability to destroy the country and send someone to assassinate him in the name of world peace. Said, let us return to the topic of Creature. First of all, the house elves and magician spells are not a system, so I don't know what he will do. Secondly, the house elves' nature determines that they need to follow a magician. Otherwise, the house elves without the owner will go crazy. Fury rubbed the bridge of his nose and tried to relax his brain so that he could analyze more useful information. After a while, Fury squinted and asked, I know that the supernatural person is at risk of losing control and is very dangerous. Then what will Creature do if he goes mad? It sounds like a question. How will Creature go crazy after I die? Li Feng grinned and said, in the beginning, Creature will continue to manage my inheritance, but when Creature fails to find the next magician and goes mad, I only know that he will become very dangerous. How dangerous I am. I don't know. After all, no one knows what outrageous creatures will do. Fury rubbed his forehead and said quietly, it seems that I want to bless you not to meet God easily, in order to prevent you from belching someday. I think it is necessary for you to meet my men. After speaking, Fury pressed the cochlea and said, let him come in and make a trick to our Mr. Magician. Roar. Li Feng glanced at Fury and turned to look towards the door. As expected, the king of agents. I always thought that only the three of us were talking. I didn't expect you to have off-site assistants. How could I drop you? After a while, a man in a black market combat uniform stood at the gate, raised his hand and turned around in a circle, indicating that he did not bring any weapons. Stark curled his mouth and asked Jarvis to visit people, and said, my house is really lively today. Here comes another soldier who just got off the battlefield. Or is it that my house is having a party, but I, the host, don't knowledge? When Jarvis determined that the soldiers did not bring weapons, Fury recruited and signaled the soldiers to enter the house. At the same time, he looked at Li Feng and said, I know you met when you were in Portland. For this reason, I specifically asked Bob if he had seen you. He denies seeing you. You know, I used the most advanced polygraph, but I still can't prove whether Bob is telling the truth. Until now, I have a new idea. After all, you said that there are magic tricks to tamper with the memory of others. A Miss Balboa's memory has been tampered with by you. Fury took a deep breath and stared at him and asked, even if I believe there is a magician in this world, I'm pretty sure that Bob's technology is not magic at all, but technology. Do you have anything to explain? Li Feng shrugged innocently and walked around Bob with interest. While hiding himself, he said, I found Bob when I was in Portland, so I rushed into the theater to see him out of curiosity, but Bob didn't lie either. As I am now, I watched him invisible. While lifting his invisibility, Li Feng looked at Fury. Remember what I said at the beginning? This is where I'm curious. Fury stared at Stark with one-eyed eyes and said, "Since you don't want me to study this technology, why did you give it to me? What is your purpose? I don't believe you are a wholesaler of technology." Li Feng scratched his head, shrugged, and said, "Believe it or not, I just couldn't bear to destroy such a great technology with my own hands." "For what purpose did you experiment?" Fury, who has been observing Li Feng's expression, suddenly smiled and said, "Believe it or not, I just want to see if I can use the money from the cemetery to improve the welfare of employees." Aside, Stark heard a little inexplicably and asked, "Guys, there are still people here. Who can explain to me what new technology this soldier has?" Li Feng and Fury looked at each other and said at the same time, "It has nothing to do with you." Sure, Stark touched his chin and shouted, "JRVS, scan this soldier in depth." Fury doesn't want Jarvis to scan Bob. In case Stark knows about Dead Man's resurrection, there may be something wrong. In addition, Li Feng has said everything that should be said, and Fury, who shouldn't have said it, also knows that he can't find out today. What? After waving goodbye to the two of them, he pulled Bob to leave Stark's house. When he walked to the door, Fury turned his head and pointed his one-eyed eye to Stark. "Sure. Put away your curiosity. This world is messy enough. I don't want to wipe your A***. After leaving Sure Stark's house, Fury sat in the passenger seat without saying a word and motioned to Natasha Romanoff to drive back to headquarters. Natasha Romanoff drove the car into the SHILD parking lot, signaled Bob to get off the car, and asked Bob to find a doctor for testing in accordance with the previously established procedure, so as to prevent Bob from being unknowingly by Li Feng's hypnotic ability. In the car, Natasha Romanoff kept silent all the way. Even if he had returned to the headquarters and still immersed in his own world, Fury did not have the idea of getting off the car, so he had no choice but to take out an instrument from the trunk and do his brains for Fury. Inspection of. Fury took the instrument, rubbed his forehead that was overanalyzed, and asked, "You have heard the conversation between Austin and I. What are your thoughts?" Natasha Romanoff was stunned, and then asked, "Sir, although you don't know what creature looks like, but you are at Stark's house, do you believe that there's a magician in this world, or do you believe that creature is what Stark did?" Robot, don't forget Austin has the ability of hypnotic ability. Maybe he has done something in your brain that makes you dazzled, or... Before Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, Fury shook his head and interrupted, "I'm not thinking about the non-existent problem of magician, but..." For a long time, Fury squinted and asked, "If you knew that a powerful force was hunting you down or positioning you as a potential threat, what would you do?" Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "Disappearing in the eyes of this power, such as living carefully after a facelift." After a while, the contemplative Fury asked again, "If you're caught by this force when you have exercised to make yourself stronger, but at the moment you are already convinced that you have the ability to resist or escape, or knowing that the other party is afraid to do anything to you, what will you do when the other party wants to extract your information through dialogue?" Natasha Romanoff raised her brows and said, "Grasp the rhythm of the conversation and ask the other person to follow my rhythm and ask questions that are useful to me." Fury nodded and continued to ask, "What if you find that you can't master the rhythm?" Natasha Romanoff said without thinking about it, "Then say something, talk about it, and constantly interrupt the other person's thoughts during the conversation. For example, in order to distract the other person's attention during the conversation, you can add the other person's interest in the conversation. Content, but what you want to say is plausible, or it is difficult to tell the truth or falsehood of the other party, so that the other party can't judge your intention for a while." Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff seemed to think of something, frowning, and said, "Sir, you want to tell me, assuming Austin is really a magician, then he only knew that he was hiding because he was born as a wild magician, and his strength was not enough? But today he dares to talk to you face to face because he thinks he has the strength to face us." Natasha Romanoff, who recalled the conversation between Fury and Li Feng, thought about it for a while and continued, "Austin has always referred to you as raw bisalted eggs, and he always talks about you when talking to you, except for thinking interrupt your thoughts and want to use the name Roar to stimulate your clarity so that you can't judge the accuracy of the information he said. Does this mean that his strength is not what he wants to express? Is so strong? Is he bluffing? Hearing Natasha Romanoff talk about brined eggs twice in a row, Fury touched his bald head with a gloomy expression and said, I think so too, especially when Austin said that once he died, Creature will go crazy. It's like he is telling us that he has prepared a backhand and warned us not to kill him. This also tells me from the side that his strength is not as strong as he described. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, That's because he doesn't understand us. Otherwise, he knows that we won't kill innocent people. Fury shook his head, recalling what Li Feng did when he uncovered HYD array, and sighed and said, You are wrong. I think it is Austin who knows us too well, and even knows a lot of insider information that I don't even know. Only then will I be warned of don't mess with him. I have a feeling that he knows that we have spies inside, and the number of spies is still quite large, so that he can arrange for himself. What he wants to guard against is not us, but our internal spies who are hostile to him. Fury touched his chin and smiled, but I'm not without gain. Natasha Romanoff looked at the instrument and nodded to Fury. After indicating that Fury had no signs of being hypnotic ability, he asked curiously, What do you know? Fury looked out the car window and said bitterly, He has a high probability of being a magician, and he really has the means to destroy a country. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. She still didn't believe in magician. As for the destruction of the country, Natasha Romanoff guessed that Li Feng relied on hypnotic ability to control an army, or that Li Feng simply served some power that could overthrow the regime of a small country. Just when Natasha Romanoff wanted to refute, I heard Fury say quietly, Remember the team that searched for Stark? After Stark and Austin returned to the company, I asked them to continue searching for signs of human life in the desert. Not long ago, they found evidence that Austin has been living alone in the depths of the desert all these years. They think of Austin's ability to destroy a country. Do you know what this means? Natasha Romanoff was stunned and immediately put his previous guesses behind him and said, Are you trying to say that Austin has always been a person all these years, and that a certain skill or technology in his hand is a weapon of mass destruction? But I can't figure it out. If Austin's strength is so strong, then why does he have to talk about it with you? Fury laughed and said, At present, there are not a few people with known ability who have ability to destroy a building. But no matter whether the ability person can destroy a country, they will be killed in front of shells, just like ordinary people. So I guess Mr. Austin, the great magician, is amazing, but he can also beat cannonballs into flesh. He is afraid of death, which is good news tonight. In fact, Fury's speculation is correct. Li Feng is indeed afraid of death. After all, how many people can face death directly? And Li Feng told Fury a lot about the truth, but he was afraid that Hydra would know that he is a magician, or a magician who can grow through learning. Judging by Hydra's urinary **X, they will only keep catching Li Feng, so as to pry him out of his mouth how to become a magician. Li Feng is self-aware, even if he has an amazingly defensive RV. What about the ability that can ignore the frontal bullet attack? Can he hide in the RV for the rest of his life? Or drive the shield when you get out of the RV? Just like who has ever seen a special policeman wearing a body armor while walking around? It seems that Li Feng is ill or the mana is useless. As for putting on the cloak with the invisibility curse and the Muggle expulsion curse to ensure Li Feng's safety, stop it. A simple thermal imaging can invalidate the invisibility and expulsion spell, such as relying on thermal imaging to hide 800 meters away while holding a sniper rifle, and using objects around Li Feng as a reference. It can still kill Li Feng or anesthetize Li Feng. For a long time, Fury turned his head and asked, What did you find near Stark's house? Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, You have to be prepared. What I found is not good news. Fury scratched the corners of his eyes to act helplessly, nodded slightly, indicating that he was prepared. Natasha Romanoff tilted his head to sort out his thoughts and said, I found a set of wheel marks that appeared out of thin air in front of Stark's garage door. From the car's prints, This car looked more like a flight left after landing. Then I scanned it. The good car is printed and sent to the technical department. Guess whose car print is this? Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff sternly. It was obvious that he was not in the mood to play a guessing game. Natasha Romanoff said boringly, I thought of Austin showing up at Stark's house, so I asked the technical department to find out the car print left by Austin driving the RV in Portland for comparison, and found that it was compared with the Stark garage. The previous car prints are the same, plus I called up the nearby highway monitoring and found that there is no sign of the RV at all, so I'm sure that Austin's RV did not use his wormhole-like abilities or spells to return directly from the company. To arrive at Stark's house is to fly home all the way from the air. Fury squinted for a moment and said, I know Austin has a stealth ability, so you'd better go to the air traffic control to check if there are any planes that took off from Stark. Natasha Romanoff smiled. I have arranged for someone to go to the air traffic control station. I also asked someone to go to the Stark company to see if I can find anything. This is when the phone ringing suddenly rang in the car. Natasha Romanoff took out the phone and took a look, pressing the answer button to put the phone to his ear, and said to Fury, It looks like we have found something in Stark. After a while, Natasha Romanoff put down his mobile phone and said they did not find any evidence of the RV in the parking lot of Stark. Later, they found out by questioning the employees of Stark that Stark came down from the top floor when he appeared in the company inexplicably. According to this clue, they found a set of car prints on the roof of the company. After comparison, it was the car prints left by Austin's RV. The air traffic controllers have also received news. They did detect that a signal from a suspected helicopter took off from Stark to Stark's home, but the satellite did not find the helicopter. At first they thought it was something stealth. The helicopter, but they were unable to contact the aircraft, and they did not hear the noise of the aircraft after sending people nearby. So the air traffic control side thought it was a system failure and did not report the matter. It seems that Austin's RV can not only fly, but also has a stealth function. As for the flight noise, I guess they can only hear the sound of the car engine. Fury lowered his head and took out his mobile phone. After some manipulation, he handed the phone to Natasha Romanoff and sighed. This is the list that Stark ordered before. Do you see anything? Natasha Romanoff took a look at the phone, squinted, and said, This is not just the material for the stealth fighter. After thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff squinted and said, Austin wants Stark to help transform the RV so that the RV can avoid being caught. Any detection means to find it. Originally, Li Feng was a magician. It was enough for Fury to worry about it. Now it's okay. An undetectable RV is wandering around his head all day, and Fury feels his head is 3 laps bigger. Fury rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh, pushing the door and saying, Delete all the information about Austin from the computer, leaving only the paper information, which I will keep. When Bob left, Li Feng noticed that the corners of the other party's slightly raised mouth, as if to ironic that Li Feng's slave contract was invalid for him. In fact, based on the fact that Bob has never passed any news to him over the years, Li Feng has already guessed that although Bob is restricted by the slave contract, the other party has the ability to bypass the contract and do something Bob wants to do. Seeing Bob today is just to confirm his previous conjecture. But Li Feng didn't care about it. After all, he regarded Bob as an attempt from the beginning. Success is the best, and failure is nothing. Next time I improve. The only trouble is that Li Feng is not sure to what extent Bob can evade the contract. Li Feng touched his chin and thought to himself, Judging from Fury's expression and dialogue, it seems that Bob has not told S.H.I.E.L.D. about me. This is also good news. At least the contract is still useful. Not long after Fury left, Creature was busy arranging the table and serving dishes. Potts, with the food leftovers in the corner of his mouth, walked to the living room and said with excitement, Everyone, you can enjoy the magically cooked food. I'm here. The smell of the kitchen can no longer stand. Creature's craftsmanship is so great. I really want to hire a house elf with a high salary to comfort my stomach. Hearing Potts inadvertently talking about high salary, Li Fengsheng was afraid that Creature would scold him at Stark's house and hurriedly shouted, Creature, go take care of the pharmacy. Potts glanced at Li Feng inexplicably, then looked at the dinner plate prepared for the 4 people on the table, and asked wonderingly, "Can Creature eat human food?" I also prepared a portion for him when I bought the ingredients. Sure, Stark knew that Li Feng was afraid of Creature's illness again, and shrugged and explained, "The house elves eat the same things as us, but they serve the magician for free. The remuneration you mentioned is an insult to them. Plus," Stark tapped on his temple and whispered, "Creature has been tortured by inhumans and cannot be stimulated by outsiders. Otherwise, the swear words in his mouth can make you doubt your life." Potts was stunned and said to Li Feng apologetically, "Sorry, I don't know about this. I can apologize to Creature." Li Feng, who walked to the dining table, shook his head and smiled as if to comfort Potts. "You don't need to apologize. Your praise and letting the house elves have something to do is the best embodiment of glory and value for them." Potts looked at the table full of delicacies and said, unsure, "Is it affirmation of Creature to wash the dishes?" "Yes." Li Feng inserted a piece of steak into the dinner plate in front of him and said, "In the concept of housekeeping elf, the more you keep him working, the more you can make him happy. Because of this, it is his opportunity to reflect his own value." Like a gentleman, Stark helped Potts pull out the dining chair, motioned Potts to sit down and enjoy the food, and said, "I still work for free. The free chef serves me." Potts was unable to accept free labor for a while. How did she hear that Creature was positioned as a slave? Otherwise, what age is this? And there are creatures that have work to do to reflect their own value. The animals in the zoo's performances are paid, even if it's just a small dried fish. It's just that Creature is Li Feng's magic creature after all, and she doesn't have much to say, so she can only put the steak on the dinner plate. Sure, Stark saw the slight embarrassment on Potts' face, and prepared to change the subject to relax Potts, and said to Li Feng, "Do you have any plans in the future? Or go back to the desert to live your original life without a mobile phone?" Li Feng stopped cutting steak in his hand. To tell the truth, Li Feng knew that his self-control was not very good without a mobile phone. In his previous life, he was a guy who kept his head down and played with his mobile phone all day. Will play some games and become addicted, and then leave the matter of practicing magic aside. This is the Marvel world where there is crisis. It is important to have no strength. So Li Feng still feels that he can use his mobile phone as much as possible. Anyway, he does. No friends. Why do you want a mobile phone? Just open the portal and chat face-to-face with anyone you want to chat with. As for going back to the desert, Li Feng thought for a while. The story of Marvel has been opened by Iron Man, and SHIELD also knows some of his own situation. I don't seem to need to go back to the desert to eat sand. It's okay to stay in New York. The only downside is that I didn't practice spells. Could it be possible that I was allowed to practice spells in the urban area, and the troubled people knew what to do? Let's not talk about how SHIELD will deal with it at that time. Just say that this is not in line with the style of the holy place magician, which has always been hidden. The ghost knows that the group of magicians will come and ask me for trouble. Li Feng's current strength is able to rub the magician who is making trouble on the ground, but there's a great god named Ancient One behind him. Li Feng is afraid that the small one will come out of the old one. How can Li Feng dare to attack? How to do? I can't fight, and I don't have a place to practice spells. It's a bit annoying. With a slight headache, Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "Is there a no man's land near New York?" Make sure that the larger the area is when there is no one, the better. The movement when I practice certain spells is not small. Stark raised his brows and raised his glass and said, "Ask me?" This is the funniest question I've ever heard. Stark turned his head and said to Potts, "What if I want a no man's land to do some dangerous experiments?" "Do." Potts blanked his eyes on Stark and said, "According to your past character, you either go to an uninhabited desert or buy a piece of private land, and then expel all the creatures in the private domain." Look, Stark, who was satisfied with Potts' answer, took a sip of his drink and smiled. "This is how I solve the problem. Is it great to have money? Ma Dan, it's really amazing." Li Feng cast aside his lips and said helplessly, "Do you think I can buy a no man's land? Unless I put those magic items for auction, I can't even pay the land purchase tax. But do you think that bitten egg will agree?" After thinking about it, Li Feng said quietly, Even if it is close to the no man's land in the suburbs of New York, to be honest, I don't want to be too far away from the metropolis, too lonely. Sure Stark stretched out his hand and shook his finger at Li Feng and said, I pay for a piece of land for you to live in. Li Feng looked sideways at Stark. The no man's land he was looking for must make sure that there was no one nearby. Otherwise, Li Feng would break into and be accidentally killed by the spell when he was practicing spells. Whose responsibility is this? If it weren't for this reason, Li Feng drove his RV to the high altitude in the suburbs and found an uninhabited mountain to be a happy mountain king. Therefore, the land that Sure Stark bought for Li Feng must be large enough or good security measures. However, Li Feng knows that Sure Stark has money, but the other party is not a prodigal who spends money at will. Li Feng looked at Stark and asked, "If you have any requirements, I will ask them now. I will consider them." Stark rolled his eyes to Potts and took the opportunity of shrugging his shoulders to vaguely pointed to the reactor on his chest and said, "The magic potions you gave me before are not enough for me to study. I want more. Renting your land counts me. Remuneration for the purchase of medicaments." Potts on the side was a little surprised when he heard Sure Stark talking about the potion. He secretly guessed what damage Sure Stark suffered when he was captured by the terrorists, or whether the damage could not be cured by ordinary means. What does it do? Sure Stark was afraid that Li Feng would frighten Potts by saying that he was poisoned and other words. "It's nothing, it's some therapeutic agents. After all, the weapon manufacturing of Stark Enterprise was shut down by me. I want to see if I can get involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Selling magical potions, otherwise my worth will shrink. This excuse it sucks." Li Feng nodded to Potts, indicating that what Stark said was true. He took out 2 potions of different colors from his shoulder bag and handed them to Potts, saying, "This is a short time for you. A potion with a brighter inner skin is like a woman who sprays a certain perfume to make herself more attractive when attending important occasions. Definitely, you are attractive at first, but after spraying this stuff, you will be even more attractive when you go out. The other is only a therapeutic agent. It can be used externally or internally. It can sterilize and quickly heal all wounds. However, when using it, pay attention to the fact that fractures and other injuries are not within the scope of its treatment. Otherwise, it will appear to be healed from the outside, but the bones it's still crooked, it's best to break the bones straight and drink the potion. I promise it will make the injured jump alive and kicking immediately. This is also a magic potion, and the effect is amazing. This prevents Potts from rejecting Li Feng's gift. After saying, "Thank you," he carefully put the potion into his bag. As long as Potts is not thinking wildly. With a sigh of relief, Stark raised the glass in his hand, blinked playfully, and said, "Happy cooperation." Li Feng smiled and raised his wine glass and said, "I almost forgot to ask JRVS to find someone for me." "No problem." Sure Stark called to the camera in the corner. "JRVS, did you hear that? Austin has something to do with you." Just as Sure Stark's voice fell, JRVS's magnetic voice sounded in the restaurant. "Hello, Mr. Austin. Who do you want to call?" "Ben Parker." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, JRVS projected photos of hundreds of people named Ben Parker and some brief introductions in front of Li Feng. It's just that there are a lot of people named Ben Parker, and many of them are women's photos, which makes Li Feng a little speechless. "You said such a masculine name. Why are there still women taking this name? What do her parents want to drop? Do you think your son is crazy?" Li Feng said that there were too many names, and he looked a little dizzy, so he quickly added, "Narrow the search range. Male, lives in New York." After thinking about it, Li Feng continued, Probably live in Queens. His wife is called May. There's a nephew named Peter Parker." After a while, JRVS projected Uncle Ben's information in front of Li Feng. Sure Stark looked at Uncle Ben's information curiously and asked, "This is your relative?" Li Feng, who looked at the picture of Uncle Ben, smiled and shook his head and said, "I am not a relative, but I know he is a rare good person. Early in the morning, the bladder issued a plea of stock is full. Please clean up in time." As if somnambulism, Li Feng walked to the bathroom with his sleepy eyes open. While making a brief comment, Li Feng heard the arguing in the living room vaguely. Scratching his head, Li Feng went back to the room and put on his clothes and walked to the living room. He cursed at the corner of his mouth. Madan, which bug was hanging his throat so early? I wonder if the early bugs are eaten by birds. Entering the living room, Li Feng ignored Obadiah Stein and Stark in the living room and sat straight on the sofa, watching them with interest. Obadiah, who discovered that the stranger had entered the living room, just turned his eyes at Li Feng, turned his head, and continued to use an elder-like, heartwarming educational history Stark. And sure, Stark also looked like he did not admit his mistakes, stubbing his neck to retort Stan's remarks. After listening for a while, Li Feng rolled his eyes vaguely. He understood why Obadiah came to education history Stark early in the morning. It was not Sure Stark who shut down the weapons manufacturing department without the research and approval of the board of directors yesterday. This means that Obadiah was not in New York when Stark returned to the company. Otherwise, he would knock Stark before the press release and let Stark reflect on the consequences of the weapon dealer not buying weapons. Look at Stark's stock price. What's it like? Other divers dive down the same way, but they can still see a little bit of splashes. That's good for you. Stock dives have not seen any splashes. Obadiah said that his assets have shrunk seriously, making his heart uncomfortable, and he's almost eating the medicine for heart disease. In addition, when he closed his eyes, he saw his little money flying out of his pocket, which made him unable to sleep at night. So he rushed to Stark's house from the field overnight and asked Stark to clarify why his money was inexplicable. Gone. As a result, as soon as he arrived at Sure Stark's house, Obadiah saw the headlight on Sure Stark's chest and said that it was the best potent medicine for heart disease and wanted Sure Stark to hand over the reactor. Sure Stark immediately said that it was his personal belongings, and he simply refused Obadiah's request. This is the reason why Li Feng heard the quarrel between the two. Li Feng felt a little funny. Two guys with great reputation in the outside world were having a debate here. I don't know how much he would get paid for recording this scene and selling it to the media. Sure Stark saw Li Fengxiang holding back a smile on the sofa, rolled his eyes, and said to Obadiah, I don't want to quarrel with you in front of the guests. It's rude. Obadiah took a deep breath and let it out slowly and said helplessly, Okay, but I want to tell you, because of your irresponsible words, how miserable the company will be. I can reverse the situation. The company continues to be profitable, but Obadiah rolled his eyes at Li Feng, looked at the reactor on Stark's chest, and said, But I need a product that can attract the public's attention. After speaking, Obadiah walked up to Li Feng, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng, and said, You must be Mr. Austin. I heard Pot say you brought Tony back from the desert. I was worried when Tony disappeared. He was like my kid. Thank you, child. You treat Sure Stark as a fool. Li Feng slandered, smiled and shook hand with Obadiah, turned his head to Stark and said, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready? Li Feng's act of talking to Stark while shaking hands with himself made Obadiah very upset, but he didn't say anything. He waved to Stark and said, You have a good rest at home, and I will go to the company to take charge of the overall situation. I hope to reverse the current situation. After speaking, Obadiah waved goodbye to Li Feng and turned to leave, while Li Feng looked at Obadiah's back with a smile on his face. Until he couldn't see the back of the other person, Li Feng stopped smiling and turned and said, Didn't you ask me who is the traitor to the company before? Be careful of this guy, but I can only see the future, so I don't have any evidence in my hand to prove what he did. If you want to remove this guy, you still need find the evidence yourself. Sure Stark was stunned. He looked at Li Feng with an unbelievable appearance. Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, indicating that he did not lie. It can be said that I grew up watching me. Li Feng patted Sure Stark on the shoulder with a smile and said, In fact, you have guessed something a long time ago. After all, your whereabouts in Afghanistan is not something ordinary people can know. You just don't want to believe it. The expression on Stark's face gradually stiffened. Finally, he took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead, pointed to the kitchen, and said, Creature was preparing a huxia breakfast early in the morning. I think it has been made by now. Obviously, Sure Stark didn't want to talk about Obadiah. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This matter had nothing to do with him. It did not mean that the equity of the other party would belong to Li Feng after he killed Opadri. If the equity really belonged to Li Feng would not mind giving it to Opadri now. Yalai sends out a satisfaction or seduction spell, telling him to tell Stark honestly how he sold weapons without telling Stark, and how to contact terrorists. Now, let sure Stark play slowly. He still wants to go with Uncle Ben after breakfast. Don't take care of Obadiah, because he is really invincible by driving the Iron Overlord. There is no need for Li Feng to cast spells. Only the Dementor is enough for Obadiah to survive. At the dining table, Li Feng ate the meat buns, drank the last sip of soy milk, and wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeves. Stark asked, "When will I modify my RV?" Sure Stark threw a napkin to Li Feng, pointed to the soy milk residue at the corner of Li Feng's mouth, and said, "It can be done in the afternoon, in the morning." Sure Stark pointed to the reactor in front of his chest and said, "I have to get it first. Change yourself to a stronger heart." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said with a gloomy look, "So, I can't drive my RV to go out today?" Stark made a helpless expression and said, "Go out to play with your uncle? I am now curious about this Mr. Parker. How good is his personality to impress you? Besides, I have to remind you, your uncle is not a rich family. He needs to go out to work to make ends meet. You may not be able to see him if you come here rashly, and it would be rude to show up without notifying Mr. Parker in advance. Finally, you better bring a gift. I have prepared a gift, and I asked Jarvis to check Ben's work record. He is on duty tonight, so I'm sure he is resting at home during the day." After speaking, Li Feng got up and left the restaurant, shouting at the kitchen, "Clee cut, get my shoulder bag." The industrious creature teleported to Li Feng in Stark's envious eyes, handed the shoulder bag in his hand to Li Feng, blinked his eyes, and waited for Li Feng's next order. Considering that Uncle Ben is just an ordinary person, and creature's alien appearance may not be acceptable for Ben for a while, it would be bad if Uncle Ben is scared. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who took over the shoulder bag, said, "Creature, you stay at Stark's house. I don't want him to participate in the magical world. It is too dangerous for him." It's just that creature obviously wanted to be by Li Feng's side. He blinked pleadingly at Li Feng and said, "Boss, creature can be invisible. Creature promises not to scare the boss's friends." On the side, Stark first said that he could not stand the cute creature, and said, "I think it's better for you to bring creature. If creature can't accept my dismantling of the RV, I don't want to hear him on the side. Cursing me, it makes me feel like I was cursed by creature." Li Feng glanced at the history a little speechlessly. "Stark, curse? I don't know if the curse will be blocked by your headlights. You guys." However, what Sure Stark said is also somewhat reasonable. In case creature's brain convulsions after Li Feng leaves and wants to prevent Stark from modifying the RV, Sure Stark's current ability really can't stop it, unless Sure Stark wears an anti-creature battlesuit. After thinking about it, Li Feng nodded at creature and said, "Remember to stay invisible all the way. Also, from now on, you are not allowed to speak without my permission." Creature grinned and pecked the little chicken on his head and quickly went into invisibility. If Li Feng could not feel creature's mana fluctuations behind him, he really didn't know where creature was hiding. After Li Feng left Sure Stark's house, he rode the subway around and finally found Uncle Ben's house according to the address provided by JRVS. Standing at the door of Uncle Ben's house, Li Feng looked back at a black SUV that had just stopped in the distance behind him. Dangling outside the balcony, reading a book for a while, and then burying his head and copying something. No need to guess, Li Feng knows that this guy is the Spider-Man of the future, but Li Feng scratched his head and slandered maliciously. "I remember that Peter was in high school graduating class when he changed to Spider-Man, so Peter hasn't become Spider-Man yet, right? The little guy is big enough. He is not afraid of accidentally falling down and becoming a lame spider in the future. Or is it because of the lame leg that this guy likes to dangle in the air so that everyone can't see the lame leg? Hello, is this Mr. Ben Parker's home?" Peter glanced at Li Feng, wondering who is this, and said, "Yes, who are you? What can I do with my uncle?" Inside the house, Ben, who was holding a broom to help Aunt May clean up, vaguely heard someone looking for him outside, put down the broom, and opened the door to look at Li Feng. Maybe it was the past so many years, or Ben is getting old. And apart from feeling that Li Feng is familiar, he really didn't recognize Li Feng for a while, and asked doubtfully, "I am Ben Parker. Who are you?" Li Feng walked to Uncle Ben, stretched out his hand to shake hands with each other, and smiled. "I am Austin. Do you remember me? Back then, you and your brother met hikers when camping in the wild." After Li Feng's reminder, Uncle Ben recalled Li Feng, who had no change in appearance, smiled and shook hands with Li Feng, and said, "I remember you. Uncle Ben is a good guy, but he's not a bad guy. He still has the precautions he should have. After all, he and Li Feng are only one-sided, and after so many years, who knows what Li Feng does now?" So when he talked, Uncle Ben looked at Li Feng vaguely. Dressed neatly and decently, with no tattoos on his body. Gangsters don't know how to dress up, plus it's daytime. Uncle Ben judged that Li Feng was not a wicked person, and then he moved sideways and motioned for Li Feng to enter the house, and asked, "Apart from your appearance, you have changed a lot. Have you been traveling all these years?" Li Feng came to see Uncle Ben today, besides to see if Peter has become a little Spider-Man ahead of time. He is to give him an amulet to ensure that his promise of Uncle Ben has no other way to die except old death can be fulfilled. It's just that when Li Feng found that Uncle Ben was looking at himself, he suddenly felt that Uncle Ben was wary of him. In this regard, Li Feng was stunned and expressed his understanding. After all, the intention of harming others is not allowed, and the intention of defending others is not without it. If he really has any evil intentions, this family of old and young really can't stop him. However, understanding is due to understanding, and it also created a gap between Li Feng and Ben Uncle, who had hurriedly approached the door. Inwardly, Li Feng sighed and thought helplessly. In Uncle Ben's eyes, I was always just an outsider, just a stranger. After all, no one would think of someone who met once. "Oh, my friend." Regarding the black SUV that was still observing him in the distance, Li Feng knew that it was from SHIELD without guessing. This made him want to stay away from Uncle Ben's family even more, so as not to drag Uncle Ben's family into any trouble. This is not Li Feng's thinking. Who made Fury, who manages SHIELD, a suspected patient? If S.H.I.E.L.D. is simply investigating Uncle Ben and Aunt May, it's not a big deal. Apart from learning about Uncle Ben's life and knowing that this is for a good person, it's not the same, but it's not the same when it finds Peter, his father. However, the big genetics guys are the ones who have studied cross-species hybridization in depth. The ghost knows what Fury will make up for when he arrives. For example, he thinks that Li Feng approached Uncle Ben for Peter in order to find the research manuscript left by Peter and his father. For the first kind of information, Fury might send someone to look around Uncle Ben's house to look for unnecessary information. After extinguishing the idea of going into the house and chatting, Li Feng smiled at Uncle Ben and signaled that he would have something else to do. And next time I have time to visit Uncle Ben's home, he took out 3 exquisitely carved copies from his shoulder bag, handed the jade amulet to Uncle Ben, and said, "This is a gift I accidentally got while traveling. It is a kind of amulet. It is said that because jade has spirituality, the longer you wear it, the more it can protect you. Hope you will like it." Uncle Ben recognized at a glance that the price of these 3 jade stones is not cheap. He wanted to reject Li Feng's kindness. After all, he and Li Feng were really not familiar with the extent to which they would accept valuable gifts. But after Li Feng insisted, Ben could only laugh. He took the amulet and said, "Thank you." At Li Feng's sign, Uncle Ben put one of the amulet on his neck. After confirming with his own eyes that the amulet was already playing the role of protecting Uncle Ben, Li Feng pointed to the SUV that was monitoring him and said, "I have something to do. I will be in touch later." When Li Feng turned and walked towards the SUV, Uncle Ben's voice came from behind. "Austin, where do you live now? I have time to find you." Li Feng scratched his head. Regardless of whether my uncle's inquiry was polite or he really wanted to meet Li Feng, this made Li Feng's feelings better. It's just that Li Feng didn't know where he would live. Stark just said to buy a piece of land. Let him live. The problem is that it hasn't been bought yet. Shrugging, Li Feng waved his hand to say goodbye and replied, "I live in the staff dormitory of Stark Enterprise temporarily, and I will sue you when I settle down." After speaking, Li Feng walked quickly to the front of the SUV and opened the passenger door directly. In the car, Natasha Romanoff ignored Li Feng, who got in the car, looked at the Uncle Ben in the distance curiously, and asked, "Don't tell me this is your family. Are you a purebred Huxia and white relatives? Or is this uncle suffering from albinism is rare, and a good yellow person has become a white person?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and pointed to the phone in Natasha Romanoff's hand and said, "Next time you tell lies, please hide Uncle Ben's information first." "Do you know all of Uncle Ben's information?" "Ask a question." "What?" Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng. It is not American custom to call people who roar is older than him as uncles. They usually call roar Mr. Regarding Huxia customs, it stands to reason that Li Feng should not call Roar Ben Parker his uncle. Natasha Romanoff wondered why Li Feng called Roar Ben Parker Uncle Ben while starting the car and asking, "Where are you going?" Li Feng thought about it, feeling that he has nowhere to go, and he casually said, "First find a convenience store to buy some peanuts and beer, and then find a place with no one but a nice view, and enjoy the beautiful scenery while drinking." "Wine how?" Natasha Romanoff raised his brows and looked at Li Feng with provocative eyes, and said, "Are you going to pour me wine? Then you chose the wrong wine. Beer is not a good choice. It is no different from boiled water for me." "Hee hee." Li Feng glanced at Natasha Romanoff with contempt, then turned to look out the car window looking for a convenience store, and said, "Why should I spend money to buy you a drink? You want a drink and buy it yourself. Telling you I'm poor. Don't think about getting cheap with me." Natasha Romanoff squinted his eyes. "There's a beautiful woman, and she is not willing to spend some money on alcohol. Is it because Austin has a sexual orientation, or is blind and can't see my hint? Or is there a woman in Austin's heart? But it's not stated in the information that Austin has a girlfriend. I had been in love when I was a student, but I haven't been in touch since we broke up. Or is there something we missed in our survey? It will never be his girlfriend either." "Magician." Li Feng looked at the foreground as if he was retreating quickly, and silently turned his head to look at Natasha Romanoff, who was thinking inexplicably while slamming on the gas pedal. Li Feng felt that his brain hurts. What did I say just now? Why did you activate your brain supplement function? Or the brain circuits of your agent are all crooked and an unintentional sentence will be subconsciously analyzed? I feel tired for you. Li Feng twitched his eyes and said, "Widow's sister, I can't accept your versatile driving skills. Will I be able to get out of the car for a stroll?" "Widow's sister?" Natasha Romanoff glanced at Li Feng sternly, pretending to grit her teeth, and said, "Why are you willing to call a sister like me? You can't travel with you. The figure is good, but you are not my food." Li Feng looked up and down Natasha Romanoff unpretentiously, but pretended not to understand Natasha Romanoff's suggestion, and said in an uncertain tone, "Don't call you widow's sister. What should I call you?" "The old woman." Natasha Romanoff froze. He stepped on the brakes and pointed to the car door sternly and said, "Get out of the car." The corner of Li Feng's mouth was slightly raised, and he pushed the door to get out of the car. Behind him, Natasha Romanoff's slightly angry voice was heard. "Is it a taboo to ask women's age whether it is from the front or the side?" Li Feng shrugged and walked straight to a convenience store, leaving only Natasha Romanoff behind. Natasha Romanoff squinted, stepped on the accelerator, and took out the phone to dial a number, and said, "Sir, you guessed it. Austin does know a lot. At least he knows a lot about my information." Fury's slightly helpless tone came from the other end of the phone. "It looks like we believe that top secret information is really top secret, so we don't know how much has been leaked. We don't know yet." After a pause, Fury rubbed his forehead and asked, "What else did you analyze?" At the moment, Natasha Romanoff didn't even see his anger and said calmly, "I don't know if it's an illusion. I think Austin only has some respect for Ben Parker, but he's just so kind to Peter Parker. I feel like that. It was not for Richard Parker that Sting approached the Ben Parker family." After thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff continued, "Just now I found from Austin's facial expressions that he deliberately angered me with age so that he could get out of the car and leave. It seems that he doesn't want to have too much contact with us now. Besides, I feel that it is necessary to continue to investigate Austin's past." I found that he has a lover in his heart, and he is still a woman, but we don't write who she is in our information. After purchasing some beer from the convenience store, Li Feng lay weakly on the guardrail, while filling the beer unconsciously, while looking at the endless cars on the street in confusion. Inwardly, Li Feng inexplicably gave birth to the illusion that he seemed to have nowhere to go, and that he was too idle. After a long time, Li Feng shook his head after drinking a dozen beers and laughed to himself. Stark is busy modifying the RV, and I have no place to practice magic. How do I feel that I have only been idle for half a day? Are you sick? If you don't want to surf Otherworld, you have to bring Creature, or Fury may be wondering how to get information from Creature. Thinking of this, Li Feng licked his lips and threw the wine bottle into the trash can. After watching his agent in the distance, he walked into the uninhabited alley without anyone else, opened the portal, and returned to Sir Stark's home. As for the agent who walked into the alley and found that Li Feng was missing, except for the lost, what about the people? It's nothing outside, just call Fury. On the other side, Li Feng, who returned to Stark's house, walked to the garage and shouted, "Creature, prepare the luggage and lock the door. We're going to the far door." In the garage, Sir Stark, who was replaced with a brand new reactor, was busy modifying the RV. He glanced at Li Feng when he was about to go out. He frowned and asked, "Don't talk to me about borrowing a car after drinking. Besides, the RV has not been changed." "Okay, do you want to go out on your legs?" Li Feng shook his head, opened the portal to the desert with a grin, and said with an expression of "You can only envy except for envy. I have the ability to go abroad when I go abroad, or the kind that doesn't even bring my passport. I will borrow a car from you." After that, Li Feng took Creature across the portal, leaving behind a lonely history Stark was transforming the RV, until the portal completely disappeared in the garage. Sure, Stark's mouth was slightly tilted, and while busy with his work, he shouted, "JRVS, have the energy characteristics of Austin opening the portal recorded?" In the garage, the voice of JRVS sounded around. "It has been recorded. Do I need to call the server for analysis?" Sure, Stark thought for a while and said, "Create a separate file for preservation. I will first complete the Mark II armor to analyze the energy characteristics of the portal." After speaking, Stark looked at the RV, grinned, and walked into the RV and smiled. "Take advantage of the opportunity that Austin and Creature are away, JRVS. Record all the energy features in the RV." Li Feng, who is going to the desert, don't know Sure Stark's restless heart? How could it be possible that he asked Creature to pack his luggage? With the exception of the 4-door locker that could not be taken away, but Creature had to lock it, all the remaining magic items were packed by Creature so that Li Feng could carry it with him. Li Feng, who was scorching wildly in the sun, grinned and fantasized that Sure Stark would have an expression when he broke into the RV and found that there was nothing. He stretched out his hand to open the crossing door. Li Feng, who was only squeezed out of the door, looked at the dim sky and the endless desert around him a little confused, and even suspected that he was drinking too much, which caused something wrong with the posture of the door. What kind of situation is around when you are in a Marvel world? It's all sand. How come here is still sand? I want to play sand. Don't I play in a Marvel world? It's just that it's all here, and Li Feng feels embarrassed to go back to the Marvel world if he doesn't grab something from this world. Li Feng scratched his head, glanced at the sun just rising in the east or settling in the west, and squatted on the ground to feel the temperature of the sandy ground. Li Feng, who has been in the desert all year round, knows that the temperature difference between day and night in most desert areas is relatively large. Although the heat dissipation speed of sand is very fast, the speed is limited, and the sun has not completely set yet, so you can tell by touching the sand and feeling the temperature. Is it morning or evening? By the way, determine the direction. If it is the night when the sun has just set, the sandy ground has been roasted by the sun for a day, so even if it is not hot, there will be some residual temperature in the hand. If it's the morning when the sun just rises, needless to say, the sand will feel cool to the touch. After a while, Li Feng got up and clapped his hands, patted the sand off his hands, looked at the red sun, and said half-jokingly, "Creature, it's morning. Do you have breakfast for me?" Creature has some ideas. In the Marvel world, he made an exquisite and nutritious breakfast for Li Feng. He hasn't had time to make lunch yet. Li Feng said he would like to have a breakfast. Is this going to eat breakfast 3 times a day? Creature felt a little wronged. Seeing Creature's head drooping, Li Feng said a little boringly, I am teasing you. I am not a rice bucket. I know what to eat all day long. Creature opened Shui Lingling's big eyes and looked at Li Feng timidly, with an expression of you bully me, which made Li Feng shudder. Ma Dan, you look, I'm a little square. Unable to bear the accusation in Creature's eyes, Li Feng turned his head and looked into the distance. According to the experience of passing through, he did not land near the protagonist or near the most important supporting role. There is no reason to land in the desert this time, just because of crossing the door. I think he is boring and want him to come to this world and play with the sandcastle of urine. After a while, when the golden sun shines on the sand, Li Feng finally sees many dark shadows running fast in the distance. Although Li Feng has not yet seen what the opponent looks like, he bet that those dark shadows are superb. Force a protagonist. Creature, follow me invisible. After speaking, Li Feng put on a black cloak depicting invisibility and expulsion curse, and turned into a black mist to quickly approach the group of dark shadows. Li Feng, who was floating above the crowd, was a little puzzled because the crowds running wild on the ground felt that they were too excited, just like there was a supermarket in front of them with a discount promotion, and they couldn't buy cheap goods if they ran slowly. Or is there a water source in the desert that is comparable to gold? Li Feng looked suspiciously along the direction of the black shadow, and saw that there was no water or oasis in the distance, but a ruin of a broken and desolate city buried in the sand. Judging by Li Feng's current experience, this city is almost buried by sand, with a little sharp debris left. Judging by the fact that the city has been deserted for at least 2,000 years in the desert area. Li Feng frowned, looked at the team running wildly on the ground again, and looked at the equipment in the team. Antique guns, packaged into firecrackers like explosives. This is not the equipment of the archaeological team if it weren't for tents and food, etc. The supplies are neat and tidy, and this group looks like robbers everywhere. So this group is here for exploration or treasure hunting. Li Feng, who seemed to understand the identity of this group of people, looked at the ruins of the city in the distance, and then at the running team, maliciously guessing. Just want to have gold in this ruined ruin? Or do you plan to dig some mummies from the ruins of this city by guns and go home to warm a bed? I'm not afraid of being scared of bedwetting in the middle of the night. The so-called horses running to death in the mountains, or camels. Don't look at the ruins in the distance. It's very close, but you only know when you run, it's still far away. So it's a little boring to follow in the air, and Li Feng, who dislikes these people for being too slow, thinks about it. He can't see what world this is like this way, so he should get into the team to find out the other side's path and judge what kind of world it is. Thinking of this, Li Feng changed his clothes into costumes similar to those of the group, while flying quickly into the ruins, disguised as a passerby who accidentally broke into the ruined city when he lost his way in the desert, standing at the entrance of the ruins and waiting for the suspected group. The arrival of the expedition team. For a long time, when Li Feng felt that he would be dried into dried meat by the sun, someone finally rushed him on a camel, but how's a woman? Have all women come to explore the desert these days? Looking at the camel in front of him, Li Feng asked wonderingly, "Who are you?" In fact, the woman riding a camel was also quite puzzled. She saw Li Feng standing at the entrance all the way away. If Li Feng had no weapons other than a long stick, she would not dare to approach Li Feng rashly. Upon hearing Li Feng's question, the woman turned her head and glanced at the upcoming team behind her. This seemed to give her a lot of courage. She turned her head and smiled at Li Feng first, and then asked suspiciously, "My name is Evelyn, and you two, are you here for treasure hunting?" Evelyn. Li Feng felt that the name was a bit familiar, touched his forehead, and asked in confusion, "What do you do?" Before Evelyn could answer, a white man riding a camel with 2 revolvers on his waist stopped in front of Li Feng, looked at Li Feng suspiciously, then turned to Evelyn and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Evelyn shook her head to signal that she was okay, the white man looked at Li Feng with a high expression and asked, "Boy, who are you?" In this tone, properly look down on me. Li Feng perceived the opponent's mana, and after confirming that the opponent was just an ordinary person, he smiled disdainfully and put the idea of getting into the team behind him, snapped his fingers lightly, cast a temptation method, and asked, "You are who? Why are you here?" The white man controlled by Li Feng had a dull expression, lowered his head, and said, "My name is O'Connor. I will come to the city of the dead to find the legendary treasure." On the side, Evelyn explained the purpose of their trip to Li Feng after seeing O'Connor change her face in seconds. Feeling something was wrong, she pulled out the pistol from O'Connor's waist and aimed at Li Feng. Li Feng just glanced at Evelyn and ignored her. Creature was with him, so before Evelyn could warn or pull the trigger, Creature had already made Evelyn into a petrified state. At the moment, the team, rushing from a distance, also found something was wrong. When they were about to grab and shoot, Li Feng scorned a big fireball and slammed it in front of the crowd. Suddenly, the group of horsemen, or camels, the team, was so frightened that they turned their backs. It's not over yet. Li Feng felt that he was listening to the story with enthusiasm. The feeling of being interrupted inexplicably made him very upset, and he needed to vent. Therefore, after the fireball was over, Li Feng cast a spell again to summon a flame, forming a huge amount of fire circle in the air, and then there was a smash along the edge of the team. The team that did not want to be cooked can only try to fire as much as possible. The center of the circle moved closer, and, at the same time, this group of people understood that Li Feng was warning them to stay honestly. Otherwise, how mature do you want to be roasted? Li Feng said that his craftsmanship is good, saying that if 5 is mature, he will never bake 5 in a 5. Li Feng glanced with satisfaction at the shivering crowd in the center of the circle of fire and turned his head to signal O'Connor to explain. After a meeting, O'Connor mentioned that Evelyn's trip was to find the legendary Golden Sutra of the Sun, made of gold, and Li Feng suddenly thought of where it was. Isn't this the mummy world that can resurrect dead man? O'Connor and the petrified Evelyn are the protagonists. By the way, there is also Jonathan, who is greedy for money and responsible for funny. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. To tell the truth, from the bottom of his heart, Li Feng doesn't like these 3 people very much. If someone just relies solely on technology to find ordinary gold jewelry on the premise of not destroying the ruins, Li Feng can barely accept it. After all, they are busy. After all, the busy work is to make a fortune, and they didn't take any precious treasures, just a pile of gold that was buried in the ground waiting for Moldy. But the 3 of them are obviously not. They are all dressed in archaeological cloaks, relying on their knowledge of Egypt to violently excavate ruins everywhere. Whatever you see is precious. It is most shameful to take the treasures for yourself. After so many years, the 3 people who had gained both fame and fortune made their fortunes with these unearthed treasures, bought the castle to hire butlers, and lived a luxurious life. But Li Feng shrugged a little embarrassingly. Today, he is going to be a bandit. He still grabs 2 books, 1 Black Book of the Dead and 1 Sun Golden Book, so that he can learn to resurrect. Means. As for the gold, Li Feng, who regards money as dung, said he doesn't care. "Ma Dan, my heart hurts. If so much gold can't be brought back to the Marvel world, if you can carry gold through the door, Li Feng must be the richest man in Marvel. Whether you are Stark or Wakanda, can you compare to Li Feng, who has a few world gold totals? No shoes fit." Rubbing the faintly aching heart, Li Feng thought for a while and then looked at the crowd trapped in the circle of fire in the distance, and helplessly relieved all the magic. No way. Although Li Feng knows that the 2 scriptures are under a certain stone statue, but the specific stone statue is not known, and Li Feng doesn't know the Egyptian characters. In the end, Evelyn's help is needed to translate. The spell of contemplation in mind extracts Evelyn's memory. Wait for yourself to learn ancient Egyptian scripts and dig out 2 books. As for the American expedition that was previously surrounded by the circle of fire, isn't this free labor? Anyway, Li Feng didn't want to dig out the 2 books in person. Evelyn, who had lifted the petrification, hadn't realized what was going on. She saw Li Feng holding a fiery ball of fire, grinning and saying, "Excavate 2 scriptures for me. I promise you to return to Cairo safely, otherwise. As soon as the voice fell, Li Feng waved his hand and shot the fireball far away. O'Connor looked at the fireball exploding on the sand and felt a heat wave sweeping in and swallowed after looking at each other with Evelyn. When I first watched the movie, Li Feng felt that Evelyn had a pit in her brain. He did not expect that after watching the scene where the fireball burst, the girl raised her hands in surprise, as if to indicate that the explosion had nothing to do with her, and then turned to look at O'Connor, whose eyes were drawn straight, and asked, "Did you see it? Is this a witchcraft or a special explosive? And have you heard that there really is a Sun Golden Sutra here?" "I'm right too, bravo." O'Connor's feeling is different. Although he was controlled by Li Feng before, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he has done. The obvious feeling of being controlled is uncomfortable, and he knows that hypnotic ability can't do this. Control the intensity. In addition to seeing Li Feng release a fireball with his own eyes, the fool also knows that this is a necromancer or magician. So for Evelyn's series of questions, O'Connor stood in front of Evelyn and blocked Li Feng's sight. And what else can I do if I roll my eyes vaguely? This is his custom-made daughter-in-law, who is silly to marry and go home to warm the bed. O'Connor glanced at the team that was still trembling in the distance, guessing that his arrogant eyes had caused Li Feng's discomfort. So he lowered his posture and asked, "Who are you?" Li Feng adjusted his collar and smiled. "Just call me Austin. My profession is magician." O'Connor said with a fake smile, "Mr. Magician, can you promise to let us go after we find the 2 books? Li Feng looked at Evelyn with a faint smile and said faintly, "You know, besides this lady who is familiar with ancient Egyptian language and writing, there is also a professor who is proficient in ancient Egyptian writing in the treasure hunting team. A man is translating Egyptian in my ear. I prefer beautiful women to translate for me, so you are actually dispensable to me. The big deal is to make my servant work harder and waste my energy to dig out 2 books." After thinking about it, Li Feng was afraid of Evelyn's brain attack. He refused to find the whereabouts of the 2 scriptures for himself. He turned to look at Evelyn and said half-truth. "In fact, you are dead or alive to me. There is no difference. I have a spell to talk to the undead. So when you die, I can know the whereabouts of the 2 scriptures from your mouth. And, compared with the dead, I have more ways to deal with the undead. I promise you don't want to know how I concoct the undead." O'Connor didn't know if the spell Li Feng said that he could talk to the undead existed, but he knew that Li Feng now knew that the city of the dead was at his feet. Find someone to continue digging the 2 books. The difference is that another group of people need more time to find the 2 books. Thinking of this, O'Connor's eyelids twitched and said, "It looks like I have no room for bargaining." Seeing Li Feng nodded with a smile, Evelyn on the side didn't know what she was thinking of. She was a little excited and asked, "If there really is a magician in this world, then the Sun Golden Sutra that records many incantations in Egypt." Li Feng shrugged. "The spells in the book are naturally real, and they are more dangerous than you think." After speaking, Li Feng waved to the distant crowd, motioning forward. When this group of treasure hunters rushed from the United States to the city of the dead, they cowered and walked in front of Li Feng. Li Feng said to Evelyn with the most amiable smile on his face, "Now these people are taking orders from you. I can dig as I want. I only need 2 books. If you find gold and silver jewelry, it will be your reward." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, several Americans hiding in the treasure hunt obviously wanted to try whether Li Feng could block the bullet, and raised his pistol and shot at Li Feng. It's a pity that Li Feng's life-saving people would forget to hold up the shield. So when these people saw their bullets hit an invisible barrier and clanged and fell to the ground, they were so scared that they dropped their guns and turned and ran. Li Feng lowered the corner of his mouth, raised the long stick in his hand, and knocked it on the ground, releasing the Dementor, and said, "Wang Choi, surround the city of the dead. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order, and disobey me. Commanders are your snacks." Evelyn, who was still curious about spells, felt cold inexplicably and rubbed her arms, glanced at the frost on the ground, and looked at the few people who fled after shooting in the distance and collapsed on the ground inexplicably and yelled like crazy. Evelyn understood that it was Li Feng's spellcasting that made a few people become stupid and change their faces instantly. She gritted her teeth and cursed at Li Feng. "You murder!" Before Evelyn's words were finished, O'Connor hurriedly covered Evelyn's mouth with one hand and took Evelyn with the other hand and walked into the city of the dead. Jonathan gave Li Feng a fake smile and hurriedly followed O'Connor. It seemed that he wanted to talk to Evelyn about the current situation. Why can't I deal with this magician without seeing a gun? In addition, there are a group of invisible monsters surrounding the city of the dead to prevent them from escaping. At this time, I still want to provoke the magician, and the idea of don't want to live is here. How strong is the silly girl's mind? For a long time, perhaps O'Connor was invincible, or Evelyn didn't want to see her brother Jonathan inexplicably killed by Li Feng. So Stern-Face began to direct everyone to dig in front of an Anubis statue. Li Feng doesn't care if Evelyn has a temper. He only needs 2 books to get his hands. Moreover, Li Feng never thought of being a good person from the beginning. He will lose money, and he is not money, so everyone likes him. Under the command of Evelyn, who is familiar with Egyptian culture, when the sky was completely dark, a group of treasure hunters returned to the ground holding a box from the ground. Evelyn walked up to Li Feng angrily and shouted, 3 people. 3 people have died for your book? Are you not a magician? Why don't you hook your finger and let this broken book fly to you by itself? Evelyn's words shouldn't be finished. He was taken away by O'Connor again. Jonathan was scared and curious and walked to Li Feng's side, pointed to the box behind him, and asked with a look of greedy for money, "We're hiding treasures. I found a box somewhere. I don't know if there is the book you want in it. If there is no book you want in it, does the treasure belong to me? You really want money, but not life." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Jonathan and nodded, indicating that he only needs 2 books to look sideways at the people who are busy moving the box in front of him, frowning and saying, "Open the box and take the book out." Books and no boxes. The workers who carried the box looked at the box and then at Li Feng. To be honest, if Li Feng did not perform magic in front of them, then they might think that there's only science but no magic in the world, and they would only treat the warnings on the box as a joke. Knock open the box directly to take away the treasure. But there's a magician sitting here. Who would dare to take the warning of who opens the box and who died on the box as a joke? Anyway, a few people didn't dare to open the box. The ghost knew what would come out of it. Li Feng watched most of the people present with their heads down silently, and probably guessed what they were tabooing. If you want the curse on the box to come true, first of all you have to resurrect Emerton. Although I don't know what kind of strength a mortal had in his heyday, when people just resurrected, how can I have a way to kill the other party? You're afraid of a wool. Li Feng silently pointed at the box with a long stick and exploded the box directly to reveal the Black Sutra of the Undead, wrapped in linen. After floating the Black Sutra of the Undead into his hand, Li Feng stared at the box with golden light in his eyes. The low-looking Jonathan said, "The low box is not a treasure. Believe me, you don't want to know how disgusting the stuff in these jars is, and the gold you want is still piled in the ground. Then you will be worried about how to put it. Let them finish moving." Speaking of this, Li Feng remembered that he needed a key to open the scriptures. He pointed to the groove on the Black Book of Undead and said, "This groove is familiar. Give me the key in your sister's hand." She translated the content for me. The money-greedy Jonathan glanced at the jars at the bottom of the box suspiciously. This is obviously an antique inlaid with gold, so why is it worthless? However, Jonathan didn't dare to resist Li Feng. He glanced at Antique reluctantly, and Dudo frustrated Evelyn to open the Black Scripture of the Dead for Li Feng and translate it to Li Feng. Evelyn walked to Li Feng with a cold face, and when he threw the key to Li Feng rudely, Li Feng turned his head and looked away. Just now, Wankai sent a message saying that he found a large number of people riding horses nearby and asked Li Feng if this is right. Their meals. Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly. I didn't find another group of treasure hunters when I was watching the movie. Whatever it is, I am invincible in this world, and I am afraid of a woolen yarn. After giving the Dementor the instruction to start the meal, Li Feng opened the Black Sutra of the Dead and said, "Remember, Don't read the text in the Egyptian language, otherwise you will resurrect a mummy. Evelyn, who took the Black Book of Undead, looked at Li Feng and said in a contemptuous tone, "Huh, are you not a magician? Are you not very powerful? Since I'm still afraid of a mummy, I am not afraid." Halfway through the conversation, Evelyn seemed to notice something and turned to ask, "Mummy resurrection?" Li Feng nodded and motioned to Evelyn to translate for herself what was written in the next scripture. Evelyn took a deep breath, reduced her curiosity, and lowered her head to translate for Li Feng. "Praise the sun. Praise you, Are, God." On the side, Li Feng became more confused as he listened. What kind of spellbook is this? The whole book is slapped with the gods, a asterisk asterisk. Is it good? After a while, Li Feng felt that he couldn't listen anymore, frowned, and said, "Are you sure you are translating the scriptures?" Evelyn glanced at Li Feng angrily. "Didn't you say that there are still people here who can speak ancient Egyptian? You can ask them to translate it for you." Li Feng looked at Evelyn seriously, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. "There is no reason. I clearly remember that Evelyn resurrected Emerton after chanting the spell, and in Mummy 2, Evelyn was killed after the killing. It was Evelyn who was resurrected by her son with the Black Sutra of the Dead, which shows that this sutra is not activated by faith, but by spells. How come I have become a flattery to God? Can people be resurrected?" After thinking about it, Li Feng thought helplessly, "Yes, I still have to resurrect a mortal. Let him analyze the spells in this book for me, so that I can learn the means of resurrecting people." Speaking of the bald brother immortal, he was originally a high priest with high mana and high status and respected by others. It can be said that one person is more than 10,000 people. The only drawback is that he is a little bit fat and dares to cheat with Pharaoh's wife. Game. It's a pity that after Immortal's love affair was exposed, the Green Hat Pharaoh said that he was unhappy. He wanted to hear Immortal's screams to be happy and happy. So he ordered the cuckold Immortal to be sentenced to death. That is, Immortal. His soul was imprisoned in his body and allowed the scarab to consume his body alive to relieve his wife's hatred. But this kind of capital punishment has the disadvantage that Immortal's soul is trapped in the body, which prevents the soul from going to the territory of Anubis. So Immortal is not a real death. This half-human and half-dead identity, it also gave Immortal the capital to continue serving Anubis. And by the way, once he was resurrected, he had the ability to destroy the world. After listening to the screams of Emerton, the Pharaoh said that he is now in a good mood and happily ordered his guards to guard the city of the dead, where Emerton was buried for generations. In case there is an eye-opening, be asterisk 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 D who resurrects Emerton. Turning the world, he smashed into dust. And this escort has been guarding for more than 3,000 years. During this period, many people were looking for the city of the dead, but they were all blocked by the Asgardians. In a blink of an eye, Ade Bey has become the leader of this generation of Asgardian. At the beginning, Ade Bey felt that the city of the dead has been safe for so many years. What should he do in normal times? It is very leisurely. Until now, he discovered that some people wanted to dig the city of the dead without knowing it. This made Ade Bey express that he could not bear it. So he summoned the Asgardian army overnight and prepared to launch a sneak attack on the night of the dark and high winds to give this group alive. Look at the tired treasure hunt team and let the world know that Adbey is not easy to mess with. It's just that Adbey and his men approached the city of the dead and found that something was wrong. Before they approached the city of the dead, the temperature suddenly dropped, and a thick layer of frost was condensed on the ground, which made Adbey a little confused. The weather forecast didn't say that the temperature should be lowered, and it's still big summer. What kind of operation is icing? Didn't you hear that the desert will change your face instantly into winter? Before Ade Bey could figure out what was going on, he saw his subordinates falling down like a big drink, and then either yelling like a broken brain and going mad, or lying in a daze. On the ground, as if showing what a vegetative is. Feeling that something was wrong, Adbey glanced at the city of the dead, turned his mind, and ordered the Asgardian troops to retreat while he rushed towards the city of the dead by himself. He wondered if this inexplicable cooling down was resurrected. It was only caused by a mortal. If a mortal really resurrected, he could also send a letter to the Asgardians to prepare for a war between mortals and mummies. On the other side, Li Feng just wanted to point Evelyn, telling her that the coffin of Emerton was buried under the Black Book of the Dead, so that Evelyn could lead the team to get the mummy out of the 3,000-year-old mummy. Seeing a guy in a black cloak lying on horseback in the distance, rushing towards him, Li Feng scratched his head in wonder, and only realized when he saw the strange text on the other's face and a crying expression on his face. Isn't this Asgardian in the City of the Dead? You're the one who gave Wonkai 1,000 miles to eat just now. You are really careful. Looking at Adby, who was tortured by the Dementor and was in a trance, Li Feng felt that he could neither ask anything nor want to ask from the opponent's mouth. He waved his hand to let the laborers who were preparing to sleep for a hard day put Bella down and settle down, then turned to Evelyn and talked about a mortal. The next day, when the high sun would bake the eggs on the sand and steam them, Adbekai shook his dizzy head and walked out of the tent like a drunk fist. Looking at the busy treasure hunters around him, Adby, who has not yet recovered from the Dementor's injury, was crying, covering his forehead with one hand and holding an Egyptian worker's shoulder with the other, and asked, "Who is in charge here?" The laborer glanced at Adbay and wanted to help you because everyone was of the same race. He pointed to a passageway and said, "I'm in charge of entering the City of the Dead. I really want to resurrect some mummy." The worker's words scared Adbay suddenly. His legs and feet were strong. He pushed the worker away and ran into the passage. But before Adbay saw Li Feng's figure, he heard a woman in his ears using ancient Egyptian, reading something aloud. Knowing that the resurrection spell needs to be pronounced in ancient Egyptian language, Adbay shook his heart, feeling that his whole life was going to be over. Mudun, Emerton is about to be resurrected, and the world will be destroyed. Adbay shouted, "Stop! Stop now!" and followed Evelyn's voice to find the secret room where a mortal was stored, but it was too late, because when Adbay broke into the secret room, it was too late. Fu Lin had finished chanting the last spell. Li Feng didn't even look at Adbay, but curiously stared at the skeleton-like immortal. Perhaps it was immortal who was boringly suffocated in the coffin, and as soon as he was resurrected, he opened his mouth and roared at Li Feng in front of him. In this regard, Li Feng expressed his understanding. After all, the other party spent 3,000 years in a coffin with his fingers out of sight. In an environment with neither a mobile phone nor a computer, it is estimated that in addition to the scarab beetle who can speak with him, he also scratched the coffin board. My hobby. But what Li Feng couldn't bear was the bad breath in a mortal's mouth. How much smell did he have to accumulate after he hadn't brushed his teeth for 3,000 years? So when Imidun was halfway through roaring, Li Feng didn't want to lift the long stick in his hand and hit the opponent's chin, asking him to reflect on when to shut up. Immortal, who was inexplicably hit by a stick, stretched out his skeleton hand to straighten his crooked chin and looked at Li Feng contemptuously. He is the regenerative healing factor. If he is killed by a wooden stick, how can he be F**********? An immortal also discovered that Li Feng was the one who opened the box containing the Black Sutra of the Dead, which made him ecstatic. As long as he captured Li Feng's energy, he would truly complete the resurrection. As for why he must absorb it, only the spirit of the person who opened the box can complete the resurrection. Immortal said he didn't know. Anyway, the program was set in this way. He just followed the program to operate. Thinking of this, Immortal stretched out his skeleton hand to grab Li Feng, while subconsciously shouting in undead words, "Give me your flesh and blood." Hearing Immortal speaking in undead language, Li Feng was overjoyed. At first he thought about whether to give Immortal a tongue and let Evelyn on the side be an interpreter. After all, Immortal was 3,000 years ago. The characters speak only ancient Egyptian language. Now it's fine. Everyone can communicate directly in undead language. Just watching Immortal confused about the situation, thinking about attacking himself before completing the resurrection, Li Feng was very upset. Before the conversation, he decided to use force to make Immortal's brain sober, and the province of Immortal was full of heaven. The boss talked to himself like his second child. Thinking of this, Li Feng first slapped a time stagnation spell onto Imidun's face, and then lifted up a long stick to punch a mortal spirit body out of his body. The spirit body is just a projection of the soul, and the relationship between the soul and the body is inseparable. Therefore, after Li Feng opened the eyes of the method, he did not know whether the immortal in front of him was called the spirit body or directly called the roar skeleton frame. Looking at the stunned, immortal spirit body, Li Feng shook the black sutra of the undead in his hand and asked in undead language, "Do you understand the spells above?" The spiritual immortal looked at his physical body, then at the palm of his skeleton. For a while, he couldn't understand what state he was in. He heard Li Feng asking himself in undead language, turning his head to look at Li Feng and asking, "Who are you?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "My name is Austin, and I am a magician who wants to learn resurrection." Don't even look at a mortal's head in tatters, but he still has the IQ he should have. He understands that this Austin is not a mortal who can be fooled with a little gold by the way, and Li Feng bluntly told him that he wanted to learn. Immortal thought about the resurrection technique and said, "I need a sacrifice. If you resurrect me, I will teach you the resurrection spell." Li Feng glanced at Emerton with a smile. He knew what Emerton was thinking, but he wanted to use the sacrifice to restore his strength and was making gestures with himself. But Li Feng didn't have the mood to make gestures and turned to ask Adbei, "If this mummy only has a head, is it still alive?" Adbei looked at Immortal, who was wrapped in a group of suspected water flow suits. Although he understood that Li Feng was not an ordinary person, he still looked like he was not afraid of Li Feng. He asked Li Feng sternly, "Do you know what you were doing?" "Yes." Immortan, the high priest of ancient Egypt, Li Feng asked again, who didn't want to listen to nonsense. "I just want to know if Immortan can speak with only one head left?" Adbei nodded, answering Li Feng's doubts, and said, "Do you know the consequences of resurrecting him? Egypt will bring 10 major disasters. It's especially time to learn the resurrection technique when I look at it. Why is there so much nonsense that I can't let me finish chatting with you?" I really didn't want to listen to Li Feng, who was grinding on the side of Adbei. Knowing that a mortal could teach himself the surgery with only his head, he simply pointed the stick at Adbei and turned it into a white rabbit. Afterwards, Li Feng grinned and raised a long stick and slammed Imidun's neck. He just didn't know how the pharaoh dealt with Imidun's body. Broken? This is embarrassing. Li Feng silently glanced at a mortal's spirit body and said, "You have a good bone material." While talking, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and put it around the neck of Imidun's body. When Imidun's spiritual body yelled no, Li Feng closed the portal. The portal belongs to a space spell. Chi Morton's neck is no different from cutting tofu, and Li Feng's cutting off of Emerton's head doesn't count, so he summons a calendar fire and burns Emerton's body to ashes. Scatter the ashes in the mirrored space. After doing all this, Li Feng glanced at Emerton grinningly, and while portraying the slave contract on Emerton's head, he said, "If you ask you something, don't you say it. You must be honest if I force me to talk to you using magic techniques." "Really? Now, you should be my slave obediently." Immortal was also a believer of Anubis anyway. His understanding of the soul was not worse than that of Li Feng, and even more comprehensive. Soon, he cleared his thoughts, understood that he was in a state of soul projection, and understood that as long as his own spirit, Li Feng, couldn't enslave himself at all in the head that depicts the slave contract. Immortal must kill Li Feng if he wants to complete the resurrection process. If his strength is fully restored, Immortal is still confident of destroying Li Feng. But the problem is that he has no strength at all, so how could he be Li Feng's opponent? Woolen cloth? If you want to kill Li Feng after restoring your strength, the premise is to kill Li Feng in order to complete the curse before he can restore his strength. This is simply an endless loop. After thinking about all this, the desperate, Immortal subconsciously stayed away from Li Feng and gritted his teeth to make a decision. In Mummy 2, when Immortal is in danger, his friend, that is, Pharaoh's wife, says to abandon him and abandon him. I stimulated Immortal to say that if you don't want to die, you don't want to die. If you let go, you will go to the underworld. Run. Now, Li Feng's act of portraying the slave contract on a mortal's head still stimulated his fragile nerves. After a mortal's spirit body sneered at Li Feng for a few times, he turned his head and was ready to run to the underworld before the spirit body dissipated. Run into the underworld to find Anubis, or the soul will be completely finished. Immortal's decisiveness and the posture of letting go of human affairs. Li Feng was stunned. Li Feng, who knew that Immortal was about to die, his eyes twitched. What is it that I hate this group of guys who say they don't want to die? Is it good to live? Even if there's only one head left? Nothing. Seeing that the hand's resurrection technique was about to fly, Li Feng's brain cells were ignoring the traffic police's obstruction, and he just came up with a way after speeding. I saw Li Feng holding up the Black Sutra of the Undead and shouting in undead language, "Immortan, I will help you resurrect your friend. Her name, what is her name?" And Suna, Immortal's spiritual body, rushed to the underworld to take a halt, turned to look at Li Feng, and sneered, "You ruined my physical body, and I can't be resurrected. What if Ansuna is resurrected? Get along." After finishing speaking, Immortal turned and left. Behind him, Li Feng's faint voice came, "But I have the ability to resurrect a corpse. As long as I find a physical body for you, I can resurrect you completely." Immortal's footsteps stopped again. After all, no one would want to die if he could survive. It was just that in view of what Li Feng had done before, Immortal looked at Li Feng with a distrustful look and carefully guarded against Li Feng's approach. Li Feng understood what Immortal was worried about, and hurriedly took out the magic book of match file size from his pocket, turned to the page of the resurrected corpse, carefully approached Immortal's spiritual body, and motioned Immortal to check the contents of the book. Said, "These are the specific steps of resurrection." At the same time, Li Feng prayed in his heart that Immortal would be stupid in the coffin. He could not see the sequelae of the resurrection of this technological method, and he did not want to resurrect anyone at all. Hard. Just when Imadon approached Li Feng suspiciously, wondering that he did not recognize the text of the resurrected corpse, Li Feng suddenly used the mirror space to wrap Immortal's spiritual body into the mirror space. After finishing the spell, Li Feng slowly breathed out a long breath and smiled and looked at Immortal with a panicked face. "Mudon, the mirror space has isolated the passage of the underworld. I see where you run or obediently become my slave." At the moment, Immortal has a bitter and annoyed look. What do you say he believes in Li Feng's nonsense? Now, it's okay. He has really become a slave to the other party. And Immortal looked at his skull. "Yes, I don't have any tools to bite my tongue and commit suicide. It's really bad luck. Why don't you talk to the scarab in the coffin?" After a lot of effort, the Immortal spirit body with nowhere to escape was finally stuffed back into the skull by Li Feng, and he forced him to become his slave. Opening the portal to return to the real world, Li Feng ignored Evelyn and the other surprised and horrified gazes, and hurriedly ordered Evelyn to search for the golden sutra of the sun under a certain stone statue, and then return to the ground with the head of Immortal. Li Feng knew that his slave contract was not perfect. Can he avoid the contract without seeing Bob? In addition to the fact that in front of Immortan, he was a well-informed high priest. After making the mummy, he was still an Anubis believer. The ghost knew when Immortal's knowledge would break this leaky slave contract. So before Immortal fully understands a contract, Li Feng should try his best to ask spells out of the opponent's mouth. The chance of spells is 0. As for torturing Imadon to interrogate spells, Li Feng doesn't think that his methods are better than the Green Hat Pharaoh. Immortal is now in a semi-biological and semi-undead state, and the language he speaks is still the undead language. Can an authentic undead accent speak ancient Egyptian clearly? This is obviously impossible. It's like Sushi Country speaks English with their authentic local accent. You don't feel like listening to it. So Immortan was forced to help Li Feng translate the black scripture of the undead for a while, and Li Feng in the clouds and mist could only helplessly open the portal, call Evelyn underground to her side, and ask her to help translate Imogen, the weird ancient Egyptian language. After Evelyn's translation, Li Feng had a preliminary understanding of the Black Book of the Dead, and understood that the spells he wanted were hidden in the words of praise to the gods in the book, and what Emerton had to do was to hide these. He showed Li Feng one by one his spells. It's just, at the beginning, Li Feng knew that the sacrifices were all divine arts, but Immortal said it was also a great sacrifice. I know some magic principles, but it turned out to be good. Immortal admitted that his mana was not his own practice. Come out, all depends on the giving of the gods. In other words, he helped Anubis collect beliefs when he had no mana, and Anubis then gave back part of the converted beliefs to Immortal in the form of mana, which made Immortal's mana show no signs of cultivation. And from the very beginning, his mana carries the breath of gods. At the same time, it is also because of these magical powers that immortalize that Immortal can become a powerful priest with a little knowledge of spells. This is like casting spells as a kind of ability for him, rather than learning by learning and powerful without learning. Immortal said that he could cast the spell successfully if he could read the spell clearly. So why bother to learn the principles of the spell? This is painful. In addition to pointing out the spells to Li Feng one by one, Immortal can only explain the magic principles to Li Feng with a little understanding, and Li Feng's spells are cultivated by himself, which is completely different from Immortal's magic arts. A system. How does this let Li Feng learn the spells in the book? The most important thing is that the resurrection technique that Li Feng has always been greedy for is the authority that Anubis holds, and Anubis has the soul of the person who wants to be resurrected. This shows that even if Li Feng fully analyzes the resurrection spell in the future, he will not be able to revive Decedent privately, because he has neither the right nor the soul of Decedent. With a sad face, Li Feng understood that there were only 3 ways to use the spells in the scriptures. One of them is to hold the scriptures in hand after learning ancient Egyptian and use many spells in the book in the world where Anubis is infested, including resurrection. Or Li Feng was transferred to Anubis's sacrificial post, so that he could use many spells in the Black Sutra of the Dead in other worlds after leaving the scriptures, but this would not include the resurrection technique. The last way is to find Anubis to personally analyze the principles of the spells, if Anubiskin explains the principles of the spells for Li Feng. But no matter which method, Li Feng understands that he cannot use the resurrection technique in the Marvel world because the soul of the Marvel world is not under the management of Anubis, and the soul is not in Anubis's hands. How can you resurrect the dead? Definitely, if Li Feng one day is so powerful that he ignores the great god who manages the underworld or hell, then he can still resurrect whoever wants to be resurrected after he learns the resurrection method. The question is, why did Li Feng need to resurrect the resurrection method at that time? Directly rushing into the underworld or hell and snatching out the soul of the person you want to resurrect will solve the problem perfectly. And why do you want to cast a spell in one fell swoop? Does it seem ritual? Immortal saw Li Feng's embarrassing appearance, and he felt refreshed. The scary skull face made him mad laugh. Evelyn, who was a translator, swallowed her saliva again and again. The world of magician is true horror. There is only a skull left to play, and it is not completely dead. Li Feng is not accustomed to Imidun's problems, who makes people think of death as home, and torture is even more commonplace for him. In desperation, Li Feng can only activate the slave contract and force Immortal to stop. Laughing wildly, he continued to point out the spells hidden in the praise poems, while Li Feng took out a quill and recorded these spells in the magic book, waiting for him to figure out a way to analyze it in the future. It was not until the sunset that Li Feng found out all the spells in the Black Sutra of the Dead and copied them into the magic book under the guidance of Immortal, who was stunned. Originally, Immortal thought that Li Feng was a mortal fetus. After a day of hard work, he should have a rest time. Then he quietly cast seduction spells, find a laborer to take his head away, and then find a way to crack the slave. After the contract is restored to human form, or simply wipe his neck and go to Anubis to file a complaint, there is enough time to consider. But what Merton didn't expect was that Li Feng gave it to an invisible and weird magical creature during dinner. The most annoying thing was that the creature that Li Feng called Roar Creature could actually resist. Live your own seduction spell. Afterwards, after dinner, Li Feng took the translator Evelyn, holding the freshly unearthed Sun Golden Sutra, once again forcing a mortal to find spells from the praise poems. Until the next day, when the sun was high, and after completing the task of finding spells, Immortal just wanted to take a breath and rest. Li Feng raised his long stick and began to look at Immortal's memories. In the next few days, Immortal only felt tired, so Li Feng didn't count his memories after reading them. He also extracted segments of his memories and kept them aside, saying what he could use his memories for when he's bored in the future. A small-cost movie kills time. When Li Feng cast the spell of extracting memories, he did not avoid Evelyn on the side. Evelyn always felt that Li Feng would extract her memories one day and look at it slowly. When he taught Li Feng's ancient Egyptian language and words, it was a serious one. Li Feng felt a bit inexplicable. In the end, the sun was too big in the desert area, and Evelyn's endocrine system was sunburned. When the scumbag Li Feng looked hard to learn ancient Egyptian characters, Jonathan observed Li Feng from a distance several times, until he was sure that Li Feng had ignored the gold and silver jewelry all over the floor and was only interested in two classics, and Jonathan took the courage. Carry out a bag of gold and silver jewelry from the ground to Li Feng. Li Feng put down the scripture in his hand, took out a gold bracelet from the bag, wonderingly asked, "Give it to me?" "What do you mean?" Jonathan licked his face and said with a flattering expression, "Mr. Magician, you see that these golds are also stored underground. Are we?" There is no need for Jonathan to continue. Li Feng already understands the thoughts of the money fan. In Jonathan's words, he can't understand the ancient Egyptians' waste of resources and throwing good gold in the ground at will. It's better to let him take it away and be cool. Li Feng touched his chin. After thinking about it, he threw the gold bracelet to Jonathan and said, "Except for the rare treasures to be returned to the Egyptian government, the rest of the ordinary gold, you can take as much as you can take, and the gold that you can't take away is all returned." In the beginning, Li Feng came to the mummy world purely because he was a little bored in the Marvel world and wanted to go out to relax and find something to kill the time. But now it is different. First of all, Li Feng needs to spend a lot of time learning pure ancient Egyptian. Otherwise, the two scriptures will be useful to him. How to use the spell if the pronunciation is not standard? Was it true that he was studying after he analyzed the method? Secondly, since Li Feng knows this is the world of mummies, he definitely wants to go to the Himalayas to find Shangri-La and drink the immortal spring water there so that he can gain immortality without side effects, but doesn't want to have it. Finally, Li Feng wanted to see if the quantum energy in his body would begin to dissipate after staying in Otherworld for a year and a half. After all, he knew too little about the crossing gate, and Li Feng didn't want to lose his greatest support inexplicably in the future. No matter which of the above things need a lot of time to complete, and Li Feng is now penniless, how can he live without some gold? Magician is also a human, and he cannot survive only by drinking northwest wind. Definitely, most of the gold in the City of the Dead is weighed by tons. Li Feng is just a person and can't use such gold at all. But now it is 1926, the Qing dynasty is dead, and the First World War is over. Daxia at this time. To be honest, people's lives are not very good. Li Feng is also a Huxian native. Since he's going to the Himalayas to find Shangri-La, the gold is definitely taken back home by the way. As for whom to give the gold to, Li Feng hasn't decided yet. As for whether the Egyptian government will come to ask for gold in the future, Li Feng said that the rare treasures have been returned to you. How do you want to drop them? Want gold? Yes, but please show me the relevant invoice. Without an invoice, who can prove that the gold is from Egypt? In the next few days, Jonathan and the others, in addition to hanging bags full of gold, tied bags of gold to the horses and camels. They brought as much as possible, and the horses and camels wailed loudly. The horse said to the camel, "These guys are too human. My old waist is about to break." The camel said desperately to the horse, "Will you look at my hump? It's all being crushed into an airport by gold. How can I find a wife in the future?" At the moment, Li Feng ordered Creature to shrink the remaining gold and put it into a seamless, stretchable suitcase. While playing with the dormant scarab in his hand, he browsed his brows together looking at him being driven by him. Mummy. Among the spells in the two scriptures, many spells require specific environments or props to be successfully cast. Just like the spells for summoning scarabs, first of all, there must be scarabs nearby. This stuff needs as many as possible. But this kind of creature is not a magical creature at all. It is intended to pass through the door, and there is no room for discussion. How did Li Feng bring the scarab back to the Marvel world? Could it be possible that Li Feng summoned a group of scarab relatives in the Marvel world, and then cultivated them into scarabs? The ghost knows what the dung shell cultivator will do. Maybe he will launch a giant dung ball, and then smoke the enemy to death? As for mummies, there are mummies in the Marvel world, but they are all corpses lying motionless, waiting for archaeologists to over and research. In addition, Marvel world is not Anubis's territory. Li Feng has no power to drive the mummies in Marvel world to get up and jump. Square dance. Definitely, there are still some ways, such as summoning an army of mummies in Otherworld, and then putting them in a seamlessly retractable box to bring them back to the Marvel world. However, the small number of mummies is useless, and the large number Li Feng said that he is only portraying slaves. Anemia can be portrayed in the contract. Secondly, the mummy is an undead creature. Li Feng not only decides whether the undead is a magic creature, will it be rejected by the door, and after returning to the Marvel world, Anubis will not support him. This whether the army of mummies became real mummies or out of Li Feng's control. Until creature filled the suitcase depicting the traceless curse with gold, Li Feng sighed and decided to abandon the plan to summon the mummy's army, because after returning to the Marvel world, the mummies turned into corpses. What a disaster! It is estimated that Ancient One will hang Li Feng for 3 days and 3 nights. A proper alien species invades. Who will Ancient One not hit Li Feng? After ordering creature to hide again with his suitcase, Li Feng opened the portal and threw the Dementor and several mummies into the Himalayas, and then returned to the ground with a happily whistle. Back on the ground, Li Feng glanced at Jonathan, who looked like a nouveau riche with gold jewels all over his body, and asked silently, "Where is that Asgardian?" Jonathan turned his head and looked around, shrugged, and said, "I don't know." On the side, O'Connor also carried a bag of gold, and said, "He was still in the camp when you and Evelyn were learning ancient Egyptian. Then, didn't you let us return the rare treasures to the Egyptian government?" Adbay said he doesn't want gold, so we let him bring those rare treasures to the government. Li Feng nodded. Adbay does not embezzle any treasures, but since we are all ready to return to Huaxian in this world, why don't you bring more gold back? Li Feng chirped and said with a regretful look, "It runs very fast. I also want to ask if there is still such a city of the dead. It is a pity that so much gold is buried in the ground." O'Connor and Jonathan looked at each other, then at the camels and horses that were almost crushed, and rolled their eyes vaguely. A city of the dead will be enough for us to eat and drink for a few lifetimes. You are planning to ransack the entire Egypt and let our children and grandchildren. Do sons live on gold? On the way back to the city, Li Feng thought about the spells in the scriptures from time to time, and sometimes experimented with a few spells. For example, when he was tired, Li Shengsheng held the scriptures in his hand and summoned a chair made of sand, while Li Feng sat with his legs upright. On the chair, holding a cup of water in one hand and flipping through the scriptures in the other, let the sand chair move slowly behind the team. This made O'Connor envy, and O'Connor seemed to see that Li Feng was not as terrible as he had previously imagined. After all, the other party didn't seem to have killed anyone again, except for killing a few people during the demonstration at the beginning and after finding 2 books, and even more wholeheartedly learn from Evelyn and ignore them at all. This made O'Connor couldn't help being curious and asked, "Mr. Austin, are your invisible subordinates ghosts?" Li Feng lowered his head and was busy thinking about spells in his mind. He was not interested in explaining O'Connor's question, and said casually, "Forget it." O'Connor swallowed, looking around as if he could see a Dementor, and asked in a low voice, "Should a magician as powerful as you find a place to live in seclusion? Why come to Egypt to play?" Li Feng raised his head and glanced at O'Connor, thinking that in the future, this guy and Evelyn's son dared to go to Dacia to dig the grave of His Majesty the First Emperor and shrug and frightened. Strong? There's so many rookie magicians like me in Dacia. It is also because of my poor strength that I could be beaten by a magician most of the time, so I have to go abroad to try my luck and see if I can find something good. Li Feng waved the scriptures in his hand and said, "Look, don't you find two good things? When I learn the spells in the scriptures, I will replace the scriptures with sufficient resources, which is estimated to be enough for me to use them for a few months." O'Connor looked at Li Feng with a bewildered look. In his eyes, Li Feng with a group of invisible ghosts was terrifying enough. How could such strength be just a rookie in Dacia? Was the horrible immortal in the rumors before in Dacia? Is it a magical item locked in a cage for people to see? And the magic that can revive people is magical enough. It can only be replaced with materials that consume a few months? For a long time, O'Connor sighed. The magical Dacia with vast land and abundant resources. Li Feng smiled at O'Connor. Now your son would not dare to toss His Majesty the First Emperor easily. It is conceivable that when a group of people returned to Cairo with gold on their backs, caused a sensation, especially the thieves and robbers. They all turned their attention to Jonathan, who carried the most gold, which made Jonathan restless and suspicious all day long, for fear of which one to come from. A bullet flew out of the corner and killed him, and he became a gold porter. For this reason, Li Feng and a few people deliberately stayed in the best hotel in Cairo, but Li Feng still heard O'Connor shooting in the room in the middle of the night, and even some unopened thieves broke into the room. Entering Li Feng's room, Creature hung it directly in front of the hotel to air dry. At the beginning, Li Feng had no idea about these troubled thieves and robbers, except that Cairo was a thief or a thief. After all, wealth was touching, but Evelyn said she couldn't stand it. Apart from feeling safe when she taught Li Feng ancient Egyptian, she always felt that there were thieves and robbers nearby who wanted to rob her. With one eye, she couldn't get a good rest at all, which made her nervous. A few days later, when she taught Li Feng, she was full of anger and grammatical errors. Li Feng didn't want to learn the wrong grammar, causing the original spell to summon the mummies to chop people into a game where the mummies squatted on the ground hand in hand to throw the handkerchief. Nothing. Li Feng could only ask Creature to work harder and incorporate Evelyn's room into Klee. Cut within the protection range, so that Evelyn can relax her vigilance when she rests at night. Afterwards, before Jean gave up, Jonathan moved Jean and other luggage into Evelyn's room in the name of Evelyn's brother, and slept on the sofa in Evelyn's room at night, and then O'Connor Evelyn's boyfriend, entered Evelyn's room. In this regard, what can Li Feng do besides being speechless and suffocating? One morning half a year later, Li Feng, who had finished learning ancient Egyptian, was holding the Sun Golden Sutra, sitting leisurely on the balcony, drinking black tea and reading a book. In the room, Creature was busy packing his luggage. The past 6 months has not been easy for Li Feng. During the day, I slit a mortal's head to find Evelyn to replenish the knowledge of ancient Egypt. At night, I kept looking through a mortal's memories, let alone Li Feng's tiredness. Even Immortal felt that if he didn't want to run, he would be collapsed by Li Feng. Then he could only become a fool and ran towards Anubis. Finally, Immortal, who didn't want to be squeezed alive, used hypnotic ability when the housekeeper was cleaning the room. She was going to ask Annie cleaning for a favor, so that she could prepare some materials for herself, so that she could go to the underworld and find Anubis to tell her. Li Feng's evil state. It's a pity that when Aunt Cleaner quietly returned to the room with a piece of rags wrapped in a pile of bits and pieces of materials, the sharp-eyed Creature snatched the package and reported the collected materials and everything he had seen to Li Feng. After Li Feng thought for a while, he felt that Immortal was of no use to him now. After all, he even looked at Immortal's memory of bedwetting as a child several times, and Immortal dared to hide his hypnotic ability cleaning staff. Obviously, a loophole in the slave contract was found. Obviously, it's time for a Merton to go on the road. For this reason, Li Feng specially provides VIP funeral services for Immortal who wants to die, such as opening a private room, mirror space, isolated from the underworld, and then portraying the restraint of evil spirits, ghosts, and many other methods. In the end, Immortal's head was burned with fierce fire for 7 to 49 hours, until Li Feng couldn't find any ashes in the mirrored space, and then he clapped his palms to send him away. After returning to the real world, if the corpses were destroyed to such an extent that there were no soul scum left, Immortal could still go to the underworld to sue, and Li Feng said that he would raise his hand and surrender. After returning to the real world, Li Feng had a headache again, because everyone knew that Emerton had found a loophole in evading the slave contract, and Emerton was not a waste of ability without any ability. The ghost knew if Emerton would tamper with him frantically. Own memory? After all, Immortal is the second stunner who doesn't take his own fate seriously. Is there anything he can't do? Therefore, Li Feng has reason to suspect that there are hidden dangers in the knowledge points taught by Emerton before. There is no way. Li Feng can only work hard by himself, squatting in the library every day to search for various materials, hoping to find the loopholes in the knowledge points. And during the day, poor Evelyn was almost nervously asked by a lot of questions from Li Feng. Confused, she only understands ancient Egyptian culture, but she is not an ancient Egyptian. How could she answer Li Feng's broken question? Had it not been for Li Feng to explain some spells to her occasionally to relax her, Evelyn would have long been unable to hold on and secretly left Cairo. Until a few days ago, Li Feng announced that he had learned ancient Egyptian, and Evelyn, who could only fall in love with O'Connor at night, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This hard time is finally over. On the night when Li Feng announced that he would not be looking for Evelyn to learn ancient Egyptian, he also received a good news from Wankai from the Himalayas. Half a year ago, when Li Feng left the city of the dead, he sent an army of mummies and Dementors to order them to look for Shangri-La in the icy Himalayas. But I don't know if the mummies are too little covered in cloth, which makes their physique unable to resist freezing, or whether the Himalayas are a little far away from Cairo. These mummies cannot receive Li Feng's instructions. Anyway, at the moment Li Feng closed the portal, these mummies were lazily planing a hole, lying motionless on the snow. After the incident, the Dementor also appealed to Li Feng, saying that these mummies were too lazy. No matter how they called roar, they just couldn't get up and move. They would sleep in the ice and snow until the earth exploded. The bad news was that two groups of creatures joined forces to find Shangri-La. In the end, only a wave of Dementors were looking for human females, snowmen, caves, and a certain temple built in the mountains. It's a bitter and prosperous now. The Dementors are creatures without eyes. Fortunately, snowmen and humans can smell each other's emotions. So whether you find a human or a snowman, you can tell Li Feng to come and finish. But they can't tell the difference between a cave and a temple, and the building is not happy for them to eat. No way. Wankai can only bite the bullet and think of a way. That is, he can only find a place that is big enough and sheltered from the wind and report it to Li Feng, and let Li Feng come over to see if it is the cave or the cave he is looking for. The temple, for this, Li Feng beat Wankai over and over again, until a few days ago, a Dementor's luck exploded and he unexpectedly smelled a strong emotion. When the Dementor followed this emotion and found a place big enough without strong winds, he knew clearly, perceived that there is a vigorous vitality nearby, as well as complex emotions to the limit. This Dementor is sure that this is the taste of human emotions, because he has smelled the emotions of the snowman, and he knows that the emotions of the snowman are simple and simple. Pain is pain, happiness is happiness, and he will never laugh on the surface like a human. Inside, the ghost knows whether the other party wants to stab you or treat you as a fool. When Wankai passed on to Li Feng the news that his men had found a human being, Li Feng immediately concluded that the Dementor had found the immortal Ms. Zun. The reason for Li Feng's judgment is very simple. First of all, the vitality of Cheyenne is strong. Can Cheyenne's vitality be strong enough to live forever? Can it be weak? As for the complicated emotions, it is easy to guess. It is nothing more than Cheyenne's husband who has died for 2,000 years, but she is still reminiscing about that relationship, followed by hatred for the death of her husband, His Majesty First Emperor, or the one who hated her for 2,000 years. How rich is the 2,000 years of happiness and 2,000 years of hatred? This is indeed quite complicated for the Dementor, Since knowing the seed of Shangri-La, Li Feng immediately asked Creature to prepare a large amount of materials and prepare to spend the last happy learning time in Otherworld in Shangri-La. Li Feng knew that in addition to Shangri-La's immortal spring, Xiuyin also had an oracle book written in Sanskrit that recorded ancient secrets and many spells. His goal was not only to immortalize himself, but also to harvest a lot of spells. As for the inability to read Sanskrit, Li Feng said that this is not a problem. Most of Kamataj's collection is written in Sanskrit. In order to learn spells, Li Feng worked hard on Sanskrit. Now he's already familiar with Sanskrit. Familiar. However, there's several problems that Li Feng can't figure out. For example, when watching movies, he feels that Xian is weak and no different from ordinary people. Isn't it about eternal life and holding an oracle bone book? How can you become an ordinary person after 2,000 years of cultivation time? It's time for pigs to develop a body of tendons. Just when Li Feng wondered how bad Xian's cultivation ability was, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Li Feng looked at the door suspiciously, signaled Creature to stop the work of packing his luggage, and ordered Creature to hide behind and said, "Come in." I saw O'Connor carrying a cane in one hand and Evelyn's hand in the other, followed by Jonathan, who was carrying luggage in both hands. Entering the room, O'Connor had a fake smile on his face and said, "Mr. Austin, we have already bought the ferry tickets back to the UK. This time we are here to say goodbye to you." Li Feng scratched his head wonderingly. The past 6 months was neither long nor short, but this time is enough for one person to understand another. Li Feng admits that it is not because Evelyn wants to teach herself ancient Egyptian. Slightly better, the rest of O'Connor and Jonathan will not be able to recruit Roar when they meet. Now, they will simply recruit Roar with themselves when they leave? Who believes it? In fact, O'Connor does not feel very good about Li Feng. After all, Evelyn is her girlfriend, but what is the matter of staying in the same room with Li Feng every other day? Considering Li Feng's magician status and Evelyn's obsession with Egyptian mantras, O'Connor knew that they could not accept the two in addition to studying or studying. He was afraid that Li Feng would abduct Evelyn. For this reason, O'Connor often squatted in the room during the two-person teaching time, either wiping his beloved pistol or listening boringly to the conversation between the two, and also listening to the teaching of the two. O'Connor knew some of Li Feng's skills. For example, he knows that Li Feng has ability to portray amulets, or the kind that can block bullets and ward off evil spirits. Before Li Feng could answer, Evelyn noticed a suitcase on the bed and asked curiously, "Are you going to leave too?" Li Feng glanced at his suitcase, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, it seems that I can't get you on the boat. I wish you all the best." After the three chatted for a while, O'Connor looked at his pocket watch and pushed Evelyn's arm vaguely, indicating that Evelyn should talk business. Otherwise, she would not be able to catch up with the ship. Evelyn glanced at O'Connor, and after a dry cough, she felt a little embarrassed on her face and said, "That's it. I know you have some real amulets in your hand." Considering that O'Connor and I were married in the UK after I settled in the UK, I got a job at the British Museum, but I often come into contact with some cultural relics when I work. I'm afraid of encountering strange things like ghosts or the resurrection of mummies, so I want to buy some amulets from you to make sure I can work at the British Museum with peace of mind. On the side, Jonathan saw that Evelyn didn't say how many amulets he would buy, considering that Li Feng's relationship with him can only be described as a simple acquaintance. Instead of selling it to him and O'Connor, he hurriedly added, "We want to buy 4 amulets." Jonathan pointed to the 3 people at the scene and said, "In addition to each of us buying an amulet, there's another one for Evelyn and O'Connor's future children." Li Feng sideways thought for a while, snapped his fingers, got up and picked up his shoulder bag, took out a few amulet and handed it to Evelyn, saying, "For Evelyn's sake, the amulet will be sold to you. But I have to remind you, my strength is limited, so the mana on the amulet is also limited. It will gradually lose its effect over time. Also, the amulet is not omnipotent. Don't think that you can block everything with the amulet." Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief when she took the amulet and smiled sincerely. "Thank you. I will remember your words." Creature, who was invisible on the side, looked at Li Feng in wonder. He saw that the snapping of Li Feng's fingers just now imposed a bad luck curse on the three people. It is estimated that the amulet will be lost before the three people leave the hotel, and Creature mourned for 3 in his heart. He was in bad luck and wanted to return to the UK alive. Not long after the 3 left, Creature, who had packed his luggage, handed Li Feng a warm coat and at the same time imposed a warm spell on himself, saying, "Boss, Creature is ready." Li Feng nodded, put on his coat, and reached out to open the portal, leading Creature across the portal to the sky above the Himalayas, and then turned into a black mist and flew towards Wang Cai's location. After a while, Li Feng found Wang Cai, and under the leadership of Wang Cai, he propped up the shield and walked into a cave. After passing a passage and out of the cave, before Li Feng had time to take a closer look at the eternal spring water shining like stars in the distance, he saw a woman in gorgeous costume rushing towards him with a sharp sword in her hand. Li Feng perceives the weak magic power of a woman, and guesses that the woman who rushes towards him is likely to be Cheyenne, who has lived for 2,000 years, but he will kill with a sword without saying a word. Is this character too reckless? What if I just come in and ask for directions? What do you mean by lifting a sword? Is it possible that you have lived for 2,000 years and feel that it is not fun to get tired of spells? Recently, you have become obsessed with barbarians who like melee? Also, the axe is the standard equipment for barbarians. What's the matter with your thin, sharp sword? While slandering, Li Feng grinned and pointed the long stick on the tiger's mouth where Cheyenne was holding the sword. To say that Li Feng's martial arts were really not good, it was only good enough to bully ordinary people, but Cheyenne's martial arts were also not good. Stupefied, he didn't escape Li Feng's attack, and painfully released his palm and let the sword fall to the ground. This time, the only weapon fell to the ground. Cheyenne could only step back a few steps in a hurry, gritted his teeth vigilantly, and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Li Feng was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this woman, who hasn't even figured out who I am? Why is she looking like she wants to eat my flesh and drink my blood? Is it possible that my long people and gods are angry, or my long tasty? Li Feng glanced at the immortal spring water behind Yuan, then looked at Ziyuan and determined that Cheyenne's mana was many times weaker than his own. Then he smiled and said, "In addition to drinking the immortal spring water, I want to talk to you." Before Li Feng finished saying talk about the oracle bones, Cheyenne's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily, "Vision, there is no secret of immortality here. Even if there is, I will not tell you the secret of immortality." Evil people. Li Feng touched his forehead in puzzlement and asked suspiciously, "I don't seem to have offended you? Why am I evil? It's not me who killed your husband. It's really, and I'm so hostile to me inexplicably, you. Is it because I have lived in the Himalayas for too long? Is there something wrong with the endocrine, or the menopause is a bit late? It took 2,000 years to come. Can the eternal spring water be immortal? If it doesn't happen, you have to kill the chicken and burn the yellow paper, and drink the water after the grand ceremony." Ziyuan looked at Wang Cai behind Li Feng and said with a cold face, "That's your subordinates. People who can enslave the undead are not good things. As for offending, if I didn't have some skills, it would be early. Just be killed by your men." Li Feng blinked inexplicably, seeming to understand something, then turned around and asked, "Wang Cai, have you absorbed her happiness?" Wang Cai shook his head slightly and said, "Master, although we are very hungry, we dare not eat without your order." Halfway through this, Wang Cai glanced at Zuen and guessed, "Master, did we find when she was inadvertently hurt by our own ice?" Li Feng thought for a while and nodded slightly. Apart from this explanation, he could not think of any other reasons. It was just that Li Feng felt that he was wronged, and he did not let the Dementors attack. Cheyenne was brought by the Dementors because of his weakness. His ice ability hurts. Can this be blamed on him? In other words, Harry's memory contains footage of his parents being killed, so Harry will faint after being sucked by a Dementor. Then the problem is, Cheyenne also watched her husband killed, or was cruelly divided by 5 horses. What would happen if it was a mouthful of happiness by a Dementor? Thinking of this, Li Feng suddenly realized a problem. The Shine in front of him seemed a little bit small. After all, this is a strong man who can hate someone for 2,000 years. The most troublesome thing is that now he is also inexplicably engaged in Shine's hatred. List. Li Feng only felt that the Oracle Bone book with so many spells flew away inexplicably. You said this was a trouble. For the Oracle Bone script, Li Feng felt that he should be rescued. While looking at Ziyuan, he pointed to Wang Kai and said, "He is not an undead. Have you ever seen an undead with no eyes and a straw-like mouth? He is a photo shooter. Ghosts come from other worlds." Seeing Zin looking at him with unbelieving eyes, Li Feng thought for a while. Such a careful woman, it seems that she won't be able to get the oracle without any means. With a little helplessness, Li Feng quietly performed the seduction technique and said, "Do you know the 3 great worlds in Buddhism?" Seeing that Cheyenne just nodded and did not notice the spell fluctuations, Li Feng pointed to himself, secretly increased the power of seduction, and said, "You can understand that I come from another world, and they are a kind of ordinary in another world. Biology." At the moment, Cheyenne seemed to perceive something. He shook his head inexplicably. Li Feng thought that Cheyenne found out that he was casting a spell and began to increase the power of temptation. Anyway, the other party wrote me on the hate list. I want to persuade the other party by mouth. While casting the spell, Li Feng signaled Wang Kai to take a sip of Shine's happiness, and kept talking in order to interrupt Shine's concentration and reduce her resistance. "I know your name is Ziyuan from the Qin dynasty. Back then, His Majesty First Emperor killed your husband in front of you, so you still hate His Majesty First Emperor." Cheyenne couldn't hold the Dementor's ice ability. In addition, Li Feng's mouth left His Majesty Shi Huang, and the right one His Majesty Shi Huang, which stimulated Cheyenne's fragile nerves. Cheyenne immediately fell into a coma and collapsed on the ground after sucking most of his happiness behind him. Li Feng scratched his head and walked to Cheyenne's side and began to extract Cheyenne's memories. For a long time, Li Feng looked dumbfounded at Cheyenne's memory. Simply drinking the immortal spring water will not make people live forever. Otherwise, in the third part of The Mummy, O'Connor's son wants to be with Cheyenne's daughter, but Cheyenne's daughter says, "I'm an immortal and I don't want to look at it." Lovers' old age words. At that time, Li Feng was still wondering, wouldn't there be immortal spring water? After drinking it, the two of them could live forever together. Now Li Feng understands that if you want immortality, spring water is only the most important main ingredient in the formula for immortality, if there is no other auxiliary. The combination of medicinal materials cannot be immortal. The pure immortal spring water can only provide vigorous vitality. In addition to healing wounds, it also allows people to live a healthy life without disease. But what use is this for Li Feng? Li Feng himself is a magician and a dark magician. He is naturally immune to dark spells, so let alone immune to common diseases. He dared to roll around naked in the dead man pile that was raging by the magic plague, the kind that won't be infected with the plague. As for the eternal life spring water can provide power, there is this function, but the improvement is really limited. It is better to practice hard by yourself. His Majesty First Emperor could gain powerful strength by soaking in the immortal spring water. In fact, the situation is similar to the situation of Imidun's resurrection. Immortal was killed by the Pharaoh's guards during his lifetime. It can be seen that he was not strong enough when he was alive. Even a group of ordinary guards could not do it. But later he was cursed to survive Dead Man, and he slapped him boldly in the coffin. Newbies' horses, barely practicing for 3,000 years, have the strength to hang their guards after their resurrection. His Majesty Shi Huang. He learned spells from the alchemist before he was alive. Originally, he had a certain strength, but he was given over by Ziyuan at the critical moment of his immortality and was forced to be imprisoned in the terracotta warriors and horses. Then there is a problem. His Majesty Shi Huang died and couldn't die. No one chatted with him at ordinary times. What can he do when he is bored? Is definitely practiced, or is it a kind of continuous practice for 2,000 years? What kind of strength do you think you will have if you practice for 2,000 years? So all he needs is that the immortal spring water that allows people to have vigorous vitality complete the real resurrection. And it has nothing to do with the power provided by the immortal spring water. After another meeting, Li Feng, who had been looking at Xiwan's memories, gasped and said that he wanted a rest. After all, looking at other people's memories was not an easy job, and Ziyuan is not immortal. Immortal is lying in a coffin after being made into a mummy. That is to say, Li Feng can skip the memory of a mortal lying in the coffin and directly check the memory of a mortal when he was alive. This is the same as seeing that an ordinary person's life is not much different. As for Ziyuan, she jot down many things every day, some complete memories of 2,000 years. Li Feng wants to find formulas for immortality in the huge memories, and it is estimated that some are busy. And Li Feng had a faint guess that Ziyuan seemed to have cast a spell on herself, hiding the oracle bones and the eternal life formula in the deepest part of her memory, which made Li Feng need to spend more time looking for it. After resting for a while, Li Feng decided to find oracle bones first. After all, there is a formula for immortality on the oracle bones, and everything will be solved if he finds the oracle bones. In order to prevent Shine from regaining consciousness and resisting his own behavior of looking at Shine's memory, Li Feng cast a spell to look through Shine's memory, while commanding, "Creature, pour the life and dead water into Shine's mouth." In the next 3 days, Li Feng collected Shine's memories in addition to eating and sleeping. It was not until the 3rd day that Shine found Xiwan where he kept the oracle bones. After finding the oracle bones, Li Fengchu flipped through it and understood why Ziyuan was weak. There were indeed a lot of spells in the oracle bones, but there was no record of any exercises on it. There are many ways to practice. Western meditation focuses on improving spiritual power, while Eastern exercises fully enhance the spirit, energy, and spirit. How can Shine practice without any method of practice? Li Feng felt that she could not be called a cultivator at all, just an immortal ordinary person. Li Feng guessed that the reason why Ziyuan did not practice the exercises but possessed a little mana was probably because of the fact that he had been carrying the oracle bones by his side all the year round, causing himself to be stained with oracle energy. This is why Shine wants to cast some simple spells and needs the help of oracle. As for the powerful spells, see Shine summoning those skeleton soldiers buried under the Great Wall by His Majesty First Emperor, right? First, sacrifice the oracle bones, and then sacrifice the immortality of her and her daughter. Only then can the skeleton soldiers be resurrected. If Li Feng understood this kind of summoning technique, it might be difficult to summon all the skeleton soldiers, but there shouldn't be a big problem in summoning 1,000 or 800. Now that the oracle books are in hand, Li Feng doesn't need to let Creature continue to pour life and death water on Shine. Instead, he asks Creature to prepare some light porridge water for Shine. After all, people are hungry for 3 days and should not eat greasy ones. Food. Then let Shine drink the porridge and watch him open up to eat big fish and meat. After ordering Creature, with a sad and helpless expression on Li Feng's face, he soaked in the eternal spring to look through the spells on the oracle bones. As for the awakening Shine in the distance, Li Feng has completely ignored it. Let alone Shine's lack of power. What if there is? I've been hungry for 3 days. After waking up, it will be nice to have the strength to walk. Is Li Shengfeng afraid of soft-footed shrimp? Before long, Shine didn't know whether it was attracted by the aroma of Creature's porridge or the effect of the original life and death water has passed. The bubbled Li Feng yelled feebly, "What did you do to me?" Li Feng looked at Ziyuan and grinned and said, "What did I do? I did a lot of things that you can't think of. As for the specific things, did you bother not seeing me?" I waited and thought about it slowly. Li Feng's ridicule seemed to make Shine realize some bad idea. While touching his clothes indiscriminately, he shouted in horror, "I killed you." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said with contempt, "You are sick, and you want to kill me. Tell me, what do you do to kill me? Do you rely on your hungry eyes with green light?" Li Feng shook the oracle bones in his hand. Continued, "See, this thing is in my hands. You don't want to cast a spell to curse me. You want to kill me. Don't talk and sleep when you wake up. It's scary." Without waiting for Ziyuan to continue dying and shouting kill you, Li Feng seemed to see Ziyuan's at the moment thought, and silently rolled his eyes and said, "Remind you, your old cow has been alive for 2,000 years. Properly authentic old man is not dead. Are you dreaming about how to eat my little green grass? I can warn you that I am not interested in old women, so your act of touching clothes makes me a little nauseous." Li Feng's words twitched the corners of Ziyuan Qi's mouth, and it took a long time to relax, and his heart slandered. "I dare to say that my old lady is an old woman. I can't beat you yet, can't you p*** guess you off." Seeing Li Feng looking through the oracle book carefully, Ziyuan thought for a while and sneered. "Since you have found the oracle bone book, you should understand that pure immortality spring water cannot make you immortal. During the Qin dynasty, it was less pitiful. In the past, Yingzheng was able to gather all the power of a country. As for now, even if you have the power to convene a country, it is a pity that you will not be able to find the shadow of the medicinal materials. I will see what you do dreaming of immortality, then I will watch you slowly die from a distance, lying on the bed, feebly waiting for death. Bragging, I have the ability to follow me to the Marval world to see how I die. As you only have the strength of an ordinary person in the Marval world, I am afraid that it will have no effect except lying on the operating table and being sliced and studied." Li Feng looked at Ziyuan with contempt and shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you can't live forever, you can't chant. What a big deal, I can still get immortality by practicing. As for you, an ordinary person for a lifetime, no matter how long you live, it will be useful." Cheyenne was stunned, squinting his eyes as if thinking about something, and asked, "Do you have a practice method?" Li Feng glanced at Ziyuan inexplicably. He bet that Ziyuan must be thinking about how to get the exercises out of his mouth. After all, this prudent woman hated His Majesty First Emperor for 2,000 years. The law can be practiced, causing a weaker horse to be defeated by His Majesty the First Emperor who has not completed the resurrection, let alone the resurrected His Majesty. Now, there's Li Feng who knows how to practice the exercises, and Cheyenne obviously doesn't want to give up the opportunity to gain powerful strength easily. It's just that Li Feng is a little embarrassed about the exercises. The way he practices is different from Kamataj's magicians. There's no magic power in those magicians. They all rely on borrowing from the dimensional space or using some energy. Said that as long as Kamataj's magician is still alive, he has infinite mana to use. As for Li Feng, although he also relied on meditation to increase his mental power, he also relied on Merlin Magic Ring and other auxiliary means to increase the mana in his body, which was not the same way as Kamataj. If Li Feng and Kamataj's magician clashed, as long as the other party can overcome Li Feng's early offensive, causing Li Feng's mana to be exhausted, then Li Feng can only raise his hand to surrender. After all, how can magician play without his mana? Li Feng is not a melee magician, so he can fight melee without power. Definitely, in terms of Li Feng's current mana, apart from Ancient One, as long as it is heads up, Kamataj magician will count as one, and Li Feng can do it all. But when it comes to exercises, has anyone heard that the Western magician needs to understand meridians and let the magic power run in the body? Aren't they all simply and rudely storing mana in the body? Speaking of this, Li Feng suddenly came up with an idea. Should he find a technique and run the magic in his body to see if he can improve the purity of his mana or increase the power of the magic? This is not Li Feng's fantasy of falling from the sky, but a real basis. Don't look at Ziyuan's 2,000 years and never find any practice, but it doesn't mean that Li Feng, who has read Shiwan's memory, doesn't know where there is a practice. But from Shiwan's memory, he knew where a top technique was, or a technique that Cheyenne knew where it was but did not dare to ask for it. Li Feng nodded at Shiwan with a smile, indicating that he has a practice technique. There was joy on Ziyuan's face, and when he was about to speak, Li Feng shook his head and said happily, "You yelled at me as soon as I came, and also put me on your hatred list. How does the circuit work, and why do you think I will teach you how to practice?" Shaking the Oracle Bone book in his hand, Li Feng grinned and said, "I came here for no other purpose except to find the eternal life spring water in this book, But the problem is that I am soaking in the eternal life spring water, and the Oracle Bone book belongs to me. Oh, plus you can't beat me, unless you have a bargaining chip to make my heart beat. The question is, do you have it? I have. Li Feng was stunned and asked wonderingly, what is it? Cheyenne took a deep breath and slowly said, I have a daughter, even though she is 2,000 years old, but she was granted immortal ability when she was a girl, so now she is still young, 100 times more beautiful than me. Li Feng looked at Ziyuan with a bewildered face. This lady is crazy. In order to gain the power to seek revenge from His Majesty First Emperor, since you don't even want your daughter? How much hatred is this? Li Feng changed his mind. It seemed that Ziyuan had this temper. Li Feng remembered that in Mummy 3, Ziyuan's daughter was about to take the O'Connor family to Shangri-La and said, I've been there once, and I still remember the way. When Li Feng heard this, he felt that the two had met once in his life. It can be seen that Ziyuan didn't even want his daughter in order to get revenge. That's my daughter. If you don't see it, you won't see it. Li Feng also knows that Ziyuan will kill Shi Huang in the future, and the immortal ability also said that if you don't want it, he also sacrificed her daughter's eternal life. The only dagger that could kill His Majesty First Emperor was so cruel that he could not even kill himself. Perhaps for her, there is only revenge in her heart, and her daughter's true heart is nothing. Li Feng shuddered inexplicably by such a ruthless person. Tiger poison is not a predator yet. This tigress is ruthless. Similarly, Li Feng didn't have a good opinion of Cheyenne's daughter, especially when Cheyenne's daughter was fighting to death with O'Connor's son, who disturbed His Majesty First Emperor's dormancy at first. But in a blink of an eye, did the two fall in love? What does this mean? There is also the daughter of Ziyuan who has lived for 2,000 years anyway, and her life experience should be considered well-informed. But Li Feng feels that this girl is as simple as a young lady who has not been involved in the world. If it weren't for the strength to ignore the pair of superb mothers and daughters, Li Feng's first thought when he heard that Ziyuan sent her daughter off was how far he would run. Especially, such a cruel person can't offend you. I can miss you for 2,000 years, no? That's right. It's just that people have only lived for 2,000 years. If Shiwan can live for 10,000 years, you'll be properly cruel to you for 10,000 years. With speechlessness and disdain, Li Feng shook his head slightly and said, I have a wife, so don't bother me with your daughter. After speaking, Li Feng got up from the immortal spring and walked to Creature and asked, Is dinner ready? Creature looked at the casserole where the porridge was being cooked and said, Boss, your dinner has been prepared, but the lady's porridge hasn't been cooked yet. Li Feng cast his eyes to Cheyenne, who was still thinking about what could be used to exchange the exercises from Li Feng's hands. He shook his head slightly and said, Leave her alone. You can't extricate herself from it. Then you can leave the casserole here. If she is hungry, she will eat it herself. After dinner, Creature packed up his luggage. Li Feng covered his face and glanced at Cheyenne, who was still in a daze, and after leaving a sentence, This girl is not saved, he reached out to open a portal and brought Creature to a place. Desert Zone. In Cheyenne's memory, Li Feng knew that His Majesty First Emperor was buried at his feet, and his purpose for coming today is also very simple. He wanted to try if he could communicate with His Majesty First Emperor in dead language and ask His Majesty First Emperor, Can you show him the practice technique in his hand? If you can't ask for the technique, Li Feng doesn't know anything about it. The magic to extract memory can only be aimed at living people. His Majesty First Emperor is not a living person. Li Feng was afraid that he would lose his life. Somehow, they are also the ancestors who have made great contributions to the unification of the 6 countries and the unification of writing. How can Li Feng be respected? The night is black and the wind is high, and the neighborhood is so barren that there is not even a ghost, which makes Li Feng, who is going to chat with His Majesty the First Emperor, feel like he's robbing the tomb. Li Feng scratched his head, took out the wooden box with the seamless stretch curves from his shoulder bag, smashed the scarab beetle in the wooden box to the ground, and ordered the scarab beetle to start digging the ground, looking for the location of His Majesty the First Emperor. Not to mention, this group of scarab beetles are really good at digging the ground. After a while, they found the tomb of His Majesty the First Emperor. After that, Li Feng turned into a pile of yellow sand and went into the tomb and began his trip to visit the ancestors. As for the tomb's organs, Li Feng thought for a while and felt that it is better not to destroy the organs, just a little surprise for those who wander around later. Thinking of this, Li Feng simply added some magic circles to the organs. When describing the rise of the magic circles, Li Feng scratched his head and decided to leave some scarabs, let them reproduce in the tomb, and order all creatures that enter the tomb. They're all food for scarabs. You can choose whatever you like to eat at that time, braised or steamed. After finishing all this, Li Feng turned into black mist and flew to a carriage with 4 bronze horse-drawn sarcophagi. Li Feng didn't even look at the coffin. He knew that there was a false emperor lying in the coffin, and the real Majesty First Emperor was the one in front of him, like a terracotta warrior who was driving in battle. Li Feng tapped the terracotta warriors and horses lightly, coughed dryly, and said in undead language, "Your Majesty, are you at home?" As soon as the voice fell, a slightly hoarse and majestic middle-aged voice sounded in Li Feng's ears. "Who are you, and what do you call the widow?" This ancient way of dialogue made Li Feng stunned, touched the tip of his nose slightly awkwardly, and said, "My name is Li Feng. Don't you pass by here today. Just come in and see if your Majesty is doing well." Tomb ***. After a meeting, the voice of His Majesty the First Emperor again. "The widow knows that you have mana. You are an alchemist, and the short man who hides behind you is also an alchemist, so he should call the widow according to the truth." To be honest, Li Feng is very uncomfortable with this way of dialogue. After thinking about it, he said with a gloomy expression the purpose of this trip. "Your Majesty, can we not talk like this?" I listened awkwardly. "As for me, I came to you today. The purpose of, I just want to ask if you can teach me your practice. Do you know that the widow's exercises are built for the widows by the many alchemists of the Great Qin dynasty? How can it be easily taught to outsiders? But if you can resurrect the widows, this feat can be exchanged for the widow's practice." For Li Feng, the resurrection of His Majesty the First Emperor is just a simple matter. Not a simple matter. It is just to open a portal. It's just that His Majesty the First Emperor has been imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors for 2,000 years, and he doesn't understand the current situation at all. The ghost knows whether he will use his power to cause trouble to Daxia. And what should he do if he will cause the whole world to be besieged? Do you really think you are invincible? Perhaps at the present time, the resurrected Majesty First Emperor and his army of terracotta warriors and horses are saying that there is nothing. It is estimated that weapons such as tanks and machine guns are useless, and airplanes are considered a trouble. Your Majesty flew to the sky and pulled the plane off. But how can a plane be sent to only one place in a war? How can the terracotta warriors and horses resist the bombs dropped by the plane if someone comes to attack 2 places at the same time? Could it be possible that His Majesty Shi Huang was flying around in the sky all day to be a firefighter? It is estimated that after His Majesty the First Emperor has finished taking care of the plane, he will look back at his troops. Well, after being crushed by the tank, he is really a widowed man. Not to mention that when the future science and technology develops a little bit, the First Emperor's rectification is properly complied with. Not even the science and technology 100 years later, but the nuclear bomb at the end of the Second World War a few years later. Enough for His Majesty Shi Huang to drink a pot. The only thing Li Feng worried about was whether His Majesty Shi Huang had any thoughts on the throne. If he didn't want to be an emperor and wanted to kill all the people who had invaded Daxia, it would be better to say that Li Feng immediately opened the portal to resurrect him. If you still want to sit in the dragon chair, the people of Huaxiao are already suffering enough now, and adding a strong man who can't die wants to be an emperor, it will cause chaos everywhere. I guess Huaxiao will be more chaotic. Li Feng feels that he still turned his head back. Forget it. $B plus WB. After thinking about it, Li Feng asked with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, do you know the changes in the outside world? You're not the first person to come to the tomb of the widow. After the death of those who deliberately want to get rich to disturb the practice of the widow, their souls will wander here for a while, and the widow also knows something about the outside world." Li Feng turned his head and looked at the remains of the bones that had long since turned into bones in the distance. After thinking about it, he talked to His Majesty First Emperor about the situation of the outside world, and said frankly about the Second World War that will occur in the near future, and the suffering that Daxia will suffer. A good day after suffering. Finally, Li Feng asked solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know that you are good at leading soldiers to fight, but the world is different. It is no longer the era of desperately relying on swords and swords. Now Daxia has no title of emperor. If I resurrect you, you would still think to rebuild the feudal dynasty. Will you be your emperor?" It's just that His Majesty First Emperor didn't answer Li Feng's question. Instead, he asked in a surprised tone, "Sushi country in the land of small bullets dare to deceive me, Huaxia? Are you waiting for nothing? When a widow is resurrected, he will lead the army to destroy it." Li Feng sternly looked at the terracotta warriors and horses, holding His Majesty the First Emperor. "This is not the answer I want to hear." For a long time, Li Feng's ears heard the Emperor's Majesty sigh, and said, "The widow is trapped here and practiced for thousands of years. It is not important to know that the Emperor is located in me." Obviously, His Majesty First Emperor heard what Li Feng wanted to express. It was nothing more than to let him understand the suffering of the people, and to let him give up the idea of re-entering the throne, and not to add trouble to Daxia. As for Li Feng, reminding him of the World War II that will happen in the future, His Majesty Shi Huang also understands that this is Li Feng wishing him to join the army and make a contribution to defending his homeland, or simply let him use the undead army to stabilize the frontiers and wait for the end of the war. Whether His Majesty Shi Huang should be an ordinary person or participate in politics or the army, Li Feng said that he has no opinion. Anyway, Li Feng said that there will be various high-tech weapons in the future. He thinks that waves must have the strength to resist. From the tone of His Majesty First Emperor's answer, Li Feng heard the other's helplessness. After all, he gave up the throne to look around this colorful world. But compared to freedom, who wants to be trapped in the terracotta warriors? Even the most severe autism can't stand a single person in the dark terracotta warriors for 2,000 years. Right now, since His Majesty First Emperor has promised not to have any thoughts about the throne, Li Feng will naturally resurrect the opponent. But before the resurrection, Li Feng needs a guarantee. "Your Majesty, you are also a person in the spiritual world. I need you to swear to the heavens and never kill innocent people. Definitely, if someone takes the initiative to provoke you, you can fight back whatever you want, but I hope you can do harm to your family. Don't just get them to annihilation. Finally, after I resurrected you Half-Life, I will sign an unbreakable contract with you to restrain you from causing trouble to Daxia. After all, with your strength and the current time period, Yinjin, not many people can stop you." His Majesty First Emperor, who knew that Li Feng would not resurrect himself easily, smiled and said, "Widow, understand? No, I should say later, I know what to do. After all, I'm also a member of Huaxia, and I also hope that my homeland is strong." Until the end of His Majesty First Emperor's oath to heaven, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open a file-sized portal above the immortal spring and said, "Creature, hit a little immortal spring and pour it on your Majesty." Creature nodded and quickly scooped up a spoonful of immortal spring water and poured it on the terracotta warriors and horses. The immortal spring water was immediately absorbed by the terracotta warriors and horses. Then the terracotta warriors and horses cracked and came out of the semi-resurrected state of His Majesty the First Emperor. To be honest, the half-resurrected His Majesty First Emperor was a bit ugly. His whole body was burned by fire, and he looked very weak, as if Roar had to use his whole body power when he sucked it. Li Feng smiled apologetically at His Majesty First Emperor, turned his head, and handed the long stick to Creature behind him, and said, "Creature, lift the invisibility and let your Majesty see you. Later, I want you to be a witness for me and your Majesty." People. Creature, who took the long stick, had just exited his invisibility. His Majesty First Emperor was stunned and said, "What is this?" Before Li Feng could answer, His Majesty First Emperor said thoughtfully, "An invisible monster. Yes, do you prevent me from repenting of what I promised to do? This is a house elf. Li Feng rolled his eyes vaguely. In fact, Li Feng had the experience of bullying a mortal, and dealing with His Majesty First Emperor, who is now in a semi-resurrected state, is a familiar way, and he doesn't need any second hand at all. Li Feng shrugged and signaled the two of them to shake hands to complete the unbreakable oath, and said, I know that your Majesty is unwilling to teach me the practice and also sign an oath to Tiandao and me, but I'm also no way. If your Majesty still has the heart to be an emperor, I can show you the way. After shaking hands with Li Feng to complete the contract, His Majesty Shi Huang asked with some curiosity, Where is the way? After completing the contract, Li Feng sighed inwardly, pointed to the sky, and smiled. Aren't you immortal? When you leave the Earth in the future, you can go to an alien colony and become the emperor if you think it takes too long. You can form your own consortium to research aerospace industry and accelerate the pace of exploring the universe. If you feel slow, you can go to a foreign country to fight the world. Anyway, don't toss Daxia. His Majesty First Emperor, who has been locked up in the terracotta warriors and horses, was a little confused, such as Earth or alien. Just when Li Feng was about to explain the specific consciousness of these words, Li Feng had already opened a portal, and His Majesty First Emperor looked at the eternal spring water shining with a little light on the other side of the portal. Also seeing the portal was stunned by Cheyenne, who was holding a porcelain bowl and drinking porridge. But when Cheyenne saw that a terracotta warrior appeared from the portal and walked quickly towards the immortal spring, Cheyenne recognized this person as she hated for 2,000 years. His Majesty the First Emperor for a long time. With the enemy in front, Ziyuan didn't even think about drinking porridge slowly, and with his scarlet eyes opened, he drew out a dagger and ran towards the terracotta warriors and horses without a word. His Majesty Shi Huang turned his eyes to Cheyenne and was imprisoned by Cheyenne in the terracotta warriors and horses for 2,000 years. He was also full of resentment toward Cheyenne, but the most important thing at the moment is to complete the resurrection, and Cheyenne is too weak for him now. So weak that His Majesty First Emperor directly grabbed the dagger and knocked Cheyenne unconscious, turned and jumped into the immortal spring. His Majesty Shi Huang, who walked out of the eternal life spring, has already returned to his normal appearance, and he is still a handsome, young version of His Majesty Shi Huang. He almost called out Brother Jia and asked for a signature or something. It's just that the movement of His Majesty First Emperor raising his hands in front of his eyes for a while, clenching his fists, then opening his palms and turning over and over again, made Li Feng want to laugh. Afterwards, His Majesty Shi Huang spit out flames while playing his fists in front of Li Feng, which made Li Feng frown. This lord used to be the emperor who held a powerful soldier in his hand and ruled the world. Now he has to add immortality and near-invincible power, as well as a dormant army lying underground. This makes Li Feng worry about being used to drunk lying on the knees of beauties and waking up the power of the world. His Majesty Shi Huang didn't want to live a stable life in the future, but probably still thinking about resurrecting his men and fighting the world. After thinking for a while, Li Feng smiled and walked to His Majesty Shi Huang and said, Your Majesty, have you ever thought of changing your name? After all, the word Yingzheng is too famous. Huaxia protects the home and the country. This name will always cause you some trouble. His Majesty First Emperor, who had recovered his strength, glanced at Li Feng lightly. If he hadn't been forced to make an oath to Tiandao for resurrection and reluctantly sign a contract with the other party, he didn't want to talk to Li Feng at all, even if he knew that Li Feng asked him to change his name. The last name is for his good, but he always feels a little unhappy in his heart. Especially now, Li Feng asked whether he wanted to fight the world or protect his family, but he did not say that he wanted to live a stable life. It was Li Feng who guessed his own thoughts. It is not a good thing for an emperor to be guessed that his thoughts are not a good thing. The point made His Majesty Shi Huang even more unhappy. However, the speed of technological development in Li Feng's mouth always makes His Majesty Shi Huang a little uneasy, especially when he thinks of his immortality in 100 years, once he is known by some scientific madman. The other party is trying to think about it with high-tech equipment. If you want to arrest yourself, let's not say whether the arrest can be successful, but annoying is definitely annoying. In addition, His Majesty Shi Huang didn't want to be an ordinary person from the beginning, and he would definitely establish his own power, and power represents fame. It is really eye-catching to continue to use the name of Ing Zheng or Shi Huang. Thinking of this, His Majesty Shi Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "Widow, no, from now on, I am Zhao Zheng." Li Feng was a little speechless about His Majesty Shi Huang's new name, but he knew that Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng was born in 259 BC, with the surname Ing, Zhao clan, Ming Zheng, also known as Zhao Zheng, Zulong, etc. But it's better than the name Ing Zheng. Li Feng rolled his eyes vaguely, looked at Ziyuan, who was still in a coma, and said, "What are you going to do with her?" Zhao Zheng touched the dagger in his hand, and then spit out a flame to turn the dagger into molten iron. He looked at Li Feng with a smile and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Li Feng is not blind, so he can't see what Zhao Zheng is thinking at the moment. If Li Feng himself is inexplicably detained for 2,000 years, the first thing he takes to get out is revenge. At this time, anyone who dares to stop will be beaten together. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and took a step back, doing the action of "please start your performance," and said, "That's your business. You can handle it as you please." Li Feng's choice seemed to make Zhao Zheng very satisfied. He nodded slightly and walked towards Yuan and said, "Get ready to paint. Paint. Qin Xiao has no ink, and I will teach you the technique when I finish processing this be asterisk asterisk." When Li Feng heard this, he waved his long stick with excitement on his face, turning a boulder into a low stone table, and took out a quill pen from his shoulder bag, and put it on the stone table with a magic book, waiting for Zhao Zheng copy the exercises into the magic book. As for Zhao Zheng, he squatted halfway in front of Cheyenne with a complicated expression and gently brushed Cheyenne's face with the back of his hand. His eyes were both thankful to Cheyenne for allowing him to live forever and hated him for holding him for 2,000 years. For a long time, Zhao Zheng held his hand against Ziyuan's forehead, and Li Feng, who sensed the fluctuations in mana, turned his head to look at Zhao Zheng and asked in confusion, "What are you?" "Soul Search." Zhao Zheng glanced at the dagger that was melted before and sneered, "I want to see how many methods she is prepared to kill me and who her accomplices are, in case you'll be tricked by the middle and small people in the future." Li Feng glanced at his mouth. This was a snake bitten once, and he was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. After a while, Zhao Zheng seemed to find something in his soul, frowning and whispering to the comatose Shun, "You actually have a daughter." After knowing everything that should be known or not, Zhao Zheng immediately pierced Ziyuan's heart with a sharp sword, putting an end to all grievances. On the other hand, Li Feng was standing by the stone table, looking expectantly at Zhao Zheng, who closed his eyes and sucked roar deeply. After a while, Zhao Zheng opened his eyes and smiled at Li Feng as he walked to the desk. "Happy, can I have a good wine?" Li Feng spread his hands and said that he only drinks beer. Although there is beer in this era, but the shelf life is not long, he really hasn't prepared it. But Li Feng looked at Creature and said, "Prepare some food. I want to have a good chat with your majesty." Zhao Zheng glanced at Creature and gave a look of "I look good on you." He picked up the quill on the desk and stroked it on the magic book. He asked suspiciously, "This is the pen you are using now?" "A widow. I'm not comfortable with it." When Li Feng patted his forehead, he had forgotten that Zhao Zheng could not use a quill pen, but the writing brush is said to be the first creation of General Meng Tian, who supervised the construction of the Great Wall in the Qin dynasty. Thinking of this, Li Feng waved his hand to shape-shift the feather pen into a brush. This time, Zhao Zheng took the brush with satisfaction, dipped the ink, and swiped the pen to write the magic techniques. But Li Feng, who was watching with an excited expression on the side, was a little dumbfounded. Zhao Zheng was imprisoned in the terracotta warriors and horses during the Qin dynasty. He would not have simplified characters at all. So Zhao Zheng wrote all the characters of the Qin dynasty. What made Li Feng feel speechless was that Zhao Zheng wrote in classical Huxia. After Zhao Zheng finished writing and put down his brush, Li Feng's eyes twitched and looked at his practice. At this time, he suddenly realized a problem. The earliest punctuation marks appeared in the 16th century, and it is not known how many years later than Zhaozheng. It's strange that Zhao Zhenghui used punctuation. This is embarrassing. Li Feng has neither studied the Qin dynasty script nor understands the ancient classical Huxia. And Li Feng has never heard of any modern translation software that can translate the Qin dynasty classical Huxia. This is a practice technique. A misunderstanding of a punctuation mark can kill Li Feng, not to mention that it is still without punctuation. It is strange that Li Feng dares to understand it indiscriminately. Isn't this considered as ignorant? And giving this magical secrets to this magical technique is vain. Li Feng covered his face and said in a crying tone, "Your Majesty, can you explain this exercise to me?" Zhao Zheng was stunned, and suddenly thought that Li Feng was not from the same dynasty with him. Not to mention that he couldn't understand the exercises. I'm afraid he didn't know anything he wrote. Zhao Zheng shook his head helplessly, closed his eyes, and recalled the memories he had extracted from the tomb thief. In his heart, Zhao Zheng regretted why he had to agree to Li Feng's request for teaching in the first place, and it would be over if he directly agreed to the exercises. I'm all right now, so I have to explain the exercise clearly. After a while, Zhao Zheng determined that he was really unaccustomed to modern writing, got up and left the stone table, and passed the pen in his hand to Li Feng. He grinned and said, "I don't know what kind of writing you know, or let me write it, but I advise you to understand my practice as soon as possible. After all, many soldiers are still waiting for me to go back and resurrect them, so that they can follow me to fight the world again." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, a little embarrassed, took the pen and sat at the stone table. If you use classical Huxia to record the exercises, the number of words is not much, just about 100 characters. But what Li Feng wants is not a simple exercise method, but to transform it into a practice text that he can understand. So when Li Feng translates classical Huxia into vernacular, it is already close to tens of thousands of characters. This is not finished. After all, translation does not mean that he has understood it the truth. Otherwise, why are there teachers in the world? Just buy textbooks for self-study at home. At this time, Li Feng was somewhat busy. When Creature prepared the feast, Li Feng endured the temptation of delicious food, and poor Baba was recording the content of the exercises explained by Zhao Zheng. When Zhao Zheng sat at the stone table, slurping food while explaining the exercises in detail, Li Feng kept his saliva, still holding a pen to record Zhao Zheng's explanation. Waiting for Zhao Zheng to sit at the stone table with a hiccup, Li Feng blinked his small sad eyes, carefully checked what he didn't understand in the exercises, and then recorded Zhao Zheng's explanation in a magic book. When Li Feng finally understood the exercises, Creature was already preparing for the next day's dinner. When Creature prepared the dinner, Li Feng, who was already hungry and dim-eyed, didn't use chopsticks. He directly grabbed the roast chicken on the plate with his hands and began to gnaw wildly. Zhao Zheng was stunned. Although Zhao Zheng is from the Qin dynasty and is not accustomed to eating with chopsticks, he dared to swear to the sky that even if he lived for 2,000 years, he would not be able to find someone who could match Li Feng's food. What a starving ghost who has never eaten before reincarnation ruthless. For a long time, the full Li Feng wiped his hands and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, do you have any plans for the future?" Zhao Zheng shook his head and said after a long sigh, "Resurrect my soldiers first. They have long been eager to see the sun again." After a pause, Zhao Zheng said quietly, "Then I will learn all kinds of modern knowledge. After I am familiar with modern civilization, I will decide which area to go overseas to lay down my own country." Familiar? Is there any good place to recommend to me? Li Feng squinted and scratched his head. "I can really recommend a good place, but the males in that place are a bit obstructive. Whether it is cats, dogs, or cockroaches, as long as the male creatures are an eye-catcher, but if the male creatures die, it will be it's my favorite place. The only downside is that it's a bit annoying because of the number of earthquakes." Li Feng licked his lips and said with a smirk, "Should we join hands to knock down that place?" "How many earthquakes?" Zhao Zheng squinted his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Sushi country? There is a saying, eating a huxiao meal, marrying a Japanese woman, living in a French villa, driving an American car, and wearing a famous German brand. Li Feng expressed his understanding of eating huxia food. After all, there is no huxia in any country who pays attention to cooking. Not to mention how much food Li Feng ate in his life. He said that he now eats huxia food carefully cooked by creature every day. This conversation is deep. I think so. It's easy to understand if you live in a French villa. French people like to enjoy life. Look at the area of other villas. A large family with several people can't manage it. You have to hire a housekeeper to manage it, especially if some villas are extravagant. The gardens and the racecourse show that the French villas are so extravagant. It's easy to understand whether you drive an American car or wear a famous German brand. American cars perform well. Most of the world's well-known brands are American. German goods are also famous for their good quality, but the price is a bit expensive. Whether it's a villa or a car or a German brand, Li Feng can see it in movies or shops. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to look at it. Only the sushi country woman who is known as a good helper has never seen it. After all, this stuff shop, it didn't sell. Li Feng wanted to see it, but couldn't see it. And even if this thing is sold in the store, you don't know if you're good or not. Even if you have the manual, you can't believe it unless you buy it and try it out for a period of time. Didn't remind everyone if there is a return service. What should I do if I'm not satisfied and cannot return the goods? Do you keep it at home every day? Is your Mito or the bed bigger? And the most important point is that now the country is only open to second children and did not say to open second wives. How do you let Li Feng buy? Therefore, Li Feng asked Zhao Zheng to occupy the sushi country. Apart from wanting to see the women in this country, as well as the women, he had no idea. After all, the rest of the sushi country, Li Feng looked upset everywhere, especially Yasukuni. Public toilets. Why do you build such a big toilet? Is it possible that the country of sushi is too barren, so that everyone gathers to excrete in one place, so that it is convenient to collect everyone's excrement and use it to moisturize the country? Zhao Zheng thinks differently from Li Feng. He said that he was not interested in women before completing his grand plan. The reason for his interest in sushi country is simple. There are a lot of silver mines in that small place, enough to support his soldiers. After all, after the resurrection, the immortal soldiers simply possessed vigorous vitality. They were still ordinary people in essence, and they would die if they cut their heads off. In other words, although it is difficult for these immortal soldiers to simply starve to death, they will also be hungry and unable to fight. So the first thing Zhao Zheng did after resurrecting the terracotta warriors and horses was to find a way to feed the army and think about it. Grab some arms. After all, the times are different and swords have begun to withdraw from the stage of history. At the table, after the two identified the country of sushi as Zhao Zheng's new country, Zhao Zheng began to complain about where to find guns. Seeing this, Li Feng patted his chest and smiled. Your Majesty, don't look at me like wandering around, but I want to talk about military pay. Li Feng turned his head and said to Creature, Creature, take the box with gold. Bring it. In the beginning, Zhao Zheng didn't care about the box of gold in Li Feng's mouth. It was just one box, which was probably enough for the soldiers to eat for a few days. It wasn't until Creature opened the box and pinched a piece of gold jewelry with his fingers to take out the box. Zhao Zheng, who looked at the gold jewelry inexplicably magnified, realized how heavy a box of gold weighs. How could it be eaten for a few days? It is estimated to be replaced by food, enough for a year and a half. At this time, Zhao Zheng patted Li Feng's shoulder with "I'm so relieved" expression. The problem of food and clothing for the soldiers he was worried about was solved by this box of gold. And by the way, he also solved the fund for the purchase of weapons. Zhao Zheng looked at Li Feng with a smile and asked, If you have no merit, what do you want? Seeing Li Feng just smiled and cast his eyes on a magic book on the stone table, Zhao Zheng was stunned and nodded slightly. I understand. After a pause, Zhao Zhenglu smiled enviously. You haven't tasted the worldly power, otherwise you will understand how great the temptation of power is. Back then, I could mobilize the power of a country with a single order. Halfway through the conversation, Zhao Zheng got up and walked to the edge of the cave, looking at the distant scenery with his back facing Li Feng, and said, I am a little envious of your heart that pursues detachment, especially if you have already developed your skills and are not greedy for the world. I cannot do it. Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He didn't want to be overwhelmingly powerful, but he was afraid of trouble. Don't look at those successful people who either eat or drink here every day or where they play. That's what people have experienced before, sleep later than dogs, and work more than cows. Only after success can they have this kind of enjoyment. I really thought that by mixing in a variety of high-end wines and eating and drinking, I could become a big boss. That is called poisonous chicken soup. Anyway, Li Feng said that he does not suffer from this hardship, nor does he admire those big men who are in front of others. He is still a rich man, and he can be safe. It's good to be a petty man with extraordinary power. What others can do with him, he has the ability. Come bite and see who has better teeth. For a long time, Zhao Zheng turned his head and looked at Jin and said, For half a year, during this half year, I will still learn modern art of war and drill soldiers who are familiar with modern weapon warfare. After that, there will be no free time for the military dispatch of Sushi country, so I have only this half a year to spare time to guide you. Li Feng nodded happily, thinking, this time is stable. With this half a year, I have enough time to learn how to operate the exercises. Even if I return to the Marvel world, I don't have to worry about the day when I practice Cha-Chi and lead to confusion. Dinner was over, and it was time to go to bed in a blink of an eye. Li Feng, who had not rested for 2 days and 1 night, said that he was very tired. And then a full snoring sound came from Zhao Zheng's ear. Zhao Zheng, who just wanted to wait quietly, turned his head and looked at the tent. If he didn't remember the kindness of Li Feng's resurrection, Zhao Zheng could not wait to lift the tent and kick Li Feng on the ground. It's a cave, and snoring brings echoes. No way, in this cave like listening to the thunder. Zhao Zheng, who has been asleep for 2,000 years, guesses that he wants to sleep but can't sleep, so just finds something to do. After thinking about it, Zhao Zheng turned into a dragon and flew into the sky. At noon the next day, Li Feng, who was still not awake, breathed and took a tooth cup towel to brush his teeth and wash his face with eternal spring water. After waking up, he began to try the practice exercises. Just as Li Feng just walked out of the tent, he saw a girl in the distance who was wearing a single but tied up with a rag in her mouth. Li Feng was a little puzzled. When did he ever see someone wearing a single coat and dare to climb the icy Himalayas? This is not here to die. She's Lin, Ziyuan's daughter. I went down the mountain and captured him here last night. Following the voice, Li Feng turned his head to look at Zhao Zheng, only to see that the other party did not know where to get a jug of wine. He was sitting cross-legged on a boulder with his mouth slightly raised. He looked at Lin with a disdainful expression and said, I want to exchange her immortal ability for the flesh and blood of the soldiers. Li Feng shrugged, indicating that it was a matter of his asterisk. He scooped up a spoonful of water from the immortal spring and began to brush his teeth and wash his face. In the distance, Lin looked at Li Feng blankly, then turned to look at the pool full of eternal life spring water. Zhao Zheng also didn't expect that Li Feng would dare to brush his teeth with the immortal spring water, and he was shocked by the alcohol and coughed again and again. What's wrong with Li Feng? How many people change the seller's product just to drink a sip of the immortal spring water and not get it? This buddy is good. Is such a precious immortal spring water you can waste at will. Why vomit on the floor after gargle? Although nausea is a bit disgusting, but swallowing it will not only prevent death, but will make you healthier, you know? Also, I don't know if you will be fine for spitting. No, don't you know that this eternal spring water is a non-renewable resource, so use a little less. Perceiving the strange gazes of the two, Li Feng turned his head and blinked at them. At first, he felt a little inexplicable. Then he thought that when Zhao Zheng was imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors, the person who invented the toothbrush hadn't even appeared, thinking that the master was curious about himself. Toothbrush in hand. Li Feng shook the toothbrush in his hand, put the toothbrush in his mouth, and raised his hands, indicating that he can brush his teeth without using his hands. He still vaguely explained, This is called a toothbrush, or a toothbrush made into a magic weapon. Can automatically help me brush my teeth. Li Feng also had no choice. He would let the ordinary toothbrush go through the security check through the door. How could he go around without making some magic items himself? Li Feng can't stand the days of not brushing his teeth every day. It's just that the two strange eyes are not for this reason. Zhao Zheng held his forehead and shook his head slightly, for fear that he could not hold back the impulse. He fought with Li Feng in the cave, got up and jumped off the boulder, walked towards the box of gold, and said, "Tonight I will resurrect mine. Soldiers, stay here to practice the exercises yourself. When I arrange where the soldiers go, I will come back to explain what you still don't understand." After speaking, Zhao Zhengbian, with a depressed expression, turned into a dragon, grabbed Lin, and flew into the sky. Li Feng looked at Creature in wonder and asked, "What's the situation?" Creature was also baffled, shrugged, and turned around to prepare breakfast for Li Feng. Was it breakfast or lunch for Li Feng to wake up at noon? After eating, Li Feng jumped into the eternal life, spring, and sat cross-legged, quietly condensing his mind and immersed in the practice exercises. For a long time, Li Feng opened his eyes with joy. Or say the Huaxiao's cultivation technique is a cow. Let's see how many mortals slowly cultivate into immortals by relying on a technique. Definitely, if the exercises are strong, it is not possible for Li Feng to become an immortal after only practicing for a while. But when Li Feng forms a cycle of not huge mana in his body, he is obviously perceptive that not only his mana becomes more pure, but also his spirit. The power is also inexplicably pure. This made Li Feng feel that the biggest gain from coming to the mummy world is not to learn how many spells, but to find this practice.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.